And welcome into the MLB Hot Stove Daily here at the Upside Sports Network. The trade deadline is today. Welcome in, everybody. Lots to get to. Lots of relievers still to go. So many starters are still going to be out there on the market. Very few starters have moved ahead of the MLB trade deadline as of yet. Zach Little, one of the best ones that's moved so far, and that's not saying a whole lot. You also have Mike Soroka that's moved to the Chicago Cubs. You still got to look to Dylan Cease being moved today, Sandy Alcantara, likely Edward Cabrera from the Marlins as well. Don't hold your breath on Mitch Keller. It seems like the market has cooled around Mitch Keller and the Pittsburgh Pirates. Wouldn't be overly surprised if he's moved. I think they should move him, but it sounds like the market is cooling around Mitch Keller. But I appreciate you guys joining us. Hit that like and subscribe if you haven't already done so. We're going to be live with you guys for at least 11 hours this afternoon, or the entire day, really. We'll also have a recap show later on this evening, so be sure to hit that like and subscribe if you haven't done so already. Welcome in, Sarah. More moves today. Absolutely, we will see lots of them. Theo, here we go. Somebody trade somebody. I like that one. I'm right there with you, Theo. We had quite a bit of you guys with us last night. Want to thank you guys for making the trade deadline eve show so very successful last night. Although you have sent the super chats, really do appreciate that. And with that, let's get into the rumors of the day, shall we? Let me pull up X here and see what is happening this morning. We're just getting started. A few pieces have already been sent out by a couple of different reporters today. John Heyman, of course, getting the early early bird. He was the first one to send out a tweet anyway. Closer Camilo Doval is now being discussed as possible trade scenarios. Many relievers went yesterday, but there's still many more on the board. Mason Miller, Suarez, Bednar, Santana, Smith, Jax, Iglesias, Maton, Johnson, Williams, Finnegan, Fairbanks, and more. There will be a lot of them that do move. Not all of them will go, but quite a few of them will. Rangers are still looking for an elite closer. Dodgers are looking for a big-name bat. They're also looking for any big name, really, to help out their roster. Steven Kwan seems like the likely option there. It looked like we were headed towards a deal last night for Steven Kwan to the Dodgers. I wonder if that's one of the first deals we get this morning. Mason Miller has been discussed with the Dodgers, with the San Diego Padres. I know the Rangers had reached out in years past. Phillies would like to continue to add, even though Dombrowski says he's done adding to the bullpen. I wouldn't count them out as of yet. Mets certainly did upgrade their bullpen. I think they could use one more bullpen arm. I'd guess Phil Maton is the guy there. All eyes on the Chicago Cubs and what they're going to do with their starting staff. Do they bring in Dylan Cease? Do they go after Sandy Alcantara? Do they finally get the deal done with Mackenzie Gore? Do they go after Cabrera from the Marlins? Lots of options, but they have to add an ace at the top of that rotation. Otherwise, you're starting what? Boyd in game 1, Imanaga game 2, and then hoping on game 3. They need to get a starter in there. Soroka, they did bring in kind of a 4.87 ERA, I believe a 3-7 record on the season. Not exactly the guy that you're hoping to take the ball in game 3 of a postseason series. They did DFA Chris Flexen, who's having a much better year than Soroka, in order to bring him in. So curious to see what moves are coming here for the Chicago Cubs. Speaking of the Texas Rangers, they're looking to offload a little bit of salary. With where they're expected to go during this season into the postseason, they're going to have some players getting some nice bonuses. That means that $6, $7, $8 million that some sites are projecting them to have is more realistically in the range of about $1 to $2 million. Trading away Luis or DFAing him and allowing the Mariners to claim him allowed them to save quite a bit of money there. Dane Dunning getting him off of the roster, it also saves them a little bit of money. DFAing Luke Jackson takes away some of the incentives at the back end of his deal. That saves them money as well. But I wouldn't be surprised if we find a trade headline here in the next couple of hours that says John Gray traded somewhere that needs a number 4 or 5 starter. I think the Rangers, in a perfect world, would love to hold on to John Gray, use him as a 5th, 6th starter whenever they need to give their rotation an extra blow during the week, or as a long reliever out of the bullpen. He did help that team to win their first ever World Series, but he's a name I'm watching for as a name that's going out from Texas. I know there's a lot of speculation around Adolis Garcia for the Rangers. He's not going anywhere. He is part of that group right now in Texas that's kind of helping them win. The clutch hits he's really coming through with, and his offense is a lot better than it was early in the season. Rangers are not trading away from their offense. They are looking to add offense here at the deadline. They're looking for a right-handed hitting, either outfielder or maybe even a third catcher. Don't be surprised if at the deadline they haven't made a move for a hitter yet, that they make a deal for Austin Hedges or somebody along those lines. But welcome in Nando, Willard, Miguel, Brew Crew. Appreciate all you guys joining us this morning. Andrew Freeman woke up still hoarding prospects. Well, I mean, he's still going to trade quite a few of them, I do imagine, over the next few hours. I think Stephen Kwan is going to end up in a Dodgers uniform, and I still think they're going to try to add an elite closer, whether that be Mason Miller, Bednar, or so go off the board and bring in another player. They will add to that bullpen. Astros trade for Sandy. I think that's the more likely option right now. Late last night, it sounded like they had cooled a little bit on Dylan Cease because they don't have much room like the Rangers financially to bring him in. I think they were asking for the Padres to eat some of that salary in order to make it worth it or to make it stay underneath their tax, and they were willing to give up a nice piece in return in Melton. But it sounds like the Padres were not looking to eat any of the salary there for Dylan Cease. But we shall see. Sandy Alcantara, of course, former Cy Young winner as well, would certainly be a great option for the number 3 starter in Houston. I'd say a little bit lesser than what Dylan Cease would be able to provide right now because you still have question marks about the consistency Alcantara can provide. But those are the two names that are swirling around Houston right now. You're loving the Blaze Jordan pickup? I absolutely would as well. Miguel, good morning. What are you hearing on the Yankees? Well, they still haven't addressed starting rotation. They still haven't really addressed bullpen in any meaningful way. To me, that's where the trade deadline begins and ends for the Yankees. What starter will they bring in? Will it just be a rental like Gallen or Kelly? Or do they go a little bit bigger game like a Mitch Keller? If they do go more of a controllable starting pitcher, Keller, Ryan, Cabrera, somebody along those lines, I think that would be better for them long term because of the injury status with Aaron Judge this season. I think their preference is to go for one of those controllable pieces. Brew Crew, Brewers going to do anything today? They're never going all in. Very frustrating for lifelong fans. Will probably go out in the first round again. They will add a right-handed bat to help combat left-handed pitching. I do not think they're going to do a massive deal. What I mean by that is, think Marcelo Osuna is kind of the low-end option that I think they'll go after. A higher-end option, maybe like a Ryan O'Hearn. I think they could go. I think they're going to be more in the rental market, low-cost options. I don't think they're going to do anything major. There has been some rumors about them possibly dealing from a position of strength, like their starting rotation. Nestor Cortez was part of the trade rumors the other day, going back to the New York Yankees. I doubt that happens. While it's a strength right now, you never want to trade away from your starting pitching unless you absolutely have to. And I don't think the Brewers really have to in order to get the deal done that they're wanting to do here at the deadline. So I think they hold on to him. Jays want Maton. We'll see. I think they need bullpen help, period. So Maton, I think, would be a good addition there. JG, welcome in. Astros are in on Nootbaar, Burleson, and Donovan. I know that they've been interested in Donovan for years. I think this is the first time we've really had Donovan on the block anyway from the Cardinals. They don't really have the prospects to give up in order to do so. I think the only way they'd get there is that if they include like an Eric Getty or somebody along those lines. I don't think the position player prospects really interest the Cardinals as much as the pitchers do. And the Astros don't have a whole bunch of really good high-end, young starting pitching prospects on the up-and-come. So, they're going to have to blow everybody else out of the water. I think there will be other teams that overpay more for Donovan. But Nootbaar would be an interesting add to that outfield mix. Burleson I'd probably prefer over Nootbaar. But I think you'd probably cost a little bit more in real baseball. I think baseball trade values has Nootbaar as a higher value. I'd rather have Burleson. He's a better impactful player offensively. Nootbaar probably the better defender if I had to guess. No Astros, you take Donnie and Burleson. All righty. Good morning, Mark. Appreciate you joining us. Let's see if there's any other news from the overnight hours. The Mats deal to the Red Sox is complete with the Chapman injury to his back anyway the other day. They go ahead and add another lefty to their bullpen to kind of steady themselves there in the back end. Almost all the starting pitchers who should be dealt are still on the board. Outfield market has barely begun. Will be wild. John Heyman, you are absolutely correct. So many teams have waited till the very last day this year, so we should see some serious activity this year on deadline day. We might actually get a record for deadline deals today. Not saying any of them are going to be hugely impactful, like Scherzer, Trey Turner going to the Dodgers, that type of a trade. I don't think we see that level of trade this year. But what's the out-of-nowhere trade that we're going to see? Stephen Kwan, probably one of the biggest names that's going to be available on the position player side. Rafi Devers already traded to the Giants, who subsequently have the worst record in Major League Baseball since making the trade. They quickly become sellers, trade away Rogers to the Mets for a heavy package of prospects that included Tidwell, Gilbert, and Buto as well. Giants made out like a bandit in that deal. They did a really nice job for their future. I think a couple of those pieces in that deal will certainly be nice pieces for them in the long term. All right, John, welcome in. Come on, CY, get Bednar and Fairbanks now. I think they just need to add at least one. If I'm a Rangers fan right now, I'm hoping they get one guy. If they get two, all the better. But I think one guy I would be happy with right now. Bednar would be my main target if I'm a Rangers fan. John R., what's up, bro? Anything about the Orioles yet? They made a few moves yesterday anyway, and they're expected to make more today. They traded away Kittredge late last night. I would expect O'Hearn. I'd expect Laureano to move today. I would expect them to get calls on Eflin, Charlie Morton as well. So I'm expecting them to make a couple of moves out of that roster, at least probably 3 or 4 trades minimum out of the Orioles today. You wish John Bennett welcome in. Appreciate you joining us. Alrighty. Let's see. Head over to MLB trade rumors, see if anything is happening at the moment. There was that trade from last night. Kittredge goes to the Cubs in exchange for Wilfred De La Cruz. Ranks him as the number 20 prospect in the Cubs system, 17-year-old switch hitter at 6'3", so he's got some projectability in him. That's good. Probably, if I had to guess, he's going to be one of the taller shortstops, so that means, is he Corey Seager? I doubt, so he's probably going to move off of shortstop there eventually. But a good get either way. Orioles have always done a really good job developing offensive talent. The question is, the pitching really hasn't come through that they've developed. So, what trade do they make during the season? There have been some questions about them going after a controllable starter at this trade deadline, doing a little bit of buying and selling. Do they view Cabrera as their number 1 next year? There has been some rumors to that effect. I doubt they go down that road. I think the prices will be too high for them to go after it. I think other teams will be willing to pay more as well. But that's something to keep in mind if you're an Orioles fan, that they might do a little bit of buying and selling for some starting pitching. The Steven Matz deal. Hunter Dobbins was transferred there. Blaze Jordan, the piece, coming back. Phil Maton, that was the thing you just mentioned there, Sarah. Twins will be an active team today. After trading away Duran last night, they traded away Eduardo Tate and Mick Abel. They still have Griffin Jackson, Joe Ryan as top-end pieces, but then they got a plethora of other guys. Castro, Colomb is a couple of the hot names out there. Bader has been mentioned with like 6 or 7 teams. And then a couple of other veterans as well, Ty France and Christian Vazquez as well. Mariners pulled off the impossible last night, getting the 2-step, bringing in Josh Naylor from the Diamondbacks a few days earlier, and then late last night agreeing to a deal to bring Eugenio Suarez back to Seattle for 3 pieces in return. Honestly, they did a great job in both of those trades, not giving up any of their top prospects in order to bring them in. Now, they are rentals. They weren't going to cost a whole heck of a lot anyway, but they did a great job not having to give up some of their top-level farm system, any of their top level of their farm system. Great job there by Jerry DiPoto and the Mariners front office. Was hoping Brewers would upgrade at shortstop, maybe Castro from the Twins. I'd say that's a possibility. Could give them that bat that they're looking for. Wade, welcome in. Any news on the Mets going after a center fielder? They are still targeting center field, yes, Quan loosely, but the more likely option to me is going to be Robert as their option number 1. Mullins probably their option number 2. Probably Bader would be in that option number 3 category, something along those lines. Did Seattle do anything yet? They did add Eugenio Suarez last night. So hopefully they will continue to try to work around the periphery of the rest of the roster. But most of their deadline shopping is done. The rotation is basically going to be what it is right now. Bullpen, maybe they could use one more arm. I think offensively, maybe an outfielder, but that's about it. Mariners done a great job already at this deadline, adding in Josh Naylor, Eugenio Suarez, and Caleb Ferguson all in the last week. Josh Prince, Detroit and Orioles, Ryan O'Hearn to Tigers at 6 p.m. Eastern. We shall see. I think O'Hearn is going to have quite the list of suitors for him. Pretty much any team that needs a bat should at least call about Ryan O'Hearn. The question is what the return will be for the Orioles and what it will cost. So we shall see. Jack, any chatter on Stowers? A lot of independent reporters are saying that Miami is more open to trading Stowers than others. I'm still of the mind that it's foolhardy for them to move him right now. He is the cog in that offense. He is the cog in that offense, really. He's got 3 years left on his contract, so maybe they want to maximize his value is the thinking as to why he might be moved. They could get a king's ransom for him with as little offensive talent as out there. He certainly would command quite a return. But if I'm the Marlins, I'm focusing on trading guys like Cabrera. I'm focusing on Alcantara. Quantrill, if somebody will take him. They were looking to trade a lot of these starters last year due to poor performance and injury. They were unable to. That's why last year was basically a lost season for them. I think they're going to recover from that mistake and trade those guys this year. And if Stowers is still available and they still have time left on the clock and somebody overwhelms them with an offer, then I think they get something done. But otherwise, I think Stowers likely stays put through the deadline at least with the Marlins. Now, in the offseason, they could revisit that topic and still have 3 years left on his contract, and then we might see him move at that point, but I honestly doubt it, but we shall see. Let's see here. Wade, welcome in. Thank you for the response. I will sure give your channel a follow. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate you guys joining us. We've gained about 95 subscribers in the last the last week or so. We've gained 95 subscribers. So I want to thank you guys that are new here. Be sure to hit that like and subscribe if you haven't done so yet. And we're going to be live, like I said, all the way through the deadline, breaking down every deal as they happen. Mark, would be an interesting if Texas got Maton. Bet Maton and Young would not be going to dinner together. No kidding, especially after Maton broke his hand by hitting him with a pitch. I doubt he goes to Texas. He kind of fits that same mold of a lot of the arms Texas already has, which is why I don't think that would happen. I think they're looking for more of a fireballer, somebody who could be a closer as well. If they don't get the closer, I think they're going to be looking for a guy who can throw 100, has a better strikeout to walk ratio, that can impact the bullpen a little bit differently than some of the other arms that they currently have, just to kind of give them a different look once it comes to October. Seattle's still looking high for a high-end reliever. I think Caleb Ferguson was probably the best one that they're going to get. I think they probably get a middling reliever at this point. I'm not sure what you guys think of Caleb Ferguson, but to me, he's more of a 7th, 8th inning guy. I don't see them going too big here because I don't see them getting a Mason Miller. I don't see them entering that type of a realm. Maybe they get Robert Suarez, but I doubt it. Would be an interesting move, though, if Seattle did acquire him as well to kind of beef up the back end just a little further. Any move for the Tigers today before the deadline? Tigers were in there for Suarez. I think they're still looking for an upgrade at third base. If I were the Tigers, I'd be calling the St. Louis Cardinals about Nolan Arenado and see just how much of that contract they're willing to pay down and see if it's worth it for me to even have a conversation. If they're saying, nah, we're not going to pay much of it at all, then just hang up and move on. But if they're willing to eat, say, $20 million of that deal, I think you got to make the call if you're Detroit. This is a really good, successful team this year. The Tigers this year remind me a lot of the 23 Rangers with how good of a start they got off to, and then having their struggles in the middle of the year and into August. They've looked like they've recovered a little bit over the last couple of games. Of course, they had a nice opponent to do that against, but we shall see. Welcome back, Jacob. Appreciate you joining us once again. But for the Tigers, I'd be looking for a third baseman offensively, and I'd also be looking for somebody in that fifth starter spot. In case you guys didn't join us last night, the Giants have decided to sell. After acquiring Rafi Devers, they've been Major League Baseball's worst team since the trade. They already traded away a couple of pieces now here as they've announced themselves as sellers. And Justin Verlander is back on the market. Now, for nostalgia reasons alone, people are going to connect him to the Tigers and Astros, and rightly so. I think he'd be good options as a fifth starter for both of those clubs. But could he be more than that? Earlier this season, he had, I believe, about a 3.7 ERA for a month or two for a period of time there. Was not able to get a win because of the Giants struggling in his starts, but I think it'd be a nice depth option for those teams. And he's Justin Verlander. The name recognition, the storybook ending to his career, the high-end ability, if he's right for a short period of time, could be impactful from a number 5 spot. And if he gets to be Justin Verlander once again, pitching to a 3 ERA, you'd love to have that in a postseason series. But most likely he's going to be a back-of-the-rotation starter wherever he does end up. But I would expect Justin Verlander to get traded to one of those two teams if he is moved, or to another contender that Verlander would select. I think the Giants did a great move bringing him in this offseason to kind of legitimize their organization after the issues they had under Farhan Zaidi. Buster Posey gets the deal done with Willie Adames, then gets Justin Verlander to kind of finish off their offseason. Now the big trade of Rafi Devers doesn't work during the season, obviously, but he was part of their buying for next year. They're going to add big names in free agency next year, and I think Justin Verlander goes a long way to helping make those kinds of things happen as well. Who do you think the Padres get in the outfield, and do you think we get Miller? I think they get one of the two. I don't think they get both. I think if they trade Cease and get Milton back, I think that would be one of the options there. Houston is the team there. If they trade Dylan Cease, I think the Cubs would have serious interest and would be able to give him a really nice return as well. The Blue Jays, the Mets, the Yankees, all in that market as well. But I don't think they're going to be able to get both Miller and a controllable outfielder as well. Texas should go after Mason Miller. He was benched last night against Seattle. They are definitely going to trade him. They were looking to trade him even before that. They were basically advertising him as a player they will sell at this year's MLB trade deadline because they remember about a week ago they were playing the Rangers. They were losing by 4 in that game, and in the 8th inning there's 2 outs, and they bring on Mason Miller just to lower his ERA to 4 and under to make him that much more attractive to another buyer. They weren't facing the middle of the order. It wasn't a high-pressure situation. It was 2 outs, nobody on in the 8th inning of a game they're losing by 4, and they brought him on for 1 out just to lower his ERA just a little bit. And then last night, against the Seattle Mariners, the heart of the order is coming up. They don't trot Mason Miller out there. And what happens? They face Cal Raleigh, Randy Rosarena. Rosarena hits one out. They didn't want that to happen to their top trade piece in Mason Miller. So they say, hey, Mason, take the day off. We'll go ahead and say you're unavailable. Mark Kotze after the game saying he was not available, not due to injury. So draw your own conclusions there. He is going to be the reliever that moves today. That will be the biggest impact that we see today as well. Let's see here, but they might not want to, since it's the same division. As far as the Rangers acquiring him, I think if the Rangers gave up significant assets for him, I think they could get it done. I just don't think they'll do that. I think the more likely option is they'll go a little bit cheaper in the bullpen, whether that be a Bednar, a Finnegan, a Fairbanks, a Halverson, a Vodnik, a Bird, somebody along those lines, I think is more likely for Texas right now. But we shall see. CCONE Live, great content. Just liked and subscribed. Any news on the Phillies Bat Edition? Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Thank you for the subscription. If you guys haven't done so already, hit the like at the bottom of your video. It goes a long way to helping us out. Hit that subscribe button. Turn on that bell next to that, and you'll be notified whenever we do go live. We'll be covering the league every single evening around 9:45. Be sure to join us every weekday on those as well. There we go. Trying to catch up on some of these notifications as they happen because I'm still waiting for some of the early notifications to come in. But as far as Phillies additions, I would say probably looking for a center fielder is the biggest addition that they will make today. I doubt they make a move for Mason Miller. I wouldn't rule it out with Dave Dombrowski, but I think center field is where they're going to be targeting right now. I think Eugenio Suarez was a option a lot of veteran players on the Foul Network, or Foul Territory Network anyway, were looking for the Phillies to try to acquire. That obviously didn't happen, but I think center field is where we ultimately see them add here at the deadline. I think Robert is the top target, along with Kwan. I think Kwan is more likely to the Phillies because they have the top-end talent to send back the other way that they'd be willing to use in that type of a deal. And Dombrowski is always aggressive, but I think Robert is probably the more realistic option, number one, and option number two would be Mullins. I think Bader probably a looser number three, and on down the list goes. Cubs still wanting pitching? Absolutely, Sean. Welcome in. Appreciate you joining us. Cubs need an ace. I think that getting Soroka helps, but they need to do more. Are you streaming all day today? Yes, I'll be live all day long through the deadline, and then tonight we'll take about an hour or two to regroup, and then we'll do our normal evening show around 9:45 as well. We got some afternoon baseball to watch while we are doing the deadline as well, so that'll be fun. I would assume Webb is the first arm moved and Bosley to the second arm. I don't think they're going to be looking to trade either of those relievers. I think Webb, because of the injured, or him going on the injured list, creates the roster flexibility Texas would ultimately need in order to bring in a reliever. I think Bosley would probably be the arm that moves down to the minors. Curvello was brought up to be DFA'd as well. If you're a Rangers fan, those would be the options that they would send out to kind of create the roster flexibility for a Bednar, for a Miller, for a Halverson, along those lines. Please see why. We'll see. Who do you think is getting pitching? Cubs, to me, are number one. They will add pitching. Dodgers, to me, number two. They will add pitching. 3, I would probably lean Texas gets pitching. 4, I think the Yankees get a starter as well. I think those are the teams that are pushing hardest for pitching right now. And the one thing I haven't talked about yet that I really want to focus on as we get into the first half hour of our show is what's the unseen trade that we're not seeing? What's the one name none of us are mentioning that, hey, we're shocked this player got moved, or we didn't even know their name was even available to be moved? A la Luka Doncic in the NBA. Nobody really knew he was even on the market. They basically went to one team and said, hey, I like this player. What's the type of trade that we see that comes out of nowhere like that? Hopefully the return is a lot better than what the Mavericks got for Luka. But what's that out of nowhere trade that we do see? Is it a J-Ram after seeing Clase get suspended, Ortiz get suspended, Kwan leave, Cade Smith leave? Does J-Ram with his no trade clause go to the Guardians front office and say, hey, look, I'm Mr. Guardian. I really love playing here in Cleveland, but if you're not going to contend for a couple of years here, what am I doing? What are we doing here? If you're entering a rebuild, get me out of here. That's one name I'm kind of thinking. If Kwan moves, that'll immediately pivot attention to him. The Braves, they don't really have any long-term answer for their starting rotation. They have nothing coming in their pipeline. All of their starters are in A-ball. There is one guy that they're counting on that might come out of the minor leagues next year to help out that pitching staff. Other than that, the cupboard is bare. You're talking about a returning guy in Chris Sale, who would be a good option as your number 2. Strider is there as well. That gives you 2 good starters. Grant Holmes is going on the 60 IL to end his season. Command is his issue. Schwellenbach, A.J. Smith-Shawver anywhere are nice options there. But where's the depth? They're getting nothing right now out of that minor league system from a pitching standpoint. Do the Braves surprise us and trade one of their long-term contracts on that starting pitching for a starting pitcher? That's one team that I'm kind of paying attention to that nobody really is talking about. Everybody says they're not going to trade any of their controllable assets. Well, at a certain point, the failed offense there the last 2 years, somebody's got to take accountability for that. The GM, somebody's got to take accountability for the failures they've had offensively. Even with as much talent as they do have locked up, they're going to have to move some of those guys at some point for some starting pitching. Otherwise, they're going to have to enter a rebuild themselves inside of the next couple of years. Wow, Baseball Purist, thank you for the $20. Really do appreciate that. Very nice super chat from you. Jose Ramirez is the name I'm kind of wondering about, Jacob. Is there any other names that I haven't thought of that you guys are thinking of that might be an out-of-nowhere name that we see at least enter the rumor mill today? Go Mets. Mets, I think, will be looking for a center fielder, and I think they're looking for one more bullpen piece to kind of finish it off. Somebody floated the idea of trading Starling Marte the other day. I just don't think that's happening. He's having a great year for the Mets after very low trade value this offseason. They couldn't give him away. Now I think he's an indispensable piece in that in that lineup, and I think they're going to hold on to him, obviously. Adley Rutschman, how about Adley Rutschman? That would be a surprise. We've talked about Adley. I think that would be a big surprise to a lot of people out there. I don't think that have been paying attention to the Orioles very much. His offense has been down basically since the All-Star break in 23. Over the last 30 days, those offenses started to pick back up. The thought process about a month ago from Ken Rosenthal was, this offseason, if Adley Rutschman still continues to struggle offensively, they do have plenty of talent coming at that catcher spot. They could move Adley Rutschman, get a nice return, maybe even a starting pitcher to their liking in return for him. But Adley Rutschman's name, I think, will be discussed for certain in the offseason. Is he a name that enters the trade deadline market? I doubt, but that would be a surprise. Certainly, I would agree there. Adler and said for Sale or Salas and DeVries. I think no. I think the Padres say no because I think they're holding on to those prospects for a better impact piece. I think Adley would be a great catcher for them, but I don't think they're giving up Salas and DeVries for that type of a player. I think they're looking for more of a younger guy. Rutschman, I think, would be a great piece for the Padres, though. I think the player is very interesting to the Padres. I just don't necessarily like the return that they would have to give up. And Salas doesn't do much for the Orioles anyway in a trade. Baseball Purist, though, thank you for that super chat. Really kind of you. Getting us started here at the Upside. Really do appreciate you. All right, let's go ahead and update our page and see if there's any rumors happening. We just posted a video just a moment ago. So those of you who are just joining from that video, I want to say thank you guys for joining us. Hit that like and subscribe. We're going to be live all day long here at the Upside, bringing you the latest from the MLB trade deadline. We've now crossed the 100 new subscribers for the last week anyway. Let's see if we can crank that number up to over 200 today. Last year's trade deadline, I believe we gained 275 subscribers on deadline day. Let's see if we can beat that number this year. All right, let's see. Let's go over to X and see if anything is happening at the moment. It looks like we do have a new tweet anyway. A lot of teams getting out their articles before the news starts coming in fast. The return being announced anyway from the Cubs for the Orioles in the Kittredge deal. Yankees updates. I know some of you guys are wondering about the Yankees. Yankees are looking hard at pitching. Penn is the priority. One other option would be moving 100-mile-an-hour throwing Cam Schlitter to the bullpen. Honestly, I think the starting pitching is a bigger need for them. If they're targeting bullpen, they still need pitching wherever they can get it. But to me, they have to add a starter at the back end of that rotation to at least give them some more depth. Stroman doesn't do enough for me. They're relying on Cam Schlitter as a rookie right now. I have my questions there. They have enough prospects to be able to make a nice deal for any of these expiring deals, but I think with Judge's injury, their preference would be more of a controlled piece. They'd have to give to get in those type of deals. And I know Yankees fans are loath to give up Spencer Jones or George Lombard or anything along those lines. But if you're looking to bring in Cabrera or Keller or Joe Ryan or any name like that, you're gonna have to give to get. And I wonder, are the Yankees feeling the pressure to make a move on the pitching side? I think that the Aaron Judge injury had a little bit of a cooling effect on that team. As far as their pursuit of pitching. If Aaron Judge hadn't been injured, I think we already see a starting pitcher in a Yankee uniform, and now they'd be looking to solve their bullpen today. But I think that the Yankee injury to Aaron Judge really kind of threw a a wrench in their plans here at the deadline, so we'll see which direction they decide to go. But they will certainly add a pitcher. The question is, will they go cheap as far as a rental or more of a controllable guy now with the injury to Aaron Judge? Good morning, Master Vinman. Appreciate you joining us. Best sports day of the year. It's certainly up there. To me, the winter meetings are all 4 of those days are right up there. Trade deadline day is fantastic as well. NBA, NHL signing days, July 1st anyway, are fantastic. Super Bowl is obviously a great one. But I'd put the baseball trade deadline, got to be one of the better ones as well. Trade deadline in hockey is also pretty great as well. Cicioni, any truth to the Phillies looking into the Orioles' Ramon Laureano? I think that would probably be their option D, I guess, for center field. A, probably being Kwan/Robert. 2 being Mullins. 3 being Bader. 4 being Laureano. I think it's all going to come down to the cost. Not everybody's going to get Harrison Bader. One team is going to get him, and the other 5 are going to be left looking for another depth outfielder or for a center fielder. Blue Jays got Bieber. Really? Let's see. Do we have our first trade of the morning? Yes, the Blue Jays are getting Shane Bieber. John Paul Morosi tweeting that one out. Chalk it up. That's trade number 1. I'm marking it down. I'm curious to see how many deadline days deals we get. I'm not counting the ones from last night. I'm counting the ones from right now going till the deadline. So we get our first trade. The Blue Jays are on the board getting Shane Bieber. Let's see what they're getting in Shane Bieber. So we go to the Guardians and see what he's been doing this year. Not on their roster. Let me see here. Complete stats. Game logs. 25 season. He's done nothing so far this year. He's in the minors right now, if I remember correctly. He's on a rehab assignment. Career 3.22 ERA, so it's kind of a wild card. If he turns into a nice pitcher for them, I think that'd be a good option. I think if he gets to a 3.22 ERA type of a pitcher, I think that is a Game 3 type of a starter that we've been talking about the Blue Jays could utilize here. But this is more of a depth piece for me until he proves he's healthy and can do it. Rolla, welcome in. Appreciate you joining us. Banana, welcome back. I wonder what more my Mariners do. I think another relief pitcher and a utility guy. Reliever, possibly. I'm not imagining a high leverage guy anymore, but I do think they could do something there. Utility, maybe a corner outfielder for them. I like Canzone for them right now, but we'll see. Bieber is awesome. When he's healthy, I'll agree with you there. The question is, what type of Bieber do you get when he's healthy? He hasn't thrown a pitch in Major League Baseball yet this year. He's only 30 years old, so he should have something left. But Shane Bieber, the first trade of the day, goes to the Toronto Blue Jays. Looks like that one is going to get done. Curious to see what the return is. I like that one, Nando. John Morosi has Bieber on a plane to Toronto, hearkening back to the Shohei Ohtani bidding a couple years ago, where he's on a plane headed to Toronto to sign the deal. Unfortunately, it was not that way. Carlos Carrasco has been selected by the Braves. He'll be taking a start tonight in Cincinnati. Braves just need starting pitching, period. I mean, yikes, their pitching is awful right now. Not just for this season, but looking forward. That pitching in Atlanta is, let's just say it's not very good, and it's only going to get worse. They need to make some additions to that staff long-term, not just for this season. Let's see here. Jacob Reed, welcome in. Cubs need Ryan and Castro. I would love Ryan to go to the Cubs. I think he would be a great starter at the top of their rotation. Looks like we might have another tweet coming in. Ken Rosenthal, source confirms Blue Jays close to acquiring Shane Bieber from the Guardians. It is pending medical review, so it does look like this is going to happen. Got to wonder about the medicals with Bieber, of course, because of the injuries the last couple of years, but it looks like it's going to get done. Steve, welcome in. Morosi says it's close. Deal not done yet. Again, we're pending medical review, which with Bieber is no small thing. But let's go ahead and look at that trade that we could make there, Chris. We'll do the Cubs and Twins to see if they what the trade would look like to get Joe Ryan from the Minnesota Twins. I think he certainly would be a Game 1 starter for them in a postseason series. Looks like Jeff Passan now getting on the act. He just woke up, it looks like. Shaking off the cobwebs. They were looking for another starter. John Heyman. Sandy Alcantara's trade chances are rising with his stock. The former Cy Young winner didn't allow a run in his last 2 starts and seems to be regaining his old form. It's 2 starts. And around the deadline, that can change everything for a trade candidate. You know, a week ago, or a couple of weeks ago, we were talking about Alcantara with a 7.22 ERA, the inability to keep his arm slot, the inability to locate pitches, losing focus at times. 2 starts later, we're talking about him getting a decent return for the Marlins. That's how quick things change here at the MLB trade deadline. Let's see. What would the trade look like, though, for Joe Ryan? 68 value, and then you're saying Castro in this deal as well. Castro's value, and they got Mick Abel in here now already. That's good. But let's see here. Castro, I thought was around 4. Did they lower him? He's down to a 3.1. Surprising there. He's an expiring deal. But you go over to the Cubs. Castro would be the perfect utility guy for a lot of teams, I think. So I doubt they package them together, but we shall see. You do Horton in this deal, obviously, for number 1. Ballesteros, number 2 to me. I think Wiggins has to be in this deal, and I think you're going to have to include one of the outfielders. I think their preference would be to include Alcantara, not Owen Casey. I think Casey, his value actually went up as well today, as they have updated their site again. Let's say they do Alcantara and Wiggins. Does that get you enough for Joe Ryan? No, you're a little short. So you're going to have to do a little bit more here. What would you have to give up? I think Casey would probably have to be in this deal. I think if you put Rojas in this deal and you go back to the Twins and put in Stewart, I think that'd be a really good bullpen arm for the Cubs. That trade gets you a little closer. A little bit of an overpay. I think if you take out Casey in this deal and then put Alcantara back in here, I think you get a little closer. And then the Cubs get to keep the guy that they want in Owen Casey. And there's your trade for Joe Ryan. Would I do it? Probably not. I think the price is a little bit too high, but the Cubs are all in. I think they would probably do it, though. Jed Hoyer got his extension. Maybe he thinks a little bit differently about the prospects now than he did before it. Do the Padres Miller on the simulator? It's tough to see them getting a deal done without it being a 3-teamer, because the only way the Padres get a Miller is if they if they move on Salas or DeVries straight up, which I don't think would necessarily be overly enticing to the Athletics. I think they're looking for starting pitching in return. They're not going to take Dylan Cease, so I think you'd have to work a 3-team deal out there. Those deals are a little bit tough to do on deadline day, which is why I think if Miller is moved, which I do think he will be moved, they're more likely as a straight-up deal with the Los Angeles Dodgers, a team that has all the prospects in the world for whoever they want to get. For Call, that's an expensive price. His value certainly was going up. Shane Bieber for Call Steven. I'm not sure if he goes by Stefan or Steven. That's an expensive price for a pitcher who hasn't thrown one pitch this year. He's the number 5 prospect in the Blue Jays system? That's an expensive trade. I guess they think Bieber's healthy. Welcome in, Brendan. Appreciate you joining us once again. Josh, Tigers need Nolan Arenado by today before the deadline. He's one guy I think the Tigers should really kick the tires on. One player they should kick the tires on anyway. If they can get the Cardinals to eat, say, $20 million of that, figure out a deal somewhere in the middle. Cubs need a solid number 1 starter to compete with the Brewers. I think they need a number 1, period, to compete with the Dodgers, to compete with the Mets, to compete with the Phillies, let alone with the Brewers within their own division. Welcome back, Brianna. Appreciate you joining us. Bieber threw 57 pitches over 4 sharp innings on Tuesday in his latest rehab start. He's pleased with his velocity. Guardians have had a bunch of calls on him, even though he's made 4 starts in 24 months. He's likely to decline a $16 million option for 26. Is he, though? If he has a good second half, I think he would, but lots of health questions there. I don't think that's a certainty. But another sizable contract from the Guardians going to Canada. All right, let's see. What other names are we looking for here in the early morning hours? I think Stephen Kwan, that deal's probably going to happen here early as well. Do you think Doval gets dealt? I think the market is really high on relief pitching, just like it was every trade deadline before this one. I think there's a decent chance that he does get moved. They are sellers at this point. A lot of teams are up and down on his ability over the last couple of years. Rangers are one team that had him really high and then not so much last year. We'll see what teams value him at this year. Nick, welcome in. What will some Yankees trades look like? I would say they're probably going to be looking for. It sounds like they're looking bullpen right now, but to me, they still need a starter. I would go for a controllable starter to kind of fit in that rotation with Cole, Fried, Rodon going into next year. This year, with Aaron Judge's injury, a rental would be nice, but I think you got to wonder about the wisdom of putting all your chips in one basket trying to win this season. When Judge isn't going to play the field, you're going to have to put Stanton out there in some games to get his bat in the lineup. A lot of different things are going to happen there, but we shall see. The reason why they have Stanton at the DH spot most of the time anyway is to preserve his health. So if he's having to play the field with Aaron Judge being at the DH, is he going to be able to stay healthy? Will his bat play up? All those kinds of things come into play as well. Does Griffin Jax get traded, Banana? I believe he will. I think the reason Duran gets moved yesterday is kind of free up the Twins, kind of get the bigger deals done, like a Jax today, to where they're not focusing on both of those trade targets. How do the Astros replace third baseman Isaac Paredes at the deadline? Well, they already did that with Ramon Urias here at the deadline. Now, I don't think they're going to stop there. I think the bat themselves are going to try to upgrade at short, or they're going to try to upgrade at second or in the outfield spot to replace the overall production. But I think Urias is probably your starting third baseman for the foreseeable future. When do you think Miller gets dealt? I would guess sometime around noon if I had to guess. Miller to the Dodgers would be my expectation. In case you guys are wondering what that trade would look like, we can go ahead and do that one. Dodgers and A's. They've been shopping him for a while now. I think we will finally get a deal here. 30.4, his value is the same as last night. Dodgers, they have the starting pitching that the A's are going to want. So I think you start this deal probably with a Jackson Ferris as the one. I think Gavin Stone could be a second piece here. Maybe. Not sure about that, but that would be an interesting starter there. And then you could probably backfill it with some more offense as well. Starting pitching, though, I think is going to be their demand. I'm going to go ahead and put Stone in this deal as well. And then let's see how close they are. You get two controllable starters for Mason Miller out of this, and you still get enough space here for another piece. Looking for around 12 or so. Quintero as an outfielder would be a nice fit. Probably would take over for Rooker or Soderstrom at some point when they eventually move one or both of those guys. Not a bad trade overall. I think the Dodgers would want a little bit of something else to kind of finish off this trade. If we go to the major side of things here. Let's see. From the A's. And Duhar doesn't really move the needle for the Dodgers. Urshela. JP Sears to help out the rotation possibly. That would be an interesting one. But if they go a little bit cheaper instead of Quintaro, they could do Lindsey, I think, would be a nice second base option for them down the line. Let me throw that one in there. Kellen Lindsey to the A's. So your trade for Mason Miller from the Dodgers is two starters. One immediately goes in the rotation right now in Stone. Ferris would be in the rotation when you get to Vegas. And Lindsey could be your, second baseman of the future. He's hitting the ball really well in the minors, but that trade, I think, would get the deal done. And that would outbid what the Padres could do for him. Padres might have a better prospect that could deal in Salas or DeVries, but neither one of them are at the positions that the A's are wanting right now, which is starting pitching. Let's go ahead and update our page here, see if anything else is happening at the moment. Some of Montero's troubles were due to him allowing opponents on second base to see a grip in his glove. It's easier to spit on a slider when you know it's coming. The Braves tried to fix this. We'll see how his time with the Tigers goes. So they're thinking his troubles were about him tipping pitches or about the batters knowing what was coming. I don't necessarily think that's the case. I think for 3 years now we've seen Montero have struggles. But if he gets back to what he was in 2022, the Tigers could have a nice bullpen piece. Welcome in Powers Jr. Brewers make a move. They will. They will add a bat, absolutely. Josh, who the Tigers going to get for the get next for the trade deadline? I would imagine they're still looking bullpen and third base. What does Miller to the Yankees look like? We can do that one as well. I think Yankees are a good fit, and they are looking for a bullpen. So if they have identified Miller as their guy, what would it cost? Let's see. I think they're going to want starting pitching again here. The Yankees, I think that would make Yankees fans rest easy on Lombard and for Spencer Jones. But I think your deal probably would have to start with Cam Schlitter. Cunningham injury, not sure the A's would want to do that, but let's see here. Will Warren, you could do straight up deal 1-for-1, or I just don't think that would be really good there. I think their best bet is probably Schlitter, though. And LaGrange, I think, would be a demand as well, because he's really up and coming for the Yankees. So there's 2 starters. Gets you to 20. You need about 13 mil more as far as valuation. You could do Spencer Jones. I doubt it, though. Nobody else really fits on the lower end side of things. You could do a Ben Rice. I'm not sure how much Ben Rice would really help them. They already are covered up at both spots quite well. First base, they got like 3 guys who can play that spot. Ben Rice would be number 4. Volpe, no. I mean, Schlitter's value is up, but you need more here. Maybe go 2 starters. Maybe you do a Ben Hess and you do a Hampton. Something like that. Not an overwhelming trade, but you get 4 starting pitcher pieces for the A's. I think that would be a decent option. What might Mikael Garcia to the Brewers look like? I think that's unlikely. Royals are trying to win this year. I think they would have been a nice trade candidate if they hadn't decided to compete this year and try to win. And so I don't think they're necessarily looking to trade off some pieces there. Do a big deal, Lawrence Butler and Mason Miller for top prospects in cash. Mike, I do like the idea, but there's no way Butler's moving from the A's. He's on a very team-friendly contract. The only way they move Lawrence Butler is if they get a trade offer in, say, 4 years. Right now, they're holding on to him. He's not going anywhere. Mason Miller would be the one that would move. I don't want to set unrealistic expectations, but even in the, hey, maybe they could do something really out of the box category, Lawrence Butler is not in that group. Where does Luis Robert Jr. go? I think he ends up with one of the 2 teams, the Mets or the Phillies. Dodgers need a big deal. Yes, they do. But I just don't think Garcia will be moving Powers to anybody. I think he's going to stay there in Kansas City. Wow, we got 120 of you guys with us right now. Appreciate you guys joining us. What would Kwan to the Padres look like? They are trying really hard to bring in some type of controllable outfielder, whether it be Kwan, whether it be Duran, whether it be Melton. They're looking to bring in some corner outfielder there in San Diego. Do they have the pieces to get it done? If they were willing to include Salas or DeVries, possibly. But again, they're unwilling to do so. So the only way they get that done is if they find a third team to reroute some pieces to Cleveland. I just don't think they're willing to move either of those top 2 prospects in a trade, even for Kwan. That's why I think the Dodgers are still the most likely for him. Would be funny to get the Dodgers, get Miller, and the MLB brass and analysts have it being Seattle and Dodgers in the World Series, and then both lose out in the first round. Ouch. I mean, the Mariners are certainly adding it this year's deadline, that's for sure. More realistic, what about Otto Lopez or Xavier Edwards to the Brewers? All right, Brianna, we get it. I know you like doing your Philly stuff in our chat, but let's be a little bit more friendly here. Don't mind the interaction, just don't spam in the chat. There's a lot of people trying to get their comments in. What do you think the Astros do? Just woke up and joined. Appreciate you joining us, Tyler. I would say the Astros are going to look for a starting pitcher. Got a video coming out at about 10 o'clock that details the pursuit of Sandy Alcantara and Dylan Cease from the San Diego Padres. I think they get in. I think they end up getting one of those two. I think the stall last night for Cease was about the money because they wanted the Padres to eat that money. Obviously, the Padres are looking to offload the money, is why they were willing to move him in the first place as well. So they're not looking to eat that money. So if they find another way to save themselves some money somewhere to get that deal done, or find another team to eat some of that salary, maybe they get that deal done, but unlikely for Cease. Sandy Alcantara has quite a market, though. Mets, Yankees, Red Sox, Cubs, Astros, Dodgers, Padres are all teams in there for Sandy Alcantara. Donovan to the Dodgers, if no Kwan, I think that'd be a good option for them. They do like their multi-positional players. I think Donovan could be a little bit useful second base and in the outfield if necessary. But Donovan, I think, would be a nice piece there for the Dodgers if they don't get Kwan. But it does look like Kwan is probably going to end up a member of the Dodgers today. Do you see Joe Ryan moving? Unlikely. I put the chances of that type of a trade at 5% today. Carl, welcome in. Appreciate you joining us. If you guys are new here, be sure to hit that like and subscribe. They can't get Miller and Kwan both to the Dodgers. They could actually afford both rather easily as far as prospects and not even break a sweat, honestly. That's why they have one of the best farm systems in the game. They have all the payroll in the world to do whatever they want. They could easily get both. J-Ram get dealt. If Kwan goes, then I think the rumors get serious on J-Ram, but not until then. We don't want to put the cart before the horse. But I think looking ahead, we see Kwan moving. We know the Guardians are looking to move him. They will move Stephen Kwan. When that happens, Clase is on suspension, Ortiz is on suspension. Your best player besides Ramirez is now gone in Stephen Kwan. And then you're also looking at moving on your second best bullpen piece in Cade Smith. If I'm J-Ram, I'm looking around going, excuse me, I gave you a team-friendly discount. Why exactly are you trying to rebuild right now? And then based on that discussion, I'd figure out, what my long-term future is with the club. And if I want to be moved with my no-trade clause, I talk to the team and find a taker for him. He's one of the best contracts in all of baseball. They would get a haul if they did trade him. I doubt that happens at this deadline, but that could be kind of the out-of-nowhere category here at the deadline today. If they do trade Kwan here at the deadline, which I do expect a lot of Jose Ramirez talk at the winter meetings as well. I don't feel bad about Contrade. Honestly, he's a prospect that just popped. This is just a sell-high move in your opinion. I don't mind it either. The question is the return here. Shane Bieber, is that the right player to give up Cal Steven for, or would you rather go for somebody who's actually thrown the ball in the Major League Baseball so far this year? To me, I'd rather go with somebody who's proven to have success this year during the season rather than a guy who's been good in years past. Again, 6 starts in the last 24 months. Not exactly a lot of track record here over the last several months. How good is he going to be is a big question, especially if you're giving up a piece as good as that could have gotten you a different rental option. And if he's not any good, then you're stuck with a $16 million salary next year as well. A lot of risk for the Blue Jays that I'm not sure they had to do. But I do like the upside of Bieber. If he can throw to that ace caliber, Cy Young caliber pitcher that we have seen before, I think it's a steal. But that's a big if. So they're kind of taking a swing at the lottery on that one. But appreciate you guys joining us. Let's go ahead and update our page and see if anything else is happening at the moment. Another trade number 2. Paul Sewald goes from the Guardians to the Tigers, gives them another depth piece in their bullpen. I think this doesn't necessarily rule out Bednar, though. I still think they could go out there and add an elite closer like Bednar, but I think this could quiet some of the urgency from the Tigers side of things so they don't have to overpay for him. So the Tigers, that's 2 trades so far this morning in a little under 1 hour that we've been live. Be sure to hit that like and subscribe if you haven't already. First trade of the day, Shane Bieber to the Jays. Second, looks like Paul Sewald, former closer for the Diamondbacks, got on that World Series team. Been with the Guardians this year, goes to the Tigers, gives them some depth in their bullpen there, and a fallback option as a closer if necessary. Love the deal for the Tigers there, honestly. Let's see what numbers he's got this year. I don't see him here either. I see another injured guy. Game log. He is on the IL, 15-day IL. Huh. He missed about 2 months of the year, so his arm should be fresh. And he's been good recently, too, in the 4 games that he returned. The return's got to be low, though, for Sewald. I think you're more getting the experience factor there for your bullpen. Kind of that veteran presence I was talking about for the Tigers getting the help in the bullpen. Now the offense, maybe they go out there and prioritize Nolan Arenado now. I would like that one. Nick, big day. Got to wonder if today is finally the deadline that Bednar gets moved. I think it is. Tigers get Sewald. Yes, that's the second deal of the day. Can you see Dodgers making a move for Jose Ramirez? Maybe that's the big, stacking trade they're trying to do. I think that would be a really big surprise. I don't think they need J-Ram. I think Quan is what they really need. But, if they're really trying to do a big trade, that could be a possibility, but I doubt it. Guardians are doing a liquidation sale. Just trade J-Ram. I mean, they're trading everybody else, but the last 2 trades they've made are for injured players right now. Mets still after a center fielder, according to Andy Martino. John Heyman, Pirates have been listening, but a decent chance Mitch Keller stays now. Brian Reynolds was always likely to stay, and O'Neal Cruz always a long shot to go as well. Joey Bart drawing interest from the Pirates. That's interesting. Kind of surprised that he's drawing interest, period, honestly. Robert, welcome in. First time I think I've seen you in a bit. Do the Mets win the trade deadline if they trade for Bednar? Bullpen-wise, I would say yes. Trade deadline, I'd still have to see what else they have left, if they add another center fielder, or whatever else they do. Blue Jays have announced the Bieber trade. All right, what do you think the Yankees would get? I still think they're looking for bullpen primarily. There's a lot of names that John Heyman threw out there earlier. I'll just kind of show his list again. Going down, a little further here. Where are you? There's the tweet from John Heyman, one of the first tweets of the morning. He's usually the early riser of all the reporters. Doval for the Giants is a possibility. Mason Miller, Suarez from the Padres, Bednar, Santana from the Pirates, Smith from the Guardians, Jacks, Raisel Iglesias, Phil Maton, Pierce Johnson, Wilson, Finnegan, Fairbanks, and more was his list. And there are a lot more relievers. Halverson, Vodnik, Bird, Bender. Mets need center field. Do you think they would swap prospects and could get Evan Carter? No. Rangers aren't looking to move on from Evan Carter. They're looking to add to this team, not subtract. And the Rangers aren't looking for prospects in exchange for Evan Carter anyway. Evan Carter is their center fielder. He's not a prospect anymore for the Rangers. Let's go back to the top and see if anything else has happened. Got another message there. Bob Nightingale, the Mets, who are still searching for an outfielder and engaged in talks with the White Sox for Luis Robert, are elated with the acquisition of Tyler Rogers, calling him a modern-day version of Chad Bradford. He's lethal against right-handed hitters, kind of like Colby Milner for the Rangers. Those two pitchers are very similar to me. All right, got 116 people with us. Make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe. I know it's early in the morning, but let's see if we can bump that like number up. We're only at 28, and there's over 100 of you guys in here. Let's see if we can bump that up, please. Really do appreciate you guys enjoying the content. We'll be live with you guys all day long. Like I said, we started at 8 o'clock this morning. We're going to go through the deadline until probably around 6, 7 o'clock Central. And then this evening, around 9:45, we'll have another live video kind of grading all the deals that we see here at the deadline. We'll also update our power rankings, where teams rank, where they stack up. We'll also give our playoff predictions now at the deadline in the books this evening. So be sure to join us for that one as well. Tigers get Arenado before the deadline at 6. We shall see. I think that would be the piece I would be trying to get if I'm the Tigers. Nick, sorry, Michael, didn't realize how much big league experience he had. He's big league experience in air quotes because he's had a lot of injury, but he is the everyday center fielder right now for the Rangers. They tried Leody Taveras at the top of the year with Evan Carter. There was injuries going into the year for Carter, but he is now the everyday center fielder. Haggerty is kind of the backup center fielder along with Wyatt Langford there in Texas. Does Correa move? I doubt it. Carlos Correa throwing cold water on that one as well. A lot of rumors around noon yesterday about Correa moving back to the Astros, about a reunion, the need at third base. Ramon Urias was already acquired, though, by the Astros, and I don't think they're going to try to bring in Correa on top of that. Money's too big of an issue. They're not going to get the Twins to eat that money because of the ownership issue in Minnesota. That's a deal that's going to happen in the offseason, if it happens at all, going back to Houston. I wouldn't necessarily rule out a Carlos Correa trade. He does have the no-trade clause, but if he gets back into a pennant race here, I think he'd be willing to take a trade to a number of different teams. Floated the idea of Carlos Correa getting traded to Texas because they need a bat. Gets him close to Houston, would be able to face his former team as well. I think that would be an interesting acquisition for the Rangers if they could convince Correa to waive his no trade. You'd probably have to offload Jock Peterson in that deal as well, which offloads more bad money. So that'd be the only way that type of a trade would happen. Other teams that are in playoff races that could use a bat like his, very few of them. Mets were a thought, but I think Vientos has started to really emerge for them. I think that's more of a deal for the offseason for Carlos Correa at this point. Guardians probably will move Carlos Santana. I think they will, with them trading literally everybody on an expiring deal. Yankees supposedly getting Bednar. We shall see. Let's update our Twitter and just see if anything is happening. Sewald to the Tiger, player to name later, or cash. Makes sense due to the injured list factor for Paul Sewald. And there's the trade last night that sent Ramon Urias from the Orioles in exchange for Twine Palmer. Let's head over to our notifications. Fine Sand. Okay. Lists. Baseball. Carolina Kane, welcome in. Appreciate you joining us. Is Cashman done dumpster diving? He has gone a little bit more value shopping the last few days anyway, getting Slater and getting Rosario. They are targeting bullpen according to a couple of the New York beat reporters there. I still think they need a starting pitcher there. Controllable starter would be my preference. Cabrera, Keller, Ryan, those types of names are what I would be looking for if I was a member of that brass. But it sounds like they're targeting bullpen first, so we'll see where they decide to go for that bullpen. Colton City, welcome back. Let's see here. Willard, appreciate you joining us. Look, I'm hearing that the Dodgers are trading for Robert Jr. Interesting. I think they could use an outfielder, but I think their preference is Kwan first and foremost. Vientos isn't emerging anywhere. He's behind Beatty and Mauricio. Vientos' bat is... How do I put this? His contract and his bat are just as valuable, if not more valuable, to the Mets than taking on the long-term money and ability Correa has, I guess is the better way to put it there. Jacob D, I just saw this article. Maybe the Red Sox would trade Duran for Cease, Suarez, and Salas. I'm sure they'd be willing to consider that. But remember, the Red Sox just turned down a trade offer that included Dylan Cease and 2 prospects. There were some sites that said they were lower-level prospects. There was a couple of sites that said it was Salas was in that deal. Either way, I think that the Red Sox are looking for... Dylan Cease would be a nice part of the return, but they're looking for a controllable starter more than anything else in return for Jarren Duran. I doubt they would settle for something like that at the deadline. I think that's a trade that happens in the offseason. Stanley, welcome in. Will the Mets make any trades today? I would expect so. I think they'll add a center fielder, and I'm not convinced that they're done in the bullpen either. To me, they still need to add a starting pitcher, but we will see who they ultimately bring in. Yankees send down J.C. Escara, possible Bednar, Keller, Bart trade. Very interesting. Out of that group, if you got that return, you'd have to give up some nice pieces, obviously, but that would solve your need in the bullpen. It'd solve your need in the rotation as far as a controllable starter, and give you depth at catcher. An interesting option. Let's head over to MLB Trade Rumors, see if anything else is happening there. Doesn't look like it. All right, so we've got 2 trades in the book so far with 1 hour down this morning. Paul Sewald goes to the Tigers to help strengthen that bullpen just a little bit, and Shane Bieber goes to the Blue Jays to help strengthen their rotation. Some of the bigger names I'm kind of keeping an eye out for today. Mason Miller's got to be one of those names. I think there's a number of teams that are in on him. I think the price is high enough, and that there's a likelihood that he will be moved today, with the Athletics basically shopping him for the better part of 3 weeks, quite blatantly, I might add. Surprised the national media hasn't picked up on it quite as much. But he's been really good this year. I know the ERA looks a little bit inflated, but his peripheral numbers all look in line with his career averages anyway. He is a very valuable pitcher here at the deadline. Another player that I'm keeping an eye on, of course, is Stephen Kwan. He is going to be traded today. Guardians are sellers. They're looking to move him and get a nice return for his services. Dodgers are seemingly a favorite for both of those players, but we shall see. Padres shouldn't be overlooked. Rangers shouldn't be overlooked. Yankees, Mets, Cubs, I don't think should be overlooked for any of these deals. Cubs are all in at this year's deadline, but to me, they're more in the starting pitching market right now than anything else. Let's see here. Yankees don't need depth at catcher. Miners are loaded. They do have a couple of nice catchers coming, yes, but I think the trade there would be more about Keller and Bednar more than it would be for Bart. He's referencing the article the tweet that mentioned Bart was drawing interest from other teams. So maybe his name was mentioned. Maybe not even connection with the Yankees, but with another club. Rangers are supposedly looking for a third catcher, according to Jeff Wilson of the DLS Sports. Escada could be used in a trade. Possible. All right, let's clear this trade out. Let's do another trade here. I want to do a Stephen Kwan trade to the Dodgers because I think that's one of the bigger controllable pieces that will move today, and I think that's part of what one of the trades that's kind of holding up the market just a little bit. Couldn't have said that a week ago, but now it's pretty obvious they will be trading Stephen Kwan. 52 is his value. Guardians could look for offense. They could look for pitching in this deal. Dodgers have a little bit of everything. So if Jose DePaula is the first piece in this deal, I think that would be a little bit high. There is rumors about Dalton Rushing being the headliner going to the Guardians in this deal. I doubt it. If I were the Guardians, I would be looking for a number of players out of this roster. I would target Ferris. I would target Sirota. I would target Quintero. And I would target Lindsey as kind of my starting point. This trade here would be kind of difficult for the Guardians to pass up because it gets them 3 premium pieces offensively and a starting pitcher to help out in that rotation if they lose Luis Ortiz for his entire career. They're going to need somebody young coming in soon. But this would be a couple of additions to that lineup. I think Sirota anyway, would be in the majors inside of the next year. So yes, you're losing value this year, but you're gaining a very big future there with that package back. We were talking about Clase A being tagged into this deal as well. So if the Guardians wanted to trade, say, Cade Smith in this deal, instead of Clase A, obviously due to the suspension, then you go back to the Dodgers, and then you could get another one of these top-end pieces. A DePaula, a Rushing. Maybe then you could get Rushing in the deal. I think you're a little bit rich there, so maybe you go, instead of Quintero, you go a little bit cheaper for that final piece. Say like Zazueta. Gives you another starter option for the Guardians as well. I would probably do that trade if I'm the Guardians as well. With the Dodgers, I think the trade package is kind of big. Cade Smith had his issues in the 9th the other day. We'll see. Do the Angels think they're still in it? They do. That's why they made the trade for a couple of relievers. I think they're hoping to catch a little bit of fire down the stretch here. They did just win a couple of games against the Rangers before they made the trade, and then subsequently lost to the Rangers in the nightcap. So, I think they're going to be hovering around 500 through the entire year, which would be a nice step forward for the organization. I don't think they win a wild card spot. For them to get to 500, though, is a vast improvement over where I expected them to be anyway. And I would take the win and move on if I'm the Angels there. Validate the trade and post it. Kind of like that deal for both sides. The question would be, do the Dodgers believe in Cade Smith? If they do, this trade gets done. If not, they don't. Appreciate those likes. Thank you very much. Up to 122 people in the chat right now. Make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe. Only at 43 likes. Let's see if we can bump that number up here to 50 here in the next couple of minutes. If you guys are new here to the Upside, be sure to hit that like button down at the bottom of your screen, hit that subscribe, and turn on those notifications. When we do go live, you'll get a notification as well. We'll be live every single evening around 9:45 or so. We'll be live with you guys all day long here on the trade deadline. Let's see if we have any other news and notes here. Tigers are designating Matt Manning for assignment. There's a name from trade deadlines past. Buster Olney. Tigers are taking the rest of Sewald's contract. The Guardians again saving themselves some money. I heard that as well, Colton. I doubt that the Yankees move Goldschmidt in light of the Aaron Judge injury. But if there's a first baseman that they could add that would significantly upgrade this roster, I think they would. I don't think there is one on the market that would really make that work, though. I think they're going to be holding on to Goldschmidt, obviously. They're going to need the bats, any and all bats that they can get. Yankees wouldn't get much back for Escar and Goldschmidt. Probably not, but again, I don't think they'd be willing. I don't think they're looking to move either player. I think they're looking to add pieces, not subtract right now. Rosenthal, where the Padres could turn if they trade Cease. Charlie Morton is one name that's been connected there. Appreciate you interacting with us. Absolutely. That's what we do here. Do a Tigers trade next. We can do the Arenado trade that we've been talking about. Now with them getting Paul Sewald, maybe they go there and get the deal done. Tigers. Arenado negative 27 value, so he's got 44 left on his contract. So if you say throw in, I don't know, 20 million. Let's say you throw in 25 million. That's a lot of money to send to the Tigers in that deal. You'd expect a decent return in that deal if you did do something like this, though. So what could the Tigers give you? Let's look at the negative side of things first. Just see if something sticks out. They just acquired Dobnak. They're not looking to trade off their expirings. Badu, no. Margot, no. Hernandez, possibly. Hartley, B. Manning was just DFA'd. Ibanez, no. You could do futures. You do Swanson as kind of a starting pitcher piece. You do Reyes as a starting pitcher piece. You give him just a grab bag of pieces here. Silva as another one, and Salcedo as another. I think you might want one headliner out of the deal, though. So let's say you take out Silva and you go with, let's see, who would be a decent pitching prospect that they could send? Samuel Gill? Heel? Not bad. Moderate overpay, but you're getting Nolan Arenado and getting 4 nice future lottery tickets there. Oh, that's a shortstop, sorry. I thought it said SP, starting pitcher. But something along those lines is what you could see for Nolan Arenado. Besides Cabrian Hayes, who else do the Reds want? I'd imagine they're turning their attention to bullpen right now. Maton would be a nice fit. Bednar would be a great fit for them. But appreciate you joining us, James. Got 130 people with us. All right, we're very close to getting to that 50 likes. Let's see if we can bump that over the finish line there. Paul Sewell currently on the IL. Expect to join the Tigers active roster in the first part of September. Interesting. Bednar headed to Toronto. Or excuse me, not Bednar. Bieber headed to Toronto, excuse me. Morton does seem like the type of pitcher the Padres could use if they trade Dylan Cease. Get a controllable outfielder back for Cease and then fill their rotation with Morton. I think that would be a nice option. Let's Let's go over to the Cubbies here that need an ace. Say they go with the Padres. Cease. 9.1. I don't think the Cubs would do straight up Casey. That'd be. I think it's just too much of a return here. But I think that would be the piece they would want. Who else could they do this trade with for Dylan Cease to get them a controllable corner outfielder? Who else needs an ace? The Mets could use a Dylan Cease. They traded away Gilbert, though. Clifford would probably have to be the guy that would go out in the return. Not sure how feasible that really is for either team. Joshua, does Moncada have any value? I'd love him to move on. Or you'd love to move on from him? He has like a 2 or 3 value. He'd be kind of a utility player, third base only. But I think the Angels actually like him on that roster. I don't think they're actively looking to move him. I think they're going to stand pat here at the deadline. But appreciate you guys joining us. We hit the 50 like mark. Thank you guys for doing that for me. It does really help out the live when you guys interact and hit that like, subscribe, comment in the chat as well. We're up to 120 viewers, and it's only 9:20 in the morning. We're going to be live all day long through the trade deadline. We've already got 2 done so far since we've been on the air. Shane Bieber to Toronto, Paul Sewald to the Tigers. Depth bullpen piece for them, and a lottery ticket for the Blue Jays if he can actually produce. Trying to keep the network on one TV, keep that up to date for you guys as well, see what else is happening, just in case we miss something through X. You hope the Yankees get 2 starters and 2 relievers? I think they'll get 1 starter, and I think they might get 2 relievers. I doubt they get both. I doubt they add 2 starters to their staff. You still think the Pods get Miller? I think they'd have to do it in a 3-team deal. I think they're in there, just like they're in there for Duran, surprisingly. I still can't believe that they're still are staying in there as long as they have. Andrew, welcome back. Does Philly have any other righty bat outfielder other than Robert at this point? In their sights? Bader would be another one that's in their sights as well. Where else could Dylan Cease go here at the deadline if you're looking for a starter? Rangers are kind of a very loose option for that as well. I think the Red Sox would be a great option. I just think that them wanting Duran back is unreasonable, and so if they're willing to take back another piece, I think that would be a good option. You think you get one of Duran or Miller? I think Duran is more of an off-season trade. I think if you're trading Dylan Cease right now, you could probably get a really nice return. Garcia for them, 21-year-old outfielder. I'm not sure he's ready to play this season, but next year he could be your starting left fielder or starting center fielder and move over Jackson Merrill. Garcia, I think, would be a great get in return for Dylan Cease. Honestly, this is where I would try to make a trade with the Pittsburgh Pirates. You know, Pittsburgh with Mitch Keller, it sounds like they're going to hang on to him, but if I am the Pirates, I'm looking to try to get the Red Sox, Yankees, one of those teams involved in the deal here. I think the Red Sox have a nice collection of players that really fit for what I need right now. Keller would go to the Red Sox. Garcia to the Pirates. John Heyman sent out a tweet here. Let's see what he says. Mets still talking about Luis Robert Jr. Cedric Mullins also possible center field. White Sox best other options appear Phillies and Padres. Texas can sign Manning, see if Maddox can fix him. I don't think they're looking to take on projects at this point. To me, Rangers need to get a proven option at closer. They took a lot of lottery tickets in that bullpen this year, and almost all of them have hit. They did a great job building out that bullpen. I had my skepticism about the number of or the type of pitchers they were bringing in. Armstrong was one I really questioned. He's been one of the Rangers' best relievers this year. But just kind of finishing up the thought here, Keller to the Red Sox, Garcia being the first piece. I think the Pirates could make out like a bandit here if they really wanted to. I think if you did a Connolly early as a starting pitcher, give yourself somebody back for Keller, and then you do something like Mickey Romero, Yoelan Cespedes, something along those lines. Let's say Mickey Romero as a shortstop. You can play him all over the diamond, I'm sure. Your trade return ends up looking something like this. And for Boston, Garcia is their number 2 prospect. He's at AAA right now and completely blocked. There's no way he's going to get to the majors. Look at his numbers at AAA in 50 games. A 291 average and 895 OPS. He's ready. I said that they would probably put him down in the minors to start this, to finish off the year if I'm the Padres. But honestly, you could call him up right now. Let's check out his strikeout and walk numbers, see if his approach is okay. About a 33% strikeout rate. That's a little high. Walk rate is fine, but the strikeouts need to come down just a little bit, which would be the reason I would still probably keep him in the minors until he shows that the strikeout rate comes down. But that still would be a very nice return for the Pirates on Mitch Keller. Garcia could come up and be your left fielder. But if you're Dylan Cease, that'd be a nice return as well. Got 130 of you guys in the chat now. Kind of climbing up here a little bit. Appreciate you guys joining us. We'll be live all day long here at the Upside. Griffin Jax is drawing interest from the Yankees, as is David Bednar. Relief is their top priority today. There are many targets, though. Do you think the Padres could move Cronenworth? I think they could. I think they're trying to save a little bit of money, and that would be one player that they could move and see if they can perform a little bit better with those same dollars. Other options for Luis Robert, Phillies and Padres. Padres are an interesting one. I mean, if Bieber is good, he'd be a really nice number 3 in that rotation. All right, let's see. Let's do some trades. Let us know in the chat which trades you would like to see. Possible right-handed outfield bat that could be had for Ranger Suarez offer. We could do that one first. Let's go to the Padres. Suarez. Let's see here. Suarez is 3.5 valuation. Around that same value, outfielders. Bleday, Hassel. Kind of surprised his value's dropped as much as it has. Nolan Jones, that's not really moving the needle. Suzuki, you're not getting from the Cubs. Mangum from the Rays, interesting, controllable piece. Has his issues as a strikeout guy. Okay, so Suarez as a closer. Who would want a closer that has an outfield bat that they could give? Red Sox, before they made the move for Matz, would have been an interesting one. Astros could move one, but they don't really have an outfielder per se that they would be willing to move besides Melton. Let's see here. The Jays kind of fit that description that would have a piece or two that they could move in this deal. So if you trade Suarez here to the Blue Jays, beef up their bullpen, finish off their deadline. What could you get for the outfield? Luperfido possibly, Bonilla, Varsho. Maybe you do a 1-for-1 trade, Varsho for Suarez. Oh, Phillies Suarez. I don't think the Phillies would trade Ranger Suarez at all. Matt Chapman to the Cubs, maybe? I doubt it. Way too much money on that deal. To the Tigers would make some sense, but I think to the Cubs is unlikely. I think they want to give every shot to Matt Shaw to hold down that position long term, and if you bring in Chapman, that ain't happening. Not with the money that would be committed there. All right, they're going through the top 5 list on intriguing names for D-Row, it looks like. Marcell Ozuna at number 5. I do like the bat. He is performing a little bit better. Welcome in, VR. Appreciate you joining us. Oh, is that Vroom Vroom? Okay. Mariners winning this trade deadline so far. Absolutely on the American League side. Yandy Diaz is number 4. Ozuna had a couple of home runs this week anyway. He's hitting a lot better. But he's had a rough couple of months. Hip injury is a little bit of an issue for him. He's got 10-5 rights and can decline to trade pretty much anywhere. I think it's, the team is going to be the better option for him. Who ultimately has the best position, or is in the best position to give him playing time and to have the most success with him. I think that's who ultimately gets him. Yandy Diaz, I think, would be a great option at first base for somebody or a DH spot. Think Texas Rangers, think Houston Astros. Boston has also kicked the tires on him as well. He mentioned Sandy Alcantara as 3. Obviously, starting pitching is a premium at the deadline, and he's pitched well over his last 2 starts. I would say, teams like the Cubs, the Mets. I would have said the Blue Jays before Shane Bieber, but I think that's unlikely now. The Red Sox, the Yankees, the Dodgers, Padres, all in there for Sandy Alcantara. Not sure if I mentioned the Astros as well, but they're in there as well. Mason Miller, number 2. I think that one's an obvious trade that's going to happen. It's just a matter of where and how much, or what they give up in return. And then number 1 on his list was Mackenzie Gore. To me, that would be probably the Chicago Cubs. But them getting Michael Soroka already from the Nationals tells me that they didn't ultimately agree on a price for him. Around the time the reports were coming about the Chicago Cubs for Mackenzie Gore, a lot of the teams started to open their eyes to Mackenzie Gore as well. So maybe he'd be a good option for somebody out there. But I wonder if Chicago finally gets the job done and brings him in. The questions around the Cubs as far as why bring in Mackenzie Gore, the worry there is that you become too left-handed. I don't worry about that. You just need starting pitching right now, period, if you're the Cubbies. Getting close to 60 likes. Let's see if we can bump that up just a little bit. We're only 2 away. If you wouldn't mind going ahead and hitting that like and subscribe if you haven't done so already. Benny, welcome in. Do a trade where Pete Fairbanks and Yandy go to Texas. We could do that one. Welcome in, Northern. Appreciate you joining us once again. There's no way the Jays ever do that deal. They would part with Schneider or Roden. Varsho's far less valuable at a 2. Roden, I believe, is at 10. Schneider, I can't remember what his value is. Schneider... not even in their outfield mix. Utility, they got him listed as 10. Again, that's 5 times the value of Varsho on the market right now, according to baseball trade values. We'll see. Hauser, I think, would be a nice 4th starter for the Cubs, but again, they kind of already filled that role with Soroka, even though I think Hauser would be a much better option. Remember, Hauser and Robert will both move from the White Sox today. Tom, welcome in. Best fit for Kwan. Where I think he'll go is the Dodgers. Best fit for Stephen Kwan? Honestly, probably the Dodgers still. I think they have a spot for him, kind of fill that hole Conforto was supposed to this year. I think he'd be a great fit. Mariners are a team that would be interesting. Cubs should go for Yusei Kikuchi. I doubt Kikuchi moves. They're trying to stand pat there in L.A. I think the Tigers would be a good fit for Kwan, maybe. They have a top 100 prospect and have like 6 left. They do. They have a lot of prospects. I'm just telling you what baseball trade value sees. And you're looking at 2 years left of Varsho versus 4 years, 5 years of the other guys. Erica, welcome in. What do you think the Yankees will do? I think they will add a starting pitcher. I think they're targeting bullpen right now, according to multiple reports. Let's see if there's any new updates here. We've got 2 trades so far since we've been on the air. Zach Eflin is headed to the injured list, but still could be traded. Interesting. Ken Rosenthal on that one. Twins have several arms that they could deal. Really like the idea of Brock Stewart here at the deadline for somebody. I think he's going to be a great middle relief option for someone. Joe Ryan, I think, is a difference-making starter. Can you pry him out of Minnesota? Quan to San Diego? Unless it's a 3-team deal, I don't see them doing it. You'd have to find another team to take Dylan Cease. But until they do, I would say unlikely compared to a straight-up deal for the Dodgers. Damn Orioles have to be running out of spots on the IL. I mean, you can put as many guys on there as you want, I suppose, but at a certain point, I get your larger point there about the Orioles just having some bad luck. They got off to a terrible start, but they played well over the last couple of months since their managerial change. And I think if they had started the season in June, we'd be looking at them as a playoff team right now. But obviously, the first 2 months did not go very well at all for the Orioles, and they are where they are. Colom is an underrated reliever, absolutely. There was a number of teams on him yesterday. Vo, welcome in. Appreciate you joining us. Got a lot of people in our chat right now. Thank you, guys. Now over the 60 likes. Appreciate you getting us over there as well. Could you see Holby Miller to the Yankees? I doubt it. I remember the Rangers are trying to buy here at the deadline. They're not looking to sell. The only pieces I would expect them to try to sell would be a guy like John Gray, somebody where they save a little bit of money. Milner does not do that here at the deadline for them. Atlanta Braves targets, Osuna, Iglesias, Johnson, Albies. Albies the least likely of those options. But I would say Osuna is gone. I'd say Iglesias is gone. Pierce Johnson possibly. Murphy, I think, had some rumors around him earlier this trade deadline season. I still see it as unlikely for them, and Bummer, kind of middling bullpen option as well. So Maton in one trade, then Fairbanks and Osuna could Texas swing that. Maton, I don't think would come. I don't think Maton's the pitcher Texas would be targeting, let alone the Josh Young part of it. Not that players hold grudges against one another, but he doesn't really possess what the Rangers are looking for at the deadline. But as far as the stack, I think you mentioned. Trying to see what did you mention earlier? Trying to scroll through your comment there. You had 2 players that you were going to send. It was I must have missed it. Do Cardinals sell anything else today? Yes. Maton, I think they're looking at Newt Bar. They're looking at Donovan. Donovan, I think, gets the biggest return if they do trade him. A lot of teams have been chasing him for years, so that would be an interesting target here. Mark Feinsand talking about the latest on Stephen Kwan right now on MLB Network. Let's go ahead and clear this trade out of here. Let's make another deal, shall we? So, this would be a deal that kind of gives a starter from the Rangers, or at least a player who's been a starter all his career anyway, from the Rangers, frees up finances for the deadline for them as well. And that would be John Gray, obviously. 0.4 value. He does have a little bit of positive value here. Teams that need starting pitching, like a number 4 or 5 starter, I think would be the best fit for him. So where could he go? I think the Blue Jays solidified their rotation. They don't need anything. Brewers are good. Cubs, I think, could have used a better option than Soroka, like a John Gray. They chose their direction. Dodgers don't have any use for him. Mariners, no. Mets, possibly, but unlikely. But the Padres could be an interesting option, but they're not looking to take on money, so unlikely there. Reds did their trade with Zach Little. Red Sox could use a cost-effective option, but that's not really a cost-effective one. Yankees, if they decide to go to the rental market, could be an interesting fit there. Tigers at the back end of their rotation. The Reds may double up on starters. I think that would be an interesting team for John Gray. Kind of a, hey, we need a starting pitcher, so we made the trade for Zach Little. Now we add John Gray. I think they do need a couple of starters here. As far as a return, I don't think they would give up much because they're taking on the money here. So, for instance, you could do like a Alponte, shortstop. We'll keep that as the third piece. And then the Rangers go out there and get a reliever from the Pirates, David Bednar. I think that's the one that they would really like to get done. I think that's their top target. Alponte goes to the Pirates. Rangers trade Osuna. And then I think they trade one more piece. Cam Cauley to the Pirates as well. So they offload a little bit of money. Reds basically take a flyer on John Gray. Rangers save the money and spend it on David Bednar instead, and they get him for one more year. That's not a bad deal. Let's see. Who's not getting enough here? Not balancing enough here. Pirates are getting enough. The values are all pretty well in line here. That's not a bad deal, though. Let's head over to X and see if there's any new rumors. Dodgers get Quan Newtbar and sign Murakami. In the offseason, Murakami would be coming over. Not right now. He actually had an interview at, had a press conference anyway, at the Hall of Fame. That was kind of an interesting one. Donovan is a really good player, absolutely. Why is everyone glazing the Brewers? I've seen no mocks. We've done a few trades in the past for the Brewers. I think that a bat is really what they're looking for here. They're not really looking to make any big additions here at the deadline. So I don't think it's necessarily that everybody's just forgetting about the Brewers. I just think that they already made their addition around the periphery here. In the offseason, they did a really great job building up this roster. And it's showing, the proof is in the pudding. They're winning games. Andrew Vaughn has been a revelation for them. But I don't think they're looking to overhaul anything. Now, Marcell Osuna to me seems like the perfect fit at that DH spot, kind of in that same mold that they had interest in Adolis Garcia earlier. So that would be kind of the fit there. Fairbanks and Diaz, that was the stack that you were talking about earlier. Thank you. Appreciate that, Benny. Rangers and Rays. Diaz. And Fairbanks. Kind of the stack there to Texas. With the Rays, I think to satisfy the CBA, they take John Gray back financially for that reason. But as a result, they get a better return on their investment here So I think their demand would be probably Cole Drake would be the number 1 piece. And then because they're taking on John Gray, they might get a better number 2 piece out of it, like a DeVio. And you're close there. I think you push this deal over the edge by throwing in like an Aiden Curry, perhaps, or an Aaron Zavala, maybe an Aaron Zavala type of a player. Overpay, sure, but you're saving the money on John Gray, which is why you overpay in that type of a deal. Ozuna and Yelich back together again, yeah. Back to their Marlins days. Biggest starting pitcher is going to sit till the last 2 hours? Quite possibly, quite possibly. What could Griffin Jackson and Willie Castro to the Mariners look like? Do you think Nolan gets moved today? Arenado, I do. Welcome in David Green. Welcome in you. Cubby Knoll, welcome back. According to Ken Rosenthal, the Jays are heavily on Miller or Jax or Bednar. Interesting. If I had to guess between those 3, Bednar would be the most likely. But your tweet or your message there, Banana, Mariners, Jackson, Castro, we can do that one next. Miles Michaelis recently changed his mechanics and added 3 miles an hour to his fastball. May be of interest, but has a full no trade. Chance of trade is limited. No kidding. All right, your idea was Castro and Jax to the Mariners. All right, so what would it cost? Jax obviously is around 30. Or they dropped him down, or he's around 25, excuse me. And then Castro this morning was only around like 3, if I remember correctly. And there he is, 3.1. So you're looking 28 and change. So the Mariners probably have to include 30 and change. I think their preference would be starting pitching coming back. Harry Ford is kind of redundant. They got a catcher back in return already, but I think they're still looking for a long-term answer there at catcher, so they double up on Harry Ford, who I think could play first or another position if he ultimately is supplanted there by Tate, but Tate is still only in single A. So you get Harry Ford as kind of your centerpiece. I think Evans would be the second option. And then I think the last piece in this deal maybe a Michael Morales. They get Jax Castro in exchange for Ford, Evans, and Morales. A little bit more expensive than the Eugenio Suarez deal, but still not a bad deal either way. Let us know in the chat. Thumbs up if you do this trade, thumbs down if you don't. Mariners add to their bullpen, get their high-end reliever in Griffin Jackson, utility player in Castro, and they get a top 100-ish guy in Harry Ford. I can't remember. Is Ford actually in the top 100? I think he is. $49, yeah. His numbers recently, .297 at AAA, and he's blocked at the big league level. He wouldn't be blocked in Minnesota, that's for sure. You think it's a good trade, Jack? I kind of agree. I like that deal. Again, thumbs up in the chat right now if you guys like this deal for the Mariners, who have already added a couple of good bats, a nice bullpen piece in Ferguson. This would complete their deadline, in my opinion. Thumbs up, Banana. Thank you, thank you. I don't think they would do Sinja instead of Ford there. I think Ford is the centerpiece. Sinja is a little too low value. But I do get the idea, pitching, etc. All right. What's Pete's Fairbanks contract look like? I believe he's got a year left, if I remember correctly. There was a lot of Cubs fans in the stream last night talking about pivoting to Arenado after missing on Eugenio. I was surprised, but I started thinking about it. That might make sense. I mean, unless you're willing to move off of Matt Shaw and trade him for a controllable starter, that's the only way that would make sense to me. You're taking away his second best defensive position because Horner's got the other one. But I think Shaw is going to be the third baseman. Period for the Cubbies. I think they need to bring in a utility guy for the young guys when they do struggle in the postseason stretch, just like they always do. But this would be kind of the finishing piece here for the Mariners in this deal. If the Cubs did get Arenado, I think that would be them trading away Shaw to get that to happen, which I doubt. I think they view Shaw as an integral piece for their future. Do I think Nolan gets moved today? Possibly. If I had to put a percentage on it, I'd probably say 40% he does get moved. Got 125 of you guys with us right now. Be sure to hit that like and subscribe if you haven't done so already. At 63, let's see if we can bump that up to 65 here in the next couple of minutes. All it takes is two of you guys hitting that little thumbs up. We're going to be live all day long here at the Upside, so make sure you guys join us and stick with us as we'll break down every trade as they happen. I don't think Dipoto would do Ford for a reliever. He's got, 2 years left to control as well, and you're getting a utility player out of it as well. So do I think his preference would be a more impactful player like a starter or everyday player? Sure. But I think when you've already done you've already finished the easy shopping, getting the rentals, and you got away with great deals, now you pay a premium to bring in Jacks. I still think their bullpen doesn't need a Griffin Jacks, but I think he'd be another great upgrade that would certainly help them propel them to a really nice chance to win the series this season. Let's check out X and see if anything else is going on. Astros are talking on Alcantara and Cease. We got a video coming out about that in about 9 minutes. So those of you who are working and unable to watch the entirety of the stream, we'll have a short little 15-second clip on that one, basically just saying that they are looking at those two players. Made a bunch of videos, tried bringing you guys into the chat to enjoy the trade deadline with us here at the Upside. The Astros and the pursuit of the Astros anyway for Cease and Alcantara is the next one coming up. If you guys want to like and share that one, you can, or if you want to share the stream with your friends. I'm telling you guys, the more you guys like the stream, the more you guys interact in the chat, the better this thing gets. It's a lot more fun the more you guys interact with us. We are driven by what you guys are, what's going on in the trade market, of course. That's kind of the topic, obviously. But, you guys make it more fun by interacting, throwing your trade ideas out there, seeing what actually sticks, what makes sense, reacting to these trades in real time. Smart or dumb trades. He doesn't really trade top prospects, period, but I think he would as kind of a finishing move. If he views this roster as a World Series contender, then I think he would invest a top 100 piece. But I think that's the price. Remember, Duran, they're asking for 2 top 100 guys. Mick Abel was in the top 100 before all the draft picks got added in, so essentially they got their price in getting Tate and Abel. And I think they're looking for a similar return here for Griffin Jacks. And this is only getting one of those guys in Harry Ford. So prices are high for relievers. You got to give to get. So we'll see what they do. Paredes is out for the year, torn quad. Ouchies. I watched that injury live anyway. It looked pretty bad when it happened. They were thinking it was going to be a significant one that would keep him out at least a month and a half, and most of the reports out there now are basically like, yeah, he's done. Anthony Michael, can you do a trade where the Marlins send Bender and Calvin Faucher to the Padres? I think the Padres are looking bigger game there. I think if they're looking for a trade with the Marlins, their target would probably be Sandy Alcantara as a controllable asset for their rotation. I think they would be looking at Stowers as a possibility. Not that they have the assets to get him, but I think that's what they're ultimately looking for. John, where do I think O'Hearn goes? My guess is probably the Cubs right now. They need a bat, and he kind of fits that kind of description of what they need. I'm sure a utility player would probably fit a little bit better, like Castro. But there's only one of those players going around, and I think he's going to end up on another club somewhere that's willing to overpay for his services. You think the Bieber trade was the biggest overpay we've seen thus far? Cal Steven is awesome, and Bieber hasn't made a start yet. Certainly a risky move. They are selling high though on Stefan, who's starting to really emerge recently into the top 5 of the Blue Jay system. But Bieber's only thrown 6 starts in 2 years. He hasn't thrown a pitch yet this year, so it is a big risk. That's for sure. JP Gaming, welcome in, welcome in. Appreciate you joining us. Steve, welcome in. Appreciate you joining us as well. Mashefi, thank you for joining us as well. Osuna to Texas, I think if they find a way to offload Jock Peterson, I think that's a possibility. Otherwise, I don't see how the roster really fits with having 2 full-time DHs on the roster. Do you have any updates on if Miami has to lower their price on both Sandy or Edward today because the asking prices they're looking for were between 5 to 15 top 15 prospects? I don't think they necessarily have to lower their price. I think Cabrera is going to still demand a high return on a deal, and I think they will get it. I think Alcantara is likely to move now at the deadline after his last 2 starts, and I think they'll still get a nice return for him. Do I think they'll get as good as they were hoping for, say, a couple of years ago? Hell no. But they'll still get a nice return. Cub trade for Tucker is looking better for Chicago. They traded 2 players who are out for the year and hitting a 258 hitter. Well, I'll put it this way. Cam Smith looks like a nice, at least a role player for the Astros going forward. He has the makings of being more than that, though. I'd still say the Astros made out like a bandit because you're going to have Paredes next year as well. Now, the Cubs, they were all in this year. That's why they made the trade for Kyle Tucker. So, this thing is all going to depend on how good they do in October. Because if they just play well in the regular season and don't end up winning a wild card spot, which is unlikely, but they should be in the wild card and don't advance in the postseason, it's going to be seen as a lost season. Mackenzie Gore, I think, would be probably the best option for them to try to go out there and add here at the deadline. I think Dylan Cease is in the market as well for the Chicago Cubs if they want to upgrade that rotation, which they absolutely must do. Quan to the Phillies, I think that's their top target. Wishful thinking target. They're unwilling to move Andrew Painter, and until they are, I don't think he would be going to the Philadelphia Phillies, which is why I think the Dodgers would be willing to part with the prospects necessary to get Stephen Kwan. But I think they end up with either Robert or Mullins there in Philadelphia. Arenado to Detroit next before 6. Honestly, I'd kind of be looking for that one next out of the St. Louis Cardinals to offload that money. Money takes some time to usually work out, so those deals usually happen a little bit in advance of the deadline. So it would make some sense there. Is there a situation where one of the Yankees outfielders don't move? Honestly, I don't think the Yankees would necessarily move any of their outfielders. I think they're going to go with what they got and hope Aaron Judge is healthy the rest of the way. I think they need to add to their bullpen. I think they need to add to that starting staff, and I think they'll add to both. Correa to the Cubs could happen. Unlikely. Again, money issue, blocking of Shaw. The only way they move Shaw is if they're getting a starting pitcher, and if they do that, maybe that makes sense for Correa, but unlikely again. Until Tucker signs the Yankees next year. FRPC, appreciate you joining us. Your lounge for NBA talk instead of trading top-tier talent away. Is there a trade to infuse more talent into their roster? For the Red Sox? Well, they could trade Garcia. That's the one piece I think is ready at the AAA level that they could try to bring in a controllable starter. I think the Marlins would be a great trade partner for them for Sandy Alcantara in that regard. If they bring in Sandy, they trade Garcia and maybe another lower-level farm piece away in that deal to help upgrade their rotation. Sonny Gray, value it, and if you think it's realistic to move him and to who. I think it's unrealistic. Has a $35 million contract next year he will be picking up. His performance on the field just doesn't dictate it. He's more of a good veteran and on a bad ball club, which is where he's already at with the St. Louis Cardinals, who've had a nice year, but I think the writing is on the wall that they will be selling and have already sold Helsley and others away so far, and they will continue their tail-down process at the deadline. But I don't, unless they're going to take on the majority of that contract for Gray, there's no sense in making that deal. In the offseason, if Gray has a good second half here, maybe they try to offload him as an expiring contract this offseason. Osuna to the Padres because he's a cheap buy, possibly, but I'm not sure he really fits as far as the lineup construction. He's got 10-5 right, so unless he's playing every day, I don't think he ultimately goes to any number of teams out there. Let's see here. Roman Beer Podcast, welcome in. Or Morning Beer Podcast, welcome in. Roman Laureano and Charlie Morton to the Mets for Acuna and 2 prospects. That's actually a pretty good deal. I would do that probably for both sides. Mets solidify their rotation a little bit and get a cheaper center fielder. That would take them out of the Robert, out of the Mullins, out of the Quan sweepstakes. Justin, welcome in. It's trade deadline day for other teams here in LA. It's a Thursday. Brennan, all the Jays beat writers are talking about Miller right now, by the way. Interesting. I mean, he would be the most impactful arm that would be available. Bieber and Bieber. That's funny. Buster only potential Mariners lineup. Crawford, Rodriguez, Raleigh, Suarez, Naylor, Rosarena. Rosarena hitting 6th in that lineup there. That's pretty good. And Canzone, 8. Young's finally coming through. They are pretty balanced. A lot of lefties in that lineup, though. The switch hitters there of Raleigh and Polanco make it a little bit better. That's a lot of lefties. You wonder if the Yankees are waiting for a completion of their afternoon game to make any move? No. Remember, the deadline is only around 4 or 5 o'clock, depending on which time zone you're in. And I don't think they're going to be waiting that long. I think they want to get these deals done. I would guess they get done in advance of the trade deadline. Remember, you don't actually have to add them to your roster until they report to your team. Is there a situation where the Yankees move it out, where a Yankee outfielder doesn't move? Grisham, Bellinger, Dominguez, Slater currently, Judge back soon, but again, Judge will be a DH. Stanton would be in that mix as well. Jones could come up. That's a total of 7. Honestly, I don't think they move one of them. I mean, they do have a glut of them, and they should trade one of them, but there's too much value there for Bellinger to your team. Dominguez is the future, so unless you're trading for a controllable asset and Dominguez is the ask, I think I'd hold on to Dominguez. Slater you just acquired, you're not turning him around and flipping him. Jones, of course, you'd really prefer to hold on to, so maybe there could be something there. Stanton has no trade value, and you're not trading Judge. Grissom is a good defensive center fielder for you. You're not moving him, so it's tough to see them moving a bat unless it's Dominguez for a better starting pitcher. Bolo, welcome in. What do you think of the Giants? Could they trade, or could they get, what could they get for starting pitcher Ray and Doval? I think they could get some nice options there. Uh-oh. Here we go. Mason Miller trade. San Diego Padres get it done. Let's see. That's trade number 3 of the day. Jeff Passan with it. And J.P. Sears. So this means it's probably going to be a 3-team deal. This is probably the replacement for Cease in the rotation and Sears. Mason Miller was absolutely going to get traded. Bob Nightingale. Astros trade talks for the Twins. Carlos Correa are dead. But we get a big trade here. The best reliever left on the market, Mason Miller, headed to the Padres. There's always the flexibility of moving him to a starting rotation next year. I doubt they do that this year. Here is the return. Is it a 3-team deal? Or are they going straight prospects here? They are giving up their top prospect. Wow. Number 3 overall prospect in the game. Leo Dallas DeVries goes in this deal. You did tell us, Jacob. I am stunned, though, that they're doing that. The controllability of both of those pieces makes some sense for them. But wow. What a deal. Let's do the math on it real quick just to see what it looks like. Mason Miller, J.P. Sears to the Padres for their top prospect, DeVries. Wow. Wow. Number 3 in the game. Miller goes in this deal. Sears goes in this deal. Got to wonder about salary retention a little bit on Sears, but not much. They don't make a lot of money this year. But they're giving up DeVries. Could be just a straight baseball trade here. He's 17 years old, so he's many, many years away. Honestly, the value is there without a third team. I'm just surprised they took back the shortstop. I get the value is there, but they don't get a starting pitcher out of this? Are they going to reroute DeVries to another team in the future for a starter? Is that their thinking? But what a trade. Let us know if you guys like this trade. Mason Miller, JP Sears go to the Padres in exchange for their number one prospect, number 3 in the game, Leonidas DeVries. That's the second top 100 prospect traded and the first inside of the top 10 in almost 10 years. David, welcome in. LT Traveler, welcome in. Casey doesn't get you Jacks as a joke. I screw, but they're whack. They're not that bad. I mean, their values are pretty good, actually. Casey's value is getting higher and higher. They've raised it from around 10 about a month ago. He's up to around 17, but Jacks still is a proven commodity in Major League Baseball. Casey is not. But look at that trade right there. What an incredible deal for the Padres. I mean, they do have shortstop pretty much locked up with Bogarts, unfortunately. But that's a really nice deal. They add to another elite arm to that bullpen. I mean, just think about that bullpen. You got Suarez, Adam, Morahone, and now Miller. I think they're probably going to trade Suarez now at this point. Miller's probably going to be their closer. They save the money there on Suarez and save the money, guys. Stocking up bullpen for a Suarez trade, absolutely. Holy overpay. It's not a huge overpay. It's actually fairly close value. But I'm just surprised that, the top prospect being Leonidas DeVries and not some other rerouting of prospects to get them some starting pitching. He is so young, you could eventually get the starting pitching for him, I suppose, but you also take the risk of the prospect getting injured or any number of other things, but wow. Detroit needs a third baseman, high-end reliever. I think they'll get a third baseman somewhere. Thank goodness he didn't go to the Dodgers, Suarez to the Jays for an outfielder. I think that's a possibility. I think there's going to be an opening now for Dylan Cease to be traded. It's an overpay. I mean, look at it. It's a minor overpay, if anything, but, I mean, you're giving up one piece that's 17 years old for 3 years of a starter proven at the Major League level, 4 years of an elite closer at the Major League level. I have my doubts as far as the quality of JP Sears, sure. I don't have the doubts as far as Mason Miller. Padres absolutely win this trade, though. I mean, in 2 years, you could then turn around Mason Miller for something like this anyway. That's all they got. Wow. Let me look at DeVries and just see what he's actually got, what he's done anyway. Number 3 prospect, high A, hitting 245, 767 OPS. 52 walks, 72 strikeouts. His approach could be better. But it's only 17. Plus 3 pitching prospects? Uh-oh. Is there more? That is a massive... And 3 pitchers. Bob Nightingale says there are 3 pitchers. Jeff Passan is well on it. So what are the 3 pitchers? Now this deal is starting to look a little bit better for the Padres, or for the Athletics, excuse me. I love DeVries as a prospect, but that seemed a little bit light. So what are the 3 prospects? Let's see if anybody's got it yet. I'm going to laugh if they take on money contracts. Save the Padres all kinds of money in this deal. Say they took back Yu Darvish or something like that. That'd be crazy. An even bigger win for the Padres if they did that. But what are the... I'm guessing they're going to be prospects, but who would they be? Just refreshing to see if anybody's named in the names yet. Nobody yet. Let's go at this trade here. We're already pretty close as far as value. It's going to be an overpaid, yes. They don't really have top options, so I would guess Mayfield. I would guess Bergert. I would guess Cruz. Now it might be fair. Yeah, that would be a bit of an overpay, yes. Cash Merrifield, you think that's one of the names? Let's see. Biggest trade of the day by far. Honestly, I think this has a chance to be the biggest trade of the entire day. Got 150 people in here right now. Be sure to hit that like and subscribe. Just had a huge trade go down with the Padres still working to find out the details. Looks like Mason Miller and J.P. Sears are headed to the Padres in exchange for the number 3 prospect in the game, a 17-year-old shortstop, Leonardo DeVries, who's at high A right now. The A's fleeced the Padres. I think if they had just gotten DeVries, I think the Padres would have done really well, but they're getting 3 starters out of it as well. I'm curious what the 3 starters are. Theo, this is Chaos trying to follow along during work, still trying to process the Bieber deal. Still feel like the Jays do another big move. I think so as well. You think it's going to be Mayfield, Mendez, and Nunez? Oh, we got another tweet. This one from Fine Sand. Let's see what it is. That's an old notification of 3 minutes. I say old, 3 minutes ago. Padres trade more of their vanishing one talented farm prospects for what, another loss to the Dodgers? No, I'm not working today. I'll be live all day long, so hoping to see some really big trades today. And there he is right there for San Diego. Showing dominance at high A. Potential future star. The A's are certainly doing a heck of a job. Cards in Detroit next for Arenado? Quite possibly. Purist, welcome back. I think you were in our chat the whole time, but I appreciate you doing that super chat earlier. Just wanted to thank you one more time. That was really generous of you. I know Dave Dombrowski said they're done getting bullpen pieces, but do you think the Phillies still add a reliever? I wouldn't say the door's closed on it, but I think their priority is now shifted to adding a bat. They're still a little weak after what the Padres just did. Padres now have a really good bullpen. It's because he's too young. Welcome in, Michael. Been a minute since I've seen you in our chat. Appreciate you coming back. Looks like you slept in your chair. Nah, I went and had a nice rest. Had an omelet this morning. Spent some time with the missus. Made a bunch of videos. We posted 2 of them already this morning. Willard, do you think the Astros get Dylan or Correa or Sandy? I think they get one of those 3. Most likely Dylan or Sandy Alcantara. Come on, let's get these names. Let's look at what the A's have to work with going forward now. They already have a really good young offensive core. You got 2 pitchers, and now you get a really top-end offensive piece still in the farm system as well. Certainly does keep this farm system going there. A lot of guys getting to that AAA level. for the A's. They're all getting to the big club at just the right time, though. The A's should be really good really quickly here. Offense is already there. Declan, welcome back. Appreciate you joining us once again. Glad you're back. I do remember, though. Only Cease and Suarez likely to be traded. No kidding. I think this trade makes those trades happen. Saves the finance guys all the money. They finally get their cake and get to eat it too out there in San Diego. 163 of you guys with us right now. Hit that like on the bottom of your video. It goes a long way to helping us out. Hit that thumbs up. Hit that subscribe as well. We're only at 81. Let's see if we can bump that over 90 here in the next couple of minutes. Only at 81 likes. Let's see if we can bump up those like numbers. Dodgers losing this deadline. I still think they're going to get Quan. I still think they'll do just fine. And remember, even with all their struggles, they're still among the best teams in baseball so far this season. Ohtani had cramps the other day is why he came out of his start, but the rotation is starting to get healthier. Snell coming back, Glasnow among others. They're getting there. I still think they need an elite arm in the bullpen now, even though they really went out this offseason and added to it. They still didn't do enough, in my opinion, with the struggles they've had back there. Cardinals may trade Nootbaar, Donovan, and Burleson. I think that'd be a heck of a trade deadline for them if they traded one of those guys, let alone all three. You're a happy Phillies fan now that Duran is here, but someone else has to come to us. I think you're looking center field more than anything else. Let's see if they have the names yet for who the other three pitchers are in this deal. Prospects like Leo DeVries rarely get moved at the deadline. He was number 5 according to Baseball America. Highest ranked prospect traded at the deadline since Eloy Jimenez in 2017. What was it, 2015, 2016? Somewhere in there when, what's his name, Gleyber Torres, the number 1 prospect of the game, was traded. You'd love Nootbaar to the Mets. Not sure he really fits the outfield there, but, I mean, I guess any bat at this point. Trust me, Preller ain't done yet. I don't think he's done. I think we're going to see at least 2 more trades from the Padres today. Clyde, welcome in. Coral, welcome back. Are the Guardians actively shopping Quan? Yes, they said they will be trading him away before the end of the day. Crazy Idea Cardinals have several top shortstop prospects. Jason Weatherholt, Parada. What about trading Mason Wynn, who is a Gold Glove type shortstop with offensive limits? Cardinals need outfield. Dominguez, Seth Jones, not Seth Jones. Spencer Jones. I would say no. I think they're going to keep those guys until they prove themselves at the big league level. No need trading away from a big league club at this point for pieces that are seen as big pieces of your future there if you're a Cardinals fan. Preller isn't scared of trading prospects. Absolutely true. Friedman loses sleep over prospects. I doubt he loses sleep over, but he does protect them a lot more frugally than most other GMs. Rom, welcome in. What will the Cubs do? They need an ace. I think they will add one. I think they'll also add another starter here as well. Soroka could come out of the bullpen for them. Still waiting to see what the return is going to be here for Mason Miller and Sears. Any news on the Dodgers? Quan is basically what they've got their focus on right now. I think they're also talking about Mason Miller, but he goes to the Padres. I think the last thing a Padres fan wants to see is what happened with Scherzer, and he ends up on the Dodgers. But I think this deal, for a top 3 prospect, I think this deal is going to happen. I think you can rest easy, Padres fans, from that happening again. Hate being in LA right now. I mean, they're going to do something. They aren't just going to sit on their hands. Welcome in, Sean. Appreciate you joining us. What are your thoughts on the trade? Marlins sent Edward to Arizona. Interesting. They get Lawler, Waldenschmidt, Egan, and Diaz. That'd be kind of a buy-sell deadline for the Diamondbacks. I wouldn't hate it, but I think that they're going to get a better return from other clubs here at the deadline. Any news on the Tigers next? Hopefully they get a third baseman or a bullpen piece. They've already made one of the 3 trades today, bringing in Paul Sewald. So far this morning, we've had 3 trades. Shane Bieber to the Jays, Sewald to the Tigers, and now Miller and Sears to the Padres for the number 3 prospect in the game. You're hoping for Castro. I think he'd be a great get for you. Padres have had extensive talks with the Red Sox about Jarren Duran. Red Sox keep saying no. And with the Guardians about Stephen Kwan, some rival execs believe the Padres to land one of those two by day's end. Well, if they just traded Leo Tavares, the top 5 prospect in the game, I know they're looking for catcher. Do they end up trading Salas in exchange for Duran or for Kwan? Kwan, I think, would be more likely. But possible. You're saying Passan? Or not Passan. Nightingale has something? We already went over that one already. Go get Arenado for Detroit. I do like that one. We'll see if they do something like that. Let's see, got 162. We're only a few likes away from 90. Let's see if we can bump that number up if you don't mind. It's going to be a fun trade deadline today. The more you guys interact and like the video, the better this thing gets. So I'd really do appreciate it if you wouldn't mind doing that. Yes, Quan, but Preller loves Duran. True. I think he's their preference. Maybe they find a way to trade Cease somewhere, Suarez somewhere, and take the pieces there and trade him to Boston for Duran. But I think Duran is still more of an off-season trade. Happy birthday to your dad there, Sean. Mike, if you had to choose, who do you think is more likely to stay if they don't get the return they want in a trade for Sandy or Edward? Neither. I think both of those guys are gone. I think they will get their ask. This trade deadline is amazing. Well, it started out pretty dang slow. I don't think anybody would argue that. I mean, we're talking about Sunday, basically nothing when we usually get bigger trades. Monday, basically nothing. Yesterday, we finally get a little bit of movement. On Tuesday, anyway. Wednesday, we have a lot of movement. And then today, we get a couple of big ones so far. A couple of big pieces moving. Bob Nightingale on the Blue Sky thinks the Yankees or Blue Jays could land Suarez. I think that's a possibility. If we get prospects from Houston for Cease, possible as well. Maybe a Melton. Quan and bullpen to LA is a must. I think that will happen there, Chris. Welcome in. First time I think I've seen you on our chat. Really do appreciate you joining us. Be sure to hit that like and subscribe. We'll be live all day long through the trade deadline, breaking down every deal as they happen. We'll also have a recap video coming out this evening, a live that we'll be doing around 9:45, breaking down all the trade deadline action, where teams rank going into the post trade deadline season, and how the playoffs ultimately will go according to us, our predictions. We'll do those this evening as well. Big Bink, appreciate you joining us. What do you think about Marcell Ozuna trade? I'd put that at 75% right now that he gets moved. My guess would probably be the Brewers. What are pitchers and what are taking them so long? Starting pitching, I think, is really being held up by the Dylan Cease move right now as far as rentals. As far as controllable guys, I think you're looking Joe Ryan, Cabrera, Keller. That's the holdup there. There's not really any other big names that are expected to be traded on the pitching front, but there's always a surprise. And I think Miller and Sears going to the Padres would have taken some by surprise. I think the Padres being the team that gets him is a surprise that they trade a top 5 piece for him, or for those two pieces. But, I think everybody who's been watching this stream for the past couple of weeks would have understood Mason Miller was going to be traded. They were advertising him like a trade asset. They didn't use him last night because they didn't want to, risk the value of him going down in that game against the Mariners. And ultimately, he does get moved to the Padres there. Mike, welcome in. Declan, who are the best left on the board? I'd say Bednar, Suarez, Cease, some of those pitchers. I'd say Ryan, Cabrera, Keller, Kelly, Gallen. Everybody keeps forgetting about those rental opportunities from the Diamondbacks as well. I think with the A's, they could do some other interesting things with their roster. Soderstrom is kind of covered up at first base. Maybe he could be a nice bat for somebody that's looking for a first baseman. Keep an eye on them there as well. Orioles fan, sad day for me as Sellers. Very disappointing season. True. If the season had started in June, I think you'd be very happy. They'd be in playoff positioning, but obviously the first couple of months count, and they did not get off to a good start and fired their manager. How's it going? Thought I'd tune in for the stream as well. What do you think of the blockbuster trades will be at this deadline? I think we just got one, Mason Miller. I think we'll get a couple others here One of them, I think, will be one that we're not even seeing. I think Kwan will be moved here shortly. Who will Robert Suarez go to now? If I had to guess, Blue Jays seem like a perfect fit for him. I'll say the Blue Jays get Suarez. Kurt, welcome in. Klinger, I like that one. Just watched MASH the other day. I think the Phillies are going to get a bat that is not on the radar of other teams. A surprise move. Dombrowski's done it before, kind of the out-of-nowhere type of a move. Donovan, maybe. It would be a surprise, I suppose, but I think the most likely would be Kwan as far as a surprise. As far as realistic options, I think Robert and Mullins the most likely there. What would Suarez cost the Cubs? I think you're probably talking maybe the 17-year-old shortstop Juan Tomas and maybe a pitching prospect as well. Maybe Melendez. He's so bad he gives up like a home run per outing. I don't know. Suarez is still a pretty good reliever. Full trade is out. Let's see what it is. Nunez, Net, and Baez. How close was our guess? None of the three. So Nunez, come on. Net, 22-year-old starting pitcher. More breaking news on the national media side. No thank you. Don't need political stuff this afternoon, or this morning anyway. Looking for trades here. Tyson Miller, Ed Howard works for Suarez. Interesting. Wow. Just an incredible trade there. Let's see where they rank in the Padres farm system real quick. They trade their 1, their 3, their 13, and their 17 prospects. He's pitched well out of the bullpen, too, for San Diego recently. Interesting. Very interesting trade there. I would say the winner of that trade... That's a tough one because the control for 2 established major league pieces is hard to pass up on. I think both teams did really well in that deal. I think the Padres ended up giving up a little bit much as far as quantity with giving up the 3 pieces there on top of DeVries. But I think getting Mason Miller with 4 years of control, Sears with 3 more years of control, you got some questions as far as what you're going to do in the rotation after the season when Dylan Cease is up for, is going to be needing a new contract. King is going to need a new contract. Older pitchers and Musgrove and Darvish still there. Now you have Sears to at least be a solid number 3 in that rotation. I think the Padres did really well here. And Mason Miller, you could always move him into a starting role next year, but I think he's probably going to take over as the closer for the time being there in San Diego. And it gives them out of the money issues once they move Dylan Cease here at the deadline. They don't take a huge drop-off from Dylan Cease to Sears. There will be some, but not nearly the level of what it could have been. What a nice move for the Padres, though. I question the DeVries addition for the A's. I think they end up trading him at some point down the line for starting pitching. Wouldn't be surprised if Stearns goes and gets Hauser again. I wouldn't be surprised by that either. Not bad. You like Mason Miller, but a third pick in the top 100 is too much. Yeah, but you're also getting a controllable starting pitcher and 2 controllable pieces for a top 10 piece. We already looked at the trade before. Just that right there would have been about the right value, but you're giving up 3 starting pitcher prospects in return as well. A's end up pulling out just a little bit ahead, I would say, because of the starting pitcher pieces they're getting. Lottery tickets, the lot of them. But DeVries is the piece they really get out of this deal. I don't think they were going to get a better return for Miller than this. Can Yankees consider Nats closer Finnegan and starter Gore? I do like that stack Manuel. It's not a bad option. I think Gore would be the control or the years of control that the Yankees would be looking for in a big long-term trade. But you're probably talking about giving up some real pieces for that. And there's been real pushback lately, anyway, from the Yankees giving up anywhere near Lombard or Jones. And without including one or both of those guys, that deal's just not happening. Welcome in, Vinny. Appreciate you joining us. Buster only said that Preller is going to make a move for Kwan or Duran, but the Red Sox keep saying no. No kidding. I think Duran is staying there through the season. I think in the offseason there could be something there, but not right now. Unless they bowl them over. There's the full return. Feinstein, DeVries, Net, Baez, and Nunez in exchange for Miller and Sears. Miller won't be a free agent until after 29. Padres and Dodgers still in the mix for Kwan. Others still in there as well. Who could be the other teams in there? I'd say Philadelphia and the Mets are two logical ones. Teams that need offense, maybe the Rangers are somehow thinking something there. But I think Miller was kind of a special case because of his contract, making the league minimum right now. 4 years of control. Sears, league minimum range. 3 more years of control. That's a special trade there. That's one we're going to look back on in about 3 or 4 years and say, hey, that Mason Miller trade, one way or the other. Whether the A's ended up getting the superstar in DeVries out of it, or if he fell on his face and the Padres ended up getting major leaguers for a top 10 prospect. Who do you think the Dodgers would trade away for Kwan? I think they would trade away a couple of nice pieces. Ferris, Sirota, Quintaro, Lindsay, I think would be a great trade. Michael, I have a sinking feeling, the Marlins fan, that we might trade Kyle knowing our track record. That's what I'm kind of worried about. I still think I wouldn't do it, and I think the Marlins would have to be bowled over to do it. But with the prices of talent right now, I mean, if somebody's willing to offer them something crazy, they should absolutely get the deal done. Padres need a left fielder. They're still looking there. Who do you think the Dodgers? We just talked about that one, Mr. Harrigan. I think it's Mr. Harrigan, Evan Harrigan. Let's see here, Caleb. Been a while. What do the Braves do with Bummer, Iglesias, and Osuna? Sell, and sell for whatever they can get for him. Honestly. Check Heyman latest tweet about Alcantara. Tigers and Yankees among the teams still engaged with the Pirates on their available relievers. No surprise there. Bednar and Santana, the two names that they would look for there. Tigers were interested in Bednar. Yankees are starting to get interested in Bednar. Or a great get for the Oaklamento Vegas, though. I like that one. Baseball Trade Values has it as a moderate overpay. They say it's a massive price to pay for a reliever, even as one as dominant as Miller. Padres may look to stretch out Miller as a starter in the future, yes. But he did fire his biggest bullet in DeVries. But he does get the flexibility now for the starting rotation with Sears coming in, where he doesn't need a starting pitcher here at the deadline. So if he does trade Dylan Cease, he doesn't necessarily need to acquire another one in return. Declan, do you think the Phillies have a chance at Kwan? I'd say the chance for Kwan to the Phillies is like 8%, a little under 10. I think to the Dodgers is probably a 60% chance. I think to the Padres is probably more of a 20%, 15% chance. Mets at maybe 1%. And whatever the other teams are, I'm curious what those teams actually would be. Kwan with a rise would be wild. Yes, it would. Two high average, high contact players when everybody's trying to mash right now would be a very different look. Kind of a throwback. John Heyman was saying he was really looking for that, rooting for that as a baseball fan. Mr. Mwani, welcome in. What about Phil Maton or Hunter Harvey to the Rangers? Maton's not going to happen. Remember, he threw that ball that injured Josh Young's hand. Not that I think that would be the reason why. I just think the Rangers are targeting a closer first. Maton does not fit that description. And I think they're looking for more of a strikeout artist, flame-throwing guy, 100-mile-an-hour pitcher. And Maton doesn't fit that description either. I think he'd fit in really well with what the Rangers already have in their bullpen, not with what they're looking for. But the Braves do have to ship off some relievers. I do agree with you there, Big Bink. Appreciate you. If you guys are new here, be sure to hit that like and subscribe. Got about 175 of you guys with us right now, and we just crossed the 100 likes. If you guys want to bump up that number a little bit more, I'd greatly appreciate it. Trying to see if we can gain over 300 subscribers this year during a trade deadline day. Last year, we gained 275 subscribers on deadline day. Let's see if we can bump up that number this year. Every year, we cover the trade deadline from tip to tail. We'll be live 8 a.m. this morning through the end of the trade deadline. We'll take a small dinner break, and then we'll be back at 9:45, bringing you the breakdown, the grades, the predictions, the rankings, all those kinds of things with fallout from the trade deadline this evening. So be sure to hit that subscribe button right down there at the bottom of the screen. Hit that little bell to turn on the notifications when we do go live. Really do appreciate you guys joining us, though. Means a lot to us when you hit that like and subscribe, so I really do appreciate it. And thank you for those super chats earlier in the video as well. If you feel like supporting the channel, if you want to make sure we get to your comment, I know there's so many people chatting in here, but I do try to keep up with you guys. But if you want to support the channel, I would greatly appreciate that as well. Thank you guys very, very much. All right. Anthony, do you think it would make sense for the Yankees to get both Cabrera and Bender from Miami in the same trade? Honestly, I don't think it would be a bad option. I think Cabrera as a cost-controlled guy would be a great 3-4 in that rotation when Cole is healthy next year. But I think Bender would be an okay option for them in the bullpen. I think they're going a little bit bigger game hunting. With Miller now off the board, Bednar's probably the top piece that's out there as far as a trade commodity for a bullpen piece here at the deadline. Suarez is going to be in that mix as well. But those would be some of the bigger names I'd be looking at as well. A lower end option would probably be Raisel Iglesias. If you're willing to eat the contract, would be another one as well. Let's see here. Is Raisel Iglesias' contract a good opportunity for Yankees to consider a trade? If you're looking to not give up much, I suppose that would be an option. But again, I think they're looking bigger game. Clyde, Newbar or Brendan Donovan to the Tigers or Padres. Any interest there? There's a trade history between the Dodgers and Cards. True. Donovan, I think, would be the more interesting to both of those clubs. Newbar as a left fielder to the Padres would have more appeal than, say, to the Dodgers. I think the Dodgers are looking at Kwan specifically right now. I think they will get that deal done. But we'll see. I think Newbar would be a good fallback option for both of those teams. If one team misses on Kwan, they could pivot to a Newbar. Thank you for subscribing, Morning Beer. Appreciate you. Cole, you think the Mariners have any interest in trading for Bender, Foucher, or Henriquez and involving Arroyo? I'd say the Mariners are probably looking more towards a utility player, kind of like a Willie Castro type, to kind of help solidify their roster. I don't think they're really looking for an elite bullpen arm outside of maybe a Griffin Jacks level type of a piece, and none of those names that you mentioned are in that class to me. Anthony, Michael, would you be willing to give up Sebastian Walcott for Stowers? No. Now, if you were taking maybe Stowers and Cabrera in the same deal, I would think about it a little bit more, but no. Let's update the page here, see if anything else is happening at the moment. So far, we've had 3 trades so far on deadline day. Biggest one by a mile has got to be the Padres' acquisition of Mason Miller and J.P. Sears from the A's in exchange for their top prospect, number 5 prospect in the game, according to Baseball America. Number 3, according to to MLB Pipeline. But the 17-year-old shortstop DeVries goes to the A's in that deal, along with 3 minor league pitching prospects. Biggest deal of the day. Henriquez is elite but unproven. He was a DFA candidate a few years ago from the Rangers. He's kind of been a nice journeyman player over the last couple of years. Found a home with Miami this year. He's been good in kind of the sixth, seventh, eighth inning roles. He's getting an opportunity to save some games. I just wonder about his mentality to be able to handle it. If you're counting on him to be a closer wherever you're trading him to, he's not that guy. He's to me a more of a really good seventh inning option who can go longer because of his ability or his previous abilities to start games in the minors in the past as well. Padres have no plans to trade Robert Suarez, giving them the best bullpen in baseball. But I do think Dylan Cease, however, would likely be going. They say they may keep Dylan Cease after all, with JP Sears giving them plenty of depth. Padres all in. That'd be tough to see them lose Dylan Cease in free agency. But if they're trying to win this year, you hold on to Dylan Cease, I suppose, is the thought process. The other trades we saw is Shane Bieber to the Toronto Blue Jays, and we see Paul Sewald go to the Detroit Tigers. Do we see Josh Bell traded again this year? Yes, he's actually been a very good hitter for the past 2 months. In fact, he's in the top 20, I believe, in most major offensive categories, and I would expect him to be moved. Talking a little bit about Yankees and Volpe, about his defense there in New York. I don't think they necessarily do anything there, but, we've seen weirder trades happen. I think the destination here for Mason Miller is the surprise to me. But, it is A.J. Preller. They always do big things. But if they don't trade Cease and Suarez, does that jack up the price for Bednar, Finnegan, Iglesias, other closers that are out there? Cubs need Joe Ryan and Willie Castro. Welcome in Ethan. Welcome in Eric. Cubs need Cabrera and Sandy Alcantara. Cubs just need an ace at the front of that rotation. If I had my pick out of those three arms that you just mentioned, my pick would be Joe Ryan. My second choice would be Cabrera. My third would be Alcantara. Should Mets trade for Twins Bader as a defensive upgrade? I think they should look a little bit bigger, though, at Luis Robert first. Is Gallen trade possible to any team? Yes, I do think they'll be trading him. Appreciate you guys joining us. Got about 150, 160 of you guys with us right now. Be sure to hit that like and subscribe. Join us this evening after the trade deadline is over as we break down all the trades, grades, predictions, where people finish this season, who ultimately wins the series. We'll get into all those predictions in our evening show tonight. But we'll be live with you guys all afternoon long through the deadline. So be sure to tune in here to the upside and stick around. We'll be live with you guys for the better part of the day. We started at 8 a.m. We'll go through at least 6 o'clock Central. Do the Braves package some relievers together in a trade? Possibly. None of their relievers are truly highly valued, so maybe doing the quantity thing would get them a better return there. How crazy would it be if the Cubs got both Sandy and Edward at the trade deadline? Unlikely that they trade them together, but maybe two separate deals. And if the Cubs have the best offer for both of those deals, they get them done. But I do think they'll keep them separate. I doubt they put them in the same deal. There's not a prospect on the Cubs that you need to put them together for. Let's go ahead and do a Cubs trade. We'll do it for Cabrera here. His value for them is 24.5. That's very gettable. And they're looking offense here for the Cubbies. Let me update this page because it's not wanting to update my prospects here. Let me close this tab actually. Do we get another tweet here? Never say never when it comes to Preller. No kidding. A lot of people are saying that they're not going to necessarily sell here at the deadline. Cease or Suarez. Got a timeout issue on their site. Maybe their site's crashing. With everybody trying to use their site. But we did get a stunner of a deal. They're trying not to give up Dominguez, Rice, Jones, Lombard, or Schlitter. So far it's been tough. No kidding. You're going to have to give to get. Could we see Ozzie Albies moved? I think it's a possibility. I put the chances at an Albies trade probably around 10% right now. You'd rather get Kevin in a trade over Owen, and you've been saying lately that the Cubs would rather keep Owen and trade Kevin? True. I would rather have Owen Casey, though. He profiles as the more prolific player. Alcantara might be able to do more in the field, other tools that Casey doesn't have, but he can play all three outfield positions, and I think he's got a star in that bat. Who do I think the Padres get for left field? I think it could be anything from a low-cost option or a low-value option in Varsho if they do trade Suarez, all the way up to some of the better options. I think Kwan would probably be the biggest one that they could get. I think if they trade Salas there, I think they could get a deal done without having to trade Suarez or Cease in that type of a trade. Caleb, Ozzie does need to be gone. This is coming from a Braves fan. Well, I'm not sure if you've been around for some of the rants I've had about the Braves recently, but I'm really worried about the Braves and their pitching going forward. They've got nothing coming. Their top prospect, Caminiti, is in A-ball right now. The best prospect they have coming in the next couple of years is J.R. Ritchie. I think he'll be a nice option for them next year, but you look at their rotation. Strider, Sale injured right now. Lopez, Smith-Shawver, Schwellenbach, and then Grant Holmes. Not exactly a rotation that's been tearing it up in the National League. I think they've got some nice potential, but I need somebody who's a bona fide number 2, a bona fide number 3, especially if Sale leaves in a year or so. They don't have much coming. Hopefully some of those pitchers develop and become something you can count on in the future. But right now, the Braves just don't have a lot going on in their minor league system. So trading from their position of strength, being any of their offensive pieces, who, by the way, have all underperformed at varying levels the last couple of years, that's been an issue for the Braves. They locked up all these guys. They were supposed to have a great offense, and their offense, while it's had its good pieces, has not functioned as well as they had hoped over the last couple of years. So if you did trade an Albies, a Olsen, a Riley, something along those lines for some starting pitching, that might keep you around in your contending window. But until they add some starting pitching, I'm going to have my doubts about that Braves team going forward. That's one team I think needs to address that rotation in a meaningful way. We'll see if they do a little bit of buying and selling here at the deadline. But, to me, starting rotation has got to be a concern there for Atlanta. And until they address their pipeline there, until they address what they have on that roster, I'm going to continue to have serious questions about the Braves' ability to compete in a very competitive division. And, oh, by the way, Marlins are up and coming. You got the Nationals who are going to spend this offseason. They should be better as well. There is a world in which the Atlanta Braves are on the outside of that division looking inside of the next year or two. But we shall see. Paul, welcome in. Will the Rangers do anything? Rangers will add a closer of some type. Bednar is the one they would really like, but there's a couple others that they're at least targeting as well. Halverson from the Rockies, Fairbanks from the Rays. There's a couple other options as well. Finnegan from the Nationals to varying levels of interest. Let's see here. Go Braves, go Tigers. We'll see if the Tigers add that third baseman or another reliever here. I like the addition of Sewald, but he's not going to be around until September, it looks like. This is the equivalent of trading Sebastian Walcott and Moore for a premium closer and a back-of-the-rotation piece. I would say, yeah, it would be in that same vein. But I don't think they'd be looking rotation piece. I think if you got, say, Miller and Soderstrom out of it, then Walcott would be an interesting trade there. If Seattle wants a utility type, Texas, will you trade Duran for Kirby, Gilbert, and Evans? Duran will be tomorrow, and he can walk across the field and be like the Baltimore player the other day. If the Mariners did that, we need to test them. You're not getting... Duran could be thrown into pretty much any trade here at the deadline to kind of save a roster spot for the Rangers. Any bats for the Rangers? The low-cost, low-hanging fruit has got to be Marcell Ozuna. I would imagine they'd have to do something with Jock Peterson if they did go that direction. I think they're trying to do something bigger, though. Maybe they're the team that does the out-of-nowhere trade, but we shall see. Other bats that I could see them targeting, let's see. Yandy Diaz makes sense from the Rays. Matt Olson has been my favorite guy for them at first base, but I doubt that ultimately happens. Other bats could include, let's see here. Ryan O'Hearn, I don't necessarily like that one a whole lot for Texas either, but I think bullpen is primarily where they go here at the deadline. Any bats for the Tigers next? I still think we're looking Nolan Arenado possibilities right now. I think they're probably sifting through that. They're also trying to get a reliever first, it looks like. White Sox continue to have conversations regarding Luis Robert Jr. Mets, Phillies, and Padres are still involved to varying levels. Let's see if they fix their site. Looks like they're finally working again. Okay, so Cubbies, Marlins, and we were doing Cabrera from the Marlins to the Cubs. That gives them a really good starter in that rotation. Not sure he qualifies an ace, but certainly would be an upgrade. The return, you say you'd be happy with Alcantara. I think I would be too if I were them, because then I get Jackson Wiggins to replace in the rotation at some point down the line. And I'd still be able to get another nice piece out of the Cubs for this trade. Do you get Ballesteros? I don't think so. I think you get a little bit cheaper option here. Rojas, I think it's a little too rich. Maybe you go Justin Long, who could be a nice first baseman for you, and Tomas to round out the deal. 4 for 1. I would probably do that trade if I'm the Marlins. Cubs, they're all in this year. I think they would do that trade as well. What do you guys think? Thumbs up in the chat for this trade. Cubs get a starting pitcher, Cabrera, in exchange for 4 pieces. Alcantara, Wiggins, the 2 big pieces. Long probably is a first baseman for them next year, or could be in that first base mix for them. Tomas is the project piece that they get. I don't mind that trade. You're going to the Padres series this weekend. That'll be awesome. You're happy to see Miller. When it gets quiet, Rangers will make a move. It's been pretty quiet this entire trade deadline. Nobody really has done much of anything up until yesterday and today. Outside of the Rafi Devers trade about a month or so ago. Month and change. Oh, we got updates on Kwan. Stephen Kwan. Dennis Lin. The Guardians asked for Kwan, included Leo DeVries and more. Interesting. That makes sense as the primary piece. So you'd imagine if it's Salas, it's going to have to include even better pieces there. Which I'm not sure the Padres have enough of. Guardians ask for Kwan is DeVries and more. Daniel, I like it. Just wish the Cubs would do it. I think the Cubs will do something like that. I don't think they're going to sit idly by with Mike Soroka. If you guys are just joining us for the first time, hit that like and subscribe. We'll be live all day long. Going to try not to take a break the entire time as well. So we've been live for almost 3 hours already this morning. Posted a couple of videos already on our YouTube. About the deadline, we're only, about 5 hours away from it? 5, 6 hours, somewhere in there. When we get to around the 2 hour mark is usually where you get the last big deals to happen, and then the final 2 hours are just a glut of trades, middle of the bullpen type of moves, back rotation starters, depth pieces for the roster, fourth and fifth outfielders get traded in that final 2 hours, but it's going to come fast and furious. We've got 3 trades so far today. Sewald to the Tigers, Bieber to the Jays, Miller and Sears to the Padres for a top 5 prospect in the entire game. 6 hours left, Jacob, yeah. I'm checking the clock anyway on MLB Network, kind of following along. Making sure the network doesn't miss anything. 624 OPS. You believe San Diego's posturing that they will trade Suarez? I think there's a good chance of that as well. I mean, look at that trade. Look at that. That's what the trade deadline is all about right there, my guy. Where's another team going out there like A.J. Preller and risking it? We talked quite a bit over the last few years about A.J. Preller getting into really big situations and out of really big situations. This is them doing the same thing here. They get into Juan Soto, they get out of Juan Soto. They get in on Craig Kimbrell, Justin Upton, B.J. Upton. They get out of those situations. They do a great job with the top prospect, Leo DeVries, get into an even bigger situation with Miller and Sears. And I'd imagine one or both of these guys gets traded at some point down the line as well. Looks like the Padres really believe in what they got in that bullpen. Finances, I wonder if they find a taker for Cronenworth. If their preference is to hold on to Cease and Suarez through the deadline. Iglesias has been good for them as well. Speedway Classic this weekend. That'll be a first of its kind. That'll be interesting. I still love the Field of Dreams game. That was chills like nobody's business for a regular season game in the middle of August. Having Kevin Costner come out, the White Sox, the Yankees. That was cinema. And the way the game ended was incredible. The first game they did it. Look at that trade, though. Miller, Sears for DeVries, Net, Baez, and Nunez. Where's the next big trade? Let's go. Getting greedy here. Heyman, if the Padres can't get Kwan, they'll look at Laureano and Robert to fill an outfield need, kind of a lower cost option. Laureano would be a nice piece for them, a low cost get, and allow them to hold on to Salas. In the spirit of the Padres making their DeVries trade, what's the next, what's the out of the box trade that somebody could make? Is it Kwan? Another team jumping in there for a bat? Does J-Ram say, hey, if you're trading away Kwan, Class A is suspended, you trade away Smith, what am I sticking around here for? That's a conversation I think we'll certainly be discussing this offseason. Do the Braves finally decide to add pitching and offload some of their position player talent in order to do so? Blue Jays supposedly had interest in Miller to varying degrees. Do they go out there and get Bednar now? Or do they go even bigger game hunting? Trout to the Mets. I don't think Trout moves ever in his career. I think he's going to retire a member of the Angels. I think he stays there with the Angels. Oh, we got a report. Let's see. Feinstein reports the Astros in the mist for Cease and Alcantara. That was the talk last night. That was about an hour ago, honestly, on MLB Network. Little late with the tweet there, MLB Network. Dodgers get Skeens. I think that would be a really big out-of-nowhere deal, and they're one team that could do it and make it make sense for the Pirates to do it. Do I think it would work? Do I think it will happen? Hell no. But just to kind of show you what it would take and how easy the Dodgers could get there. while we wait for the next big trade. Skeens, they adjusted his value up to 135 now. But say he goes to the Dodgers. It's certainly going to cost you a lot. I think you start with Rushing, DePaula. If you hold out on Rushing, since he's only got 4 years left, say you do Zaire Hope instead. You go Sirota. You're going to get your pick of pretty much everything you want here. Ferris, Quintaro, and Lindsay would be the one I would try to get. How close do you get there? 135 to 133. Say instead of Ferris, because you want position players, you go with Dalton Rushing. There's your Paul Skeens trade. Basically trading almost your entire upper level minors, higher level pieces for Paul Skeens. They could do it. They have the prospects. I'm not saying they should, but that's at least a possibility. But I think the Pirates could still get a very similar package to this in 2 years, which is why I think that doesn't happen right now. Let's check out X and see if anything else is going right now. Cubs are among teams trying for Mackenzie Gore with 2+ years to go. No urgency to trade him, told. Nothing close yet. Interesting. I like the way he characterized that at the very end. Nothing close yet. That means they're actually talking turkey to where a deal could happen if they find the right deal. They're not just saying, hey, we like the idea of Mackenzie Gore. What would you be interested in doing? I'm guessing they're probably talking names quite a bit there. Another possible outfield target. Yeah. Coral, if you're the Pirates, would you do it? If I'm the Pirates, I would do it. But I think that's the same trade you could get in a couple years. So I would try to trade Keller this time, and then in a couple years I try to trade Skeens for that same package. Rangers trying to move Heim and John Gray, it looks like. John Gray I've heard of. Heim I heard earlier this season when he was struggling. But I haven't heard too many rumors around him yet. I know they're looking for a third catcher. But Heim would save them some money behind the plate as well. Brendan Lee, according to Ben Nicholson-Smith, Jays are getting a reliever and another bat before the end of the day. That kind of makes sense. I could definitely see that. Jack, Cease will be the best get in this deadline. I think Suarez is going to have something to say about that for the Mariners. I think Miller's going to have something to say about that for the Padres. I do love DeVries going to the A's, either as a star if Wilson doesn't work out for whatever reason and they have to move him to second, and then they put DeVries over there at short, or they can trade him for some starting pitching down the line. I love that addition for the A's. They got a really nice value for Miller and Sears. Best fastball velocity in the game, whiff rate 99th percentile, strikeout rate best in the game. Expected batting average 99th percentile in the game. Mason Miller is certainly going to be a great add to that Padres bullpen. Add Reynolds with Skeens if you offload the money there. Obviously, that'd be an interesting one. Rumor, Texas looking at arms from Royals. What arms would the Royals have besides the closer guy? They don't really... Carlos Estevez has blown a lot of saves this year. I don't think he's a good option. Now, Ursig would be interesting as a setup guy. But I think the Royals are trying to stand pat here at the deadline. I think they still view themselves as a team that can sneak into the wild card there. Not that they'll make noise in October, but that they could sneak in and get some of that playoff money. St. Vintage, per Buster, Mets are pursuing starter in center field heavily right now. Yes, they are. Talked about that one a few minutes back. If you guys are just joining us, be sure to hit that like and subscribe if you haven't done so already. Really do appreciate that. Thank you for all those hearts. Appreciate those. Oh, no. Dang. Little pop-ups on here. Trying to keep my notifications open on Twitter on both screens so I can see if anything does come through. Up to 113 likes already. That's pretty nice. Appreciate you guys liking the video. Nick Kurtz, Zach Geloff, Jacob Wilson, Leotis, DeVries. Yeah, they do have a nice position group coming. I love Nick Kurtz. Love Nick Kurtz. Anything about the Astros? They're still looking pitching right now. They're looking for a number 3 in that rotation. They will have one hell of an infield. Mets want a center fielder. They can have Young-Ho Lee. I doubt they would take that. Let's update it, see if anything else is going. Skeens is a future Tommy John Kennedy. Put a ton of stress on his arm from college and now in the majors. We'll see, Matt. But I think Skeens is still a great option for somebody in a few years. We appreciate you doing this all day. Thank you, my guy. I'm going to work through lunch. Not going to even have lunch, I don't think. I was tempted to have the missus do lunch for me, but kind of hard to do as a one-man show, talking and eating at the same time. I'm not going to do that in front of you guys. Make you watch me eat. Kurtz is a truly special player, though. I mean, to me, next year, he's going to be on that same level to me as Cal Raleigh, Aaron Judge, Shohei Ohtani, as far as my expectation for what he can give or what he can do in the league. He's starting to look a little bit more human the last couple of days, but he's on another level as far as talent. Lifesaver for this deadline, I agree there with this trade here going to the Padres. Who do the Giants sell? Verlander's out there. Robbie Ray is out there. Doval is out there. Those are some of the names I'm hearing. It's getting quiet here around the 11 o'clock hour. Mets at the moment view starting pitching addition as less likely than a bat, but not impossible. That tells me the Mets are going to have some issues in October with pitching. To me, they needed to bring in somebody like a Dylan Cease. I do have my convictions, I will say that, St. Vintage, but I try to see the middle of the road as best as possible. That's why the more you guys interact in this chat, the more well-rounded of a view I get as the market as a whole. All of us are baseball fans in our core, and we all have our own view of what certain prospects are like for certain teams. We value our guys a lot, whereas the other team's prospects we might not value quite as highly. The performance of another team might not value as much to what we view our team. And so having a better community where the more you guys interact with us kind of makes a better view of the game as a whole. Not just the numbers on what the StatCast numbers are or anything like that. But gives you a really good idea where players should be valued. Opportunities on the market. So that's why I really do appreciate you guys, interacting in the chat. It means a lot to me that you guys, enjoy baseball as much as I do. Dad unfortunately has to work today, so I wasn't able to, talk trade deadline with him today before it got underway. So getting to talk baseball, trade deadline with you guys is a lot of fun. The 2 highest velocity leaders among relievers this year got moved. Halverson is number 3. Halverson is number 3. Really? That's interesting to me. The reason being, with prices for relievers being so high, Bednar being the most likely one next. You have me curious about Halverson right now. MLB Network, that little graphic there, does that mean what I think it could mean? Trying to find the sheet that I was looking for. Was there the percentile leaders? There it is, percentile rankings. That was the one I was looking for. Okay. So fastball velocity, Halverson 3. They're all in that same class, but look at the effectiveness though. He is in Colorado, which is why those numbers are blue. I wonder with him getting out of Colorado, what would that do to his numbers? Very, very interesting though. What about chase percentage? Who's got a really good one? Griffin Jax. That's a big name here to watch here at the deadline. Bednar to the Rangers would be interesting. That's their top target right now. Brandon, because I really want the Astros to do something, not just trading for Urias. They will do more. They will add a starting pitcher. They will add a number 3. Don't worry, they will add one. Braves are so injured, they're getting guys like Carlos Carrasco and Eric Fetty. Yeah, that's why they made the trade for Ramon Laureano. Laureano just popped up on my phone. They made the trade for Dane Dunning as well. The Jays have 4 more Cal Stefan type pitchers in their minors. That's why they could so freely move him for Bieber. Type, yes. As successful, less so, to varying degrees. They need innings eaters. For the Mets, to me, you go up in game 1 against, say, Yamamoto or Glasnow or Ohtani if he's healthy or Snell. That's a tough 1, 2, 3, 4 to beat from the Dodgers. I think you'd be behind the 8 ball in pretty much any of those games based against those starters. But again, the health of the Dodgers is the big question. Will those guys even be healthy when you get there? And if they are, you still have Senga, you still have Peterson who's been good. You have Manaea coming back healthier now. Montas as well. Maybe you're just hoping for health being the reason to kind of push over the top there. But I still think you're behind the 8 ball starting out with that rotation. Giving yourself another number 1 option I think would be a great get. But there's not really a number 1 besides maybe a Dylan Cease. And even that, I'm not sure puts you over the top of any of those starters from the Dodgers. But I still think the Mets need to add a starter. Big series coming up between the Seattle Mariners and Texas. Absolutely. Welcome back, Brianna Thomas. Welcome in. Appreciate you joining us. First time I think I've seen you in our chat today. Do you think if the Giants going to move more players for prospects? I do think they're going to try to do a couple more sell moves. I think Verlander probably will go. I think Doval has a good chance with the prices on relief pitching. Brandon Santana or Jax coming to the Jays. Mark your words. I think that would be a good one. If I had to choose between them, I'd probably say Jax would be the better impact, obviously. But we shall see. They're saying Cubs is heating back up for Gore. I hope so. We've been talking about that one for 2 weeks here at the Upside. Astros like McNeil, but the Mets can't afford to give away someone playing center field right now. True. Crazy how Jax has such a bad hard hit rate. True. But, the strikeout, the velocity, all that stuff is there. The inability to get outs in the 9th inning would worry me if you're going to use him as a closer. But if you use him very similar to the way you use him in Minnesota, I think that'd work out just fine. Banana, talks involving Yandy Diaz are currently stalled, with the Rays demanding a high price and showing no rush to make a deal while sitting 3 games out of the wild card race. I don't think they're in a rush to get a deal done. I think they will end up moving one of Lowe or Diaz here at the deadline. I think it'd be unwise to hold on to both, but Lowe is the one on the IL right now. Diaz would be the easier one to move. But I think if they got a decent package back, like a Cole Drake plus, I think that could get the deal done if Texas decides to reach out for him. He was dead on the Padres getting Miller and Sears. Yes, you were. Welcome in, Heel. Appreciate you joining us once again. Are the Tigers making a trade next for Arenado, please? We shall see. I know you're anxious for that one, Josh. I keep seeing it in there. We'll see. Rangers looking at Joey Bart for catcher. They did so with Austin Hedges the year they went to the World Series. That would kind of fit that same mold. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they went back and got Hedges as well instead of Bart. Verlander to Strohs could be in play. Verlander is on the trade block. And two teams that I think he would fit with are actually his two former teams, the Tigers and the Astros. I doubt he would fit back with the Mets. But Verlander is, say, the number 5 starter there for Houston would be a nice get. They'd have to get the Giants to eat the majority of his money, but we'll see. Brandon Lee, according to Boone, the Yankees have their bullpen reinforcements coming back from injury. Every manager says that, but I think they're going to try to add one more big piece. Do the Twins have a starter to trade? Because I'd trade Bader back also. I mean, they have Ryan to trade. They have Pablo Lopez, but Lopez is injured right now and won't be back until late September. He's a trade candidate for in the offseason. Ryan's more of a trade candidate now and in the offseason. It would cost quite a bit. You're right there, Brandon. John Heyman and Phillies, in addition to the Padres, Reds, and others, are a potential fit. Ramon Laureano, who's having a big year, 884 OPS. O's could also hold as well as they have an option for next year. I do think Laureano will be traded, though. With the desperate need for bats in this market, he should get a nice return for what he is worth. Bieber was traded today, not yesterday. Had their graphic wrong on that site, or on the network anyway. Football right around the corner. I believe the Hall of Fame game is actually today as well, so football is coming. Braden, welcome in. But he has been bad, and I would love to have him back, but he's not been great. But as a number 5, I mean, you're not willing to take Justin Verlander lottery ticket as a 5? I would take it. And I don't even like Verlander that much. Especially if the Giants could pay down his contract for you. Welcome back, Alfonso. Appreciate you joining us. We have been live for a little over 3 hours now. 3 hours, 15, 16 minutes now. We'll be live through the deadline. We got 5 hours and 43 minutes to go until the deadline. We got about 140 of you guys with us right now. If you guys are new here, be sure to hit that like and subscribe down at the bottom of the video. Goes a long way to helping us out. The more you guys interact with the video, the more you guys put those hearts in the chat, the more you guys hit that like button. Goes a long way to helping us out here at the Upside. Really do appreciate it. I think we've seen one of the bigger trades that we'll see today. Mason Miller, J.P. Sears go to the Padres for a top 5 prospect in the game. I do think we're in line for another couple of trades in that same vein. First time we've seen a trade include a top 100 prospect in 3 years, and now we've seen 2 of them in a manner of about 12 hours. There's been so much that happened already. Yes, there has been. Let us know in the chat where you guys are watching us from. I know we have quite a bit of international folks watching us today. Ryan and Bader for Acuna, Vientos, Clifford, AJ Ewing enough for the Twins? No, not even close. I would say that, let's see. Let me see what that value would look like, actually. I don't know Ewing's value. Let me see. Twins and the Mets. You send Ryan, and you're saying the second piece in that deal would be Bader. He's all the way down at like 3 here. 3.1. Okay, so that'd be your solving 2 issues with 1 trade. The Mets, you're saying you would trade AJ Ewing, 19-year-old, 9.1. Clifford, you're saying, who was the other piece? Vientos and Acuna. Acuna's down at like 6. And then the last piece was Vientos. I mean, you're not even halfway, honestly. Now, say you take out a couple of these pieces here. Clifford you leave in there. I think you'd have to include 2 starters. So if you put Tong in this deal, I don't think you'd put McLean. But if you put Sproat in this deal, I think that'd be the 2 starters that would work for them. But then you'd have to include like a Jet Williams type of a piece back to the Twins as well. And you're still not necessarily close. So let's take out Sproat. Let's say they go McLean. That would be about the value there. Would I do that if I'm the Mets? Probably not. Would I do that if I'm the Twins? Yes, I probably would. Palm Springs, welcome in. You're watching from Detroit. Awesome. Indianapolis, Joshua, welcome back. Harner Harvey, Phil Maton linked to the Rangers. We'll see. We're a little under 6 hours until the deadline. Thank you for those likes in the chat. Really do appreciate that. Does Severino get moved? I think there's a chance of it. I think if you do that, if you're the A's, you kind of regroup in the offseason and add another pitcher just like you did this year, bringing in Springs and bringing in Severino. Dodo, sad to lose Leo, but I like the trade. I do too for the Padres. It helps them now, and they get the control on both players. You're watching from Ontario. Awesome. What would it take for the Tigers to get Nolan? The Cardinals would have to eat like $20 million of the deal, and then you could get a couple of A-ball starting pitchers out of them. Daniel, any chance the Cubs get Cabrera from the Marlins and Gore? I think you have enough to trade for one of those guys. I don't think you have enough trade pieces to get both of those guys, Daniel. No. But do I think Severino gets moved? I'd put the chances of that at like 20%. Yeah, you'd have to overpay for Ryan as well. Soccer 88, welcome in. Lucas, welcome back. Long time no see. I know you're international, so I appreciate you taking the time and joining us. Trying to remember. I know you were traveling the last time we talked anyway. I want to say like France or something like that. Mark said this before. If Texas gives Drake to Tampa, he will win Cy Young in 3 years. Yes, you did. One name I haven't heard yet is Taylor Ward. He has been mashing this year and is on an expiring deal. He's actually got 1 year left on his deal after this one, Matt. But the Angels are looking to stand pat here at the deadline after trading for 2 relievers yesterday. Do the Halos do anything? The Halos, I think, are pretty much going to stand on their feet today, or stand on their hands, sit on their hands, whatever the phrase is. Very stressed out, but do you want the Astros to make a move? They will. Your Astros will add a starting pitcher. Don't worry. My team is the Rangers. Let's go ahead and head back over to X and see if anything else is happening at the moment. We got about 5.5 hours now until the deadline. Ward's return wouldn't be too much. You're probably talking like a decent high A player, something along those lines. How do I remember that you were on board an 11-hour train ride from Prague to Paris? Well, I mean, it kind of sticks out, man. It's not every day I get somebody watching from Prague or on a train as they're traveling to Paris. That was kind of a memorable thing. Rangers, please do something. I'd really appreciate if they cut Jock. Well, remember, they're going to have to sink the cost in him next year because he's got that player option. So I think they're probably going to give him the Brad Miller treatment this year. And if he ever figures things out offensively, great. But at this point, it's a sunk thing. I think their best option would be to try to get something for, or try to offload him in the offseason, or see if somebody will just take his deal. It's going to be a hefty deal to take, though. Data, welcome in. Just found you last week. You're a great show. You use facts, not emotion. Appreciate that. Thank you, my guy. Appreciate that. I think it's the first time I've seen you in our chat, but thank you for very much for joining us and hitting that subscribe button. Means a lot. Again, we'll be live tonight at 9:45 if you guys are new here, breaking down all of the trade deadline deals, giving you guys grades. I know that's first reaction grades. You know, who knows what these trades will look like in 3 or 4 years. We'll give you an idea of what teams will ultimately make the postseason, our predictions for the postseason as well. So be sure to join us tonight as well. St. Vintage, is there any other center fielder available we haven't heard of yet? There's always a couple of names that are out of nowhere, but I think the names that are out there right now are pretty well known. Kwan, Laureano, Robert, Mullins, Bader. Those are kind of the top targets right now. To a lesser extent, Duran, because I don't expect him to move during the year. Jock has been more of a joke than an asset. Yeah, it's been pretty bad. I will say this. CY really knows pitching. I had questions about the bullpen pieces they were bringing in. I mean, they had a couple of nice options that I liked. I liked the addition of Milner. I had my questions about Armstrong. He's arguably been the second best addition they've made this offseason on the pitching side next to Milner. Robert Garcia, the trade has worked out swimmingly. I thought that would work out. But they've done a really nice job identifying pitching and getting it to succeed. Patrick Corbin, case in point. Offense, little bit to be desired, would be a nice way to put it. Mets have received a lot of calls on Marte today. No way they trade him, though. I mean, he's got to be a piece that's an impact piece for them. But, I mean, if they're willing to move him, I mean, I'd be interested. His offense numbers are up. He stayed healthy because they played him at DH. So that would be good. Declan, what would be given up for Kwan as a Phillies fan? Robert, welcome in. Hello, all in the upside. Any official transactions with the Rangers? Not as of yet. They're saying a more than likely chance Robert Jr. is traded today. Jim Bowden, my early take on the MLB trade deadline is that it's been great for baseball due to the sellers getting such strong prospect returns in trades, which in the long run really helps the parity of the sport. It's been a while since we've seen rebuilding teams do this well at the trade deadline. I agree with you there, Jim. Right-handed bat, Phillies, Robert, Laureano, Bader, Pham. Don't forget about Pham with the Pirates. Is a Corbin move on the table today? No. Corbin is staying with Texas. If I were to guess one of the Rangers to go out of that rotation, or out of that group that can be in the rotation, John Gray, from a finance standpoint, could be on the way out. Bag of chocolate chips, bat sixth, and Jock Peterson. Yeah. Brewers fan here, the fan base is freaked out. They made the 2 best deals maybe this year with Vaughn and Priester. They have pitching depth. I see them waiting until the end. I agree. I think they'll add a small piece like an Osuna. I don't think they're doing anything major. Would you trade Wynn to move up JJ? No. Cease and Suarez to Texas for Rosario and Dustin Harris. Can you mock it? I don't think they're doing that trade. I think that they would be looking for a corner outfielder in return for either of those 2 pieces, and you're not getting that. Well, the value is going to be there for you, Ethan. I don't have to mock it. I can already tell you that's a legitimate deal, or that would make sense from a value standpoint. The Padres say no without thinking twice, and it's not because Rosario's injured and Harris is an underwhelming prospect, but that they aren't getting anything that helps them right now, and they aren't getting anything in the future that they need. So I think they would immediately say no. See why your move? Absolutely. Who was the trade that we were thinking there? Phillies for Kwan? What would that look like? We can do that one. Clear this one out. Guardians and Phillies. I think this trade would probably have to center around Andrew Painter to the Guardians. I know offense is a big need there as well. If they're willing to take more of a quantity as opposed to quality approach, maybe Crawford would be the price. Escobar, Burkhalter. You're still 10 away. I don't think that would necessarily work there. I think you'd have to include one of your upper level pieces. Maybe a Miller would be the top piece. So you take out those, you put Crawford and Miller in this deal. That gets you close, and then to kind of finish off the deal, you send, I don't know, Mendez for Quan. It's not a bad deal there. Astros still in on Cease and Alcantara and still want to bat. Yes, they are heel. You think you want a homer lefty bat in the 5-hole? I think they need a bat, period. But I think starting rotation has got to be their priority right now. At least that's from what reports are saying is their priority. We'll see what they do. You think Quan will go in the 2 hours? I think so as well, Jacob. Thank you, Declan. I appreciate you as well joining us. Ethan, if the Rangers added Adolis to that trade to clear money, San Diego wants him. Rangers turn around and get Pham or Laureano to play right field. That would be a downgrade offensively. I get the finances are cleared a little bit there, but that would be a worse move for you to be able to win this year. If you're moving Adolis at this point for the Rangers, that's going to happen in the offseason. If you're looking to trade off of this roster, I think pieces that are less integral to your winning would be the likely options. You know, if you can find a taker for Jock Peterson, you'd love to find that. Not likely to happen. John Gray, Tyler Mahle, Jonah Heim would be the names I'd be looking at to trim salary rather than Adolis Garcia. Needs to work his magic soon. Yes, he does, Matt. Astros are also talking about trading for Alec Burleson, Lars Nootbaar, Brendan Donovan from the Cardinals. Can you mock any of those trades? We've done several of those before. I think the most likely one before the season would probably have been Nolan Arenado. That didn't happen. The best bat I would like out of that group would probably be Donovan still, then Burleson, then Nootbaar. I would probably go for Burleson if I was the Astros. Lower cost. Morosi tweets. Let's see what he said. It was about Helsley. The Tigers were in talks with the Cardinals for Helsley before the Mets acquired him. We pegged that one. Detroit has preferable controllable options such as Bednar, so maybe they ultimately do get him. So J-Ram won't waive the no-trade clause. Until Quan trades or is traded from the Guardians, I don't think there's any real discussion around J-Ram. I think in the offseason is when it's going to get really interesting for J-Ram. All right, so you asked to mock Burleson here. 15.8. He's actually dropped a couple of percentage points. Let's see here. Cardinals, they're looking starting pitching preferably. Maybe you could do it for a stack of Alvarez and Forcucci. Something like that for Burleson. I would like that for the Astros. Cardinals, I'd probably want a little bit more, but that's a pretty decent deal overall. Cubs getting anyone without giving up Casey. Welcome in, Rod. Appreciate you joining us. They will certainly add a starter here today. They already added Mike Soroka, but to me, they still need to add a top-of-the-rotation starter, an ace type, and I think they'll try to hold on to Casey as a replacement for Kyle Tucker if and when he leaves in free agency. Adolis still playing Gold Glove defense, so the proposed trade to San Diego wouldn't make sense. Gold Glove, I'll put in air quotes just because he has his mental lapses, throws to the wrong base sometimes. You know, he does have a cannon of an arm, and I think he'll, over tries to emphasize that, tries to show it off at times, and sometimes it burns the Rangers when he throws to the wrong base. When he throws through to home instead of throwing it to second base to stop the runner from advancing to first to second. Those types of things. Ethan, you bet that because Cease and Suarez would be better than Adolis on this current roster, Adolis batting .227, he is clutch, you'll give him his roses? I mean, Suarez and Cease would be nice for the Rangers, don't get me wrong, but I'm not giving up offense when I need more offense. Still hoping CY does something, but I'm not holding my breath at this point. I still think the Rangers will do something. There's too many arms out there that they've been connected to for them not to at least add somebody to that bullpen. Now, offense, I'm not sure they do end up adding a bat, but we shall see. I think the Mets get Hauser and Mullins. That'd be interesting. I think that'd help lengthen out their rotation, but not enough for the postseason. If Texas does nothing, it will not be CY doing it. It would be Ray Davis. Well, I don't think he's going to, allow the Rangers to go above the tax this year. The whole point was to reset the tax, and it's not just from an ownership perspective. That's why they're doing it. It's from a Chris Young standpoint is why they're doing it. They don't want to go in the tax because of the ramifications of that. So by resetting their tax this year, they can go into the tax next year. Understandably, they think they can win a series this year with how good the rotation has been, how the bullpen has been the last couple of months. But I don't think they're going to go into the tax even with this current team. What's the value of Raisel Iglesias right now? I believe it's a negative value. Tigers get another reliever. That's trade number 4. Kyle Finnegan goes to the Detroit Tigers. Yes, you are correct, David. He does go. Brendan, he does go. So does that mean Bednar's price was too high for them? I think that increases the likelihood that Bednar goes to Texas now. Finnegan was kind of my projection to go to the Tigers if they didn't get Bednar. Ha! Look at this one from John Paul Morosi. The A's are not currently discussing Tyler Soderstrom in trade talks. Yet they're going to be doing it soon, I would imagine. Because Kurtz is at first base. His natural position is first base. Outfield is kind of a lumbering guy out there. Not that he can't hold it down in a pinch, but he needs to be at first base. And I think as a first base trade option, don't be surprised if we see a surprise trade out of Tyler Soderstrom and the A's. But the Tigers end up adding Kyle Finnegan from the Nationals, our 4th trade of the day. Bednar to the Jays grows as well. I agree with you there, Brandon. Matt, okay, maybe not a Gold Glove defense, but I agree with your assessment, especially the last few weeks. That is the truth. He did have the home run robbery. That was an incredible play, but in that same game, he had 2 throwing gaffes. He's made a couple of errors over the past couple of weeks. Tigers do get Finnegan Banana. Appreciate you joining us. Got 120 of you guys with us right now. That's our 4th trade of the day since we've been on the air. Tigers with 2 of them, Jays with 1. Padres with the other. Jeff Passan. Rosenthal broke it, though, by a couple of minutes over Passan. Any Orioles moves today, Bennett? I absolutely think the Orioles will be trading lots of pieces here. Gore to Cubs is close. That's the trade we've been waiting for, honestly, for the couple weeks here. Who's saying it's close, though? That's what I'm wondering there, Ethan. I know they were discussing it, but I don't see anybody saying it was close. Surprised not many bats are getting traded? Well, they finally had the logjam clear up a little bit by having Eugenio Suarez get dealt, but there's not a whole lot of bats on the market anyway. As we get closer to the deadline, we'll see a lot of these rental options, Bader, Castro, etc., begin to get moved. Possibly, but Taijuan Walker's been good for Philly this year. Even though this trade was last night, I like Matt's to the trade for the Cardinals. I do as well. I actually really like it for the Red Sox too. Bednar market is about to heat up. You heard it on McBomb. Is Bednar under team control? He does have one more year after this year. Blaze was a good get for the Cardinals, I agree. Everybody talking about Finnegan right now. I mean, he has not pitched well recently and has not had great numbers all year long, but he is more bullpen help for a pitching-starved Detroit Tigers team. They've taken on a lot of low-value bullpen arms in the right now. Montero, Paddock, now Finnegan, kind of probably 6, 7, 8 on that closer list here at the deadline. We'll see. Brennan, Castro plus Jax makes too much sense to the Jays. True, but that also makes sense for a lot of other teams. Mariners come to mind. With hitters batting around 240, of course, pitching is coming at a premium. Yeah, but I think offense is going to be even more of a premium because guys like Kwan are few and farther between. So that's why I think that price is a little bit hung up right now. Murakami is who Texas needs in the offseason. I would love him on Texas, that's for sure. Would Kwan look great next to PCA and Kyle Tucker in the Cubs outfield? I mean, he'd look great in any outfield, sure, but I don't think the Cubs need to prioritize that. I think they need to get an ace or a front of the rotation starter, period. Not focus on a bat per se. I think a utility player might be nice, but I'm not investing the prospects in Kwan when those same prospects I could use for a Mackenzie Gore or something along those lines. And if I trade him for Kwan, I can't get a Mackenzie Gore or a Cease or anything like that. Who do I think is the best AL team? I'm going to reserve judgment until the end of the deadline, but before the deadline, I would probably have said Toronto's got to be in that mix. I'm not a believer in the Tigers this year. Yankees, before the Judge injury, probably would have been in there. I'm going to take them out of that until I see how Judge comes back and what else they do with that rotation. Honestly, I really like what the Rangers have done all year with their pitching. I think they still need to add a bat before I put them in that conversation, but I'll say Toronto's in that group, though. Finnegan still has some good potential at the back end of a bullpen. We'll see. He's thrown to like a 15 ERA in his last 7 games, an 8 ERA in his last 15, a 5.5 ERA in his last 30. He's an option in the bullpen. I'm not sure he is the option in the bullpen for a team. Montero was terrible for us, and where does Osuna go? Reds, maybe, possibly, but my pick for Osuna is probably the Brewers. Love to see Kwan in Seattle. Honestly, I think that'd be a good corner outfield spot, but I don't think they're going to give up the prospects necessary for him. I think if they make an addition of that caliber, it's going to be for probably a bullpen piece. How about Sugano and Mullins to the Mets together? I don't like either piece overwhelmingly for the Mets. Gives them depth in the starting rotation more than anything, and I don't like Mullins' arm defensively. Does Kwan have years left on his contract? He has 2 years left. A good reliever out of Atlanta would be, who could be moved, is Dylan Lee. Sure. Soderstrom maybe to Texas. He'd be an upgrade. Yes, we mocked that one about a week ago. I think he'd be a nice upgrade at first base, but currently has Jake Berger, Josh Smith, and a number of other players who played over there recently. Rowdy Tellez, among others. He certainly would be the best of that entire group. Two A-ball pitching prospects go to the Nationals in return for Finnegan. Again, we've had 4 trades so far today. We will have plenty more. Again, if you are new here, hit that like and subscribe. Really do appreciate you guys joining us today. Got 122 likes on there. Let's see if we can bump that up a little bit. 123, there we go. Thank you for that like, appreciate that. Jays have a history with Pitts making trades. They do. Verlander to Angels, that'd be interesting. Gives them a veteran for that staff again. They just got 2 veterans for their bullpen, so as long as they're not giving up anything major, I don't hate it, but I don't love it either. I think this is a year about growth for the Angels and allow those young guys to come up in the second half and take meaningful starts in a pennant race. I think would be invaluable for that team. They don't have a lot of prospects that are ready for that yet, but we'll see. Seattle, huge upgrades to the lineup at the deadline, absolutely. They just got to hope the bullpen and the rotation can be what we expected them to be coming into the year. Where do you think Charlie Morton goes, and does someone give up for him? What does someone give up for him? Nothing big. I don't think anything big would go. I think the Yankees are one team that's kicked the tires on him. Cubs are another. Padres are another. I would guess a team like New York or something like that. And as far as what the return could be, we're talking like an A-ball prospect, something like that. He's been up and down this year. Terrible for the first couple of months, good for the last month and a half, and had a couple of bad starts since. His value is very small. You like Morton to the Astros? I do as well. That would be kind of in that same vein as a Justin Verlander back of the rotation ad for them. You think MLB prospects are similar to the to NBA draft capital? Similar, yeah, I could see that. Good trade for Detroit, gave up nothing. Chris Fetter should get him back to form. We'll see. Trade is now official. Padres get it done. Miller, Sears to the A's, or from the A's to the Padres. For DeVries, Baez, Net, and Nunez. Huge trade. In case you guys are just joining us, Mason Miller and J.P. Sears were traded from the Oakland A's to the San Diego Padres for a top 5 prospect in the entire game, Leonardo DeVries. So, Padres kind of trading their top prospect and one of their few good prospects they actually have for 2 controllable pieces. Sears is controlled for 3 more years after the season, and Mason Miller for 4 more years as well. Welcome in, Sebastian. Welcome back, Texan. Appreciate you joining us as well once again. Good trade for Detroit to give up, yes. Heel, it just makes sense. You already get a catcher in Cal, and you gotten Naylor and Suarez. Why don't you give Cleveland Harry Ford for Stephen Kwan so you can have your leadoff hitter in Kwan? They already have, what is his name, J.P. Crawford. I think Kwan is obviously the better player. We'll see. Whole bunch of ads popping up on my phone. Ridiculous. Need to be able to see what's going on. Welcome back. Michael, if the Marlins don't end up trading Sandy or Edward, which do you think happens? Do you think it's because they couldn't get what they wanted, or they're going to wait until the off season? I still think both get traded. I don't think there's a world where they don't get traded right now. But if they didn't, I think it's a missed opportunity. Sandy, I think, will likely move now with his last 2 good starts there. Randall and Sales, the return for DC. Bink, it's hot outside, but the deadline stove is even hotter. Trust me, it's even hot in here. Not much airflow in here, so I had to turn on the other fan. It's a scorcher today. I'd say it's probably 85 in here the way it feels right now. My AC wasn't kicking on really as well as it is in this back room. Northern, if Toronto can get healthy down the stretch, it should be a force in the AL. I think they're already a force. They've been baseball or the American League's best team for what, 60, 70 games now? Let's update our page here and see if anything else is going on. We're up to 4 trades so far. Twins talks on Harrison Bader have intensified. Would expect him to be dealt in the next several hours. No surprise there. John, I have to really think that the Orioles are going to trade for a controllable pitcher with Kierstead involved. I mean, there has been some rumblings about the Orioles kind of buying and selling at this deadline. Maybe an Edward Cabrera being the fit there. I mean, they've come together on a trade before between the two teams. That might work. Lucas, if you're CY and you make the trades for 2 reasonably realistic pitchers, who do you move for? I would do... Honestly, I would love a stack of Bednar and Halverson at this rate. I like the velocity of Halverson, but I'm not sure I trust him in a closer role. So I'd get Bednar. I have him for next year as well, and Halverson's a good option as far as a closer if he goes down due to injury, and you still have Robert Garcia, and on the list goes. But I would try to get those 2 guys. And it wouldn't cost a whole heck of a lot for either one. I think a couple of offensive pieces to the Rockies, or to the Pirates gets the deal done. A couple of pitchers to the Rockies gets the deal done. And then you try to add a low cost bat. Or if you're still in there for some of those big names that we don't know about yet, like the Brave stuff that we've been talking about, that would be great. Jay's talking to the Rockies about Halverson, no surprise there. Rangers and Rays kind of targeting the same types of players. Bednar, Halverson, Suarez, among others. If Sale wasn't hurt, do you think the Braves would consider trading him? I do. Yop CY is going after Bader for center. I think his price is going to be too high. I think if they're looking for a 4th outfielder, 5th outfielder, you still have Haggerty. I really like him on this roster, speed guy for the Rangers right now. I don't think they necessarily need to go to the top of the market for a right-handed hitting outfielder. I think they just need to get offense, period. Pirates get Jock Peterson. They can't afford his salary. Cade Smith is available, Jack. Yes, he is. If the Mets only get Bader now, it's a fail despite the bullpen arms. I mean, they've done a nice job here at the deadline already. I think they will end up getting one of those center fielders. Bader is trash? Are you kidding? He's had a great year, defensively and offensively. Maybe in years past his offense was terrible, but this year his offense is coming through. He's got a lot of walk-off hits, a lot of clutch hits, and his average is pretty decent. His defense is all over is fantastic everywhere you put him. Center, left, right. He's very versatile. And the best part, he's been available. Lucas, man, I love Sam Haggerty. I think he should start every day. I think he would give the Rangers a different element speed-wise. But I don't see who you're starting him over. Now, if you're putting him at DH and Josh Smith over there at first, I would like that. Top defender, center field, absolutely, and a decent bat, but not enough for the Mets to offer. I agree. It's a fluke year, sure, but I mean, you're only having him for the fluke year. I'm not saying you give him a 4-year, $60 million contract. You're getting him for 1 year. He was a sneaky pickup. Really good one for the Rangers, yes. If the Rangers were selling right now at the deadline, I think he would be in that same mold as Bader at the deadline right now. I'm still waiting for some of the bigger names to move on the pitching side, specifically starting. We've seen very few starters actually move yet, and we know they're going to come. We've got 5 hours and 5 minutes until the deadline right now. But those starters have got to get moving here. About to hit noon Central. Yankees are trying to get an impact reliever without giving up Dominguez, Rice, Jones, Lombard, and Schlitter. Been tough. Andy Martino. We talked about that one about 30 minutes ago. I think their outfield mix is crowded. I think if they want to go for an elite option in the rotation or in the bullpen, like a Mason Miller before he was dealt, Dominguez might be the player as far as from that outfield mix that they could move on from, but he just screams too much of a Yankee type of player. It's tough to go out there and add significant pieces without giving up anything. Teams are going to want something of real value in return, and I think the Yankees faithful can misunderstand that sometimes. I'll put it that way. Anthony, Michael, is it possible Miami could look like Baltimore, where you're a buyer and a seller, where they trade? How would it work for Cabrera when they do a controllable hitter that's on a major league roster? That'd be kind of what the thought process would be under like the trades we were talking about a week ago with Wyatt Langford. That'd be the buying and selling there, I suppose you'd be saying. Jacob, but remember Profar's so good in the first half of the season and the second half is trash? What do you mean? You talking about last year for Profar? Profar this year was suspended, is ineligible for the postseason as well, so he's just going to live out his contract right now in Atlanta. But Profar was still pretty solid either way. But you're not paying a premium for Bader. You're only going to be giving up, an A-ball prospect at best? Let's not overdo it on Harrison Bader. He is not going to make or break whether or not your team wins the World Series, but it'll give you a good depth option. If you're counting on him to be the number 3 hitter in your lineup, yeah, you probably need to do more. But nobody's saying that's what you're getting in Harrison Bader. Rangers yet to make a move. They will. For me, it makes no sense that the Yankees do what they're doing. They're trying to get an impact reliever without giving up someone from their top system. Doesn't make any sense. And that's why they haven't added anybody yet, because they have to give to get. You actually don't remember ever being frustrated with Haggerty. I remember being frustrated with him in Seattle. He had his difficulties there, but so far for the Rangers, he's been very good. He's made one base running blunder from what I remember, but that's about it. Can't believe how high I was on the Braves this year. I think I can't, a lot of us are in that same boat. They have all the talent going into the year, but then you look and you say, well, their pitching was thin. We didn't realize just how thin until you do a deep dive on it, and it is, microscopic how little pitching they have. Tyler Scott, welcome in. Appreciate you joining us. Who do you think the Yankees get pitching? I think probably a rental is the most likely get right now. I think their preference would be a controllable piece due to Judge's injury now, but the prices are just so high for what it seems like the prices are so high for starting pitching, but we'll see. Tigers are sending pitching prospects Randall and Sales in exchange for Finnegan. Yes. Chad Green, that'd be an interesting one. No, thank you. All right, let's update our page here. We've got 4 trades so far today. John Paul Morosi, you're going to like this one, Anthony. Marlins and Yankees have had dialogue about Sandy Alcantara and Cabrera Cabrera going to the Bronx. Marlins have asked for Spencer Jones as different concepts have been discussed. That would be a hell of a get for the Marlins. If you could do a 1-for-1 trade, Alcantara for Jones, you do that right now if you're the Marlins. I'd probably say no if I am the Yankees. Cabrera, though, that's a different animal. I'd probably be willing to include Jones in that deal. Maybe get the injured Cunningham in that deal as well. Maybe Flores as a catcher instead. That'd be another possibility. Spencer Jones isn't getting moved, so it's not happening. Well, I think it'd be very difficult for the Yankees to move him, yes. But I'm never saying never with the Yankees. When will Aaron Boone get fired? He's not. He's going to stay. Yankees make no sense. Sometimes they don't, my friend. Let's not get it confused, though. Spencer Jones is not a proven major league player yet. He is a very good prospect. That is all he is. Trade deadline special has officially begun on MLB Network. We are 5 hours until the deadline. With 5 hours to go, we still got tons of pitching on the market. Very few hitters have actually moved, and a couple of relievers still out there. Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly on the rental side. Dylan Cease from the Padres still out there right now. David Bednar, Halverson, Raisel Iglesias, Robert Suarez, Jason Adam, Vodnik, Bird, Bummer, Johnson, all available still before the deadline. Is that a bad take? Honestly, I would like both of those options for the Yanks. That's kind of my expectation, is that they target out of those two. Oh, there we go. There's the trade of Harrison Bader going to the Phillies. They get their center fielder. Phillies get Harrison Bader. So that's trade number 5 of the day. Harrison Bader to Philadelphia. Twins still have tons to move. They got Castro to worry about. They've got Stewart. They got Jax. Harrison Bader is going to the Philadelphia Phillies. So that means probably Luis Robert ends up going to the New York Mets. Or Luis Robert, goes to the New York Mets. Is Michael Harris a trade in the realm of possibility? No. Inconsistent performance, down year, and then he's played really well the last few weeks with a change in his swing, but you're not trading him right now. Sebastian, could Tigers still get Bednar to make their bullpen solid? Yes, they could. Bader to the Phillies is the latest trade. It is go time. Trade deadline special, and at the noon hour, we get the Phillies making another trade. Harrison Bader from the Twins. They had already discussed a deal already for Yohan Duran, so natural that they already had discussed a lot of prospects back and forth and knew what the prices, or knew what they were willing to move. So a good get here for Philadelphia, going back to the well and getting Bader. What about Cedric Mullins? I think he's unlikely for the Mets because of Robert's availability. I think that if the Padres somehow snake Luis Robert, then Mullins becomes back on the top target there for the Mets there in center. Any good first baseman out there for the Rangers? Good first baseman, like guys I'd at least keep an eye on. An outside chance would be like Matt Olson, Tyler Soderstrom, names like that. More realistic is going to be guys like Yandy Diaz, those types of players. Mets will get Robert. I think that's going to happen. Do you think the Blue Jays are winning the AL East with the trades they made? Yes. I think they were already going to win it. There's the mention of Hunter Harvey and Phil Maton. I think they're looking a little bit bigger here. O'Hearn. I'd do Acuna and Ewing for Harris. I don't think they would trade him to the Mets, that's for sure. Is O'Hearn moving? Is that what you're trying to say? I don't see anything on O'Hearn. Showing highlights of Harrison Bader this year. I'm telling you, he's been a very good player. Philadelphia is going to love having him. Another speed guy, help on the base paths as well. Braden, welcome back. Harrison Bader does go to the Twins. Or goes from the Twins to the Phillies, excuse me. O'Hearn as a Rangers first base option. I guess I could include that as an option, kind of in that Yandy Diaz category. I don't necessarily like it, but Wilmer to the Rangers would be cool. Yeah. I'm just waiting to see some of these starting pitchers go. Now we're seeing some rental options start to move here. Top outfield options, Luis Robert, Cedric Mullins, Ramon Laureano. I'm wondering if Laureano could be that outfielder the Rangers end up acquiring, or if he ends up in San Diego. Who's my dream first base option? Matt Olson. He's the one I would want. I think it's reasonable to get him as well if they do the right thing and go after some starting pitching. I think there are a number of different ways that they could acquire it. But Matt Olson would be my dream target. Soderstrom would probably be my second. I mean, Kurtz, but there's no way Kurtz is moving. I'm just looking at Kurtz and just going, oh my God. That guy's going to be a monster, especially when that team gets to Vegas. Oh my God, he's going to be so good. Just imagine, this is him as a rookie right now. Imagine what he's going to be in 3 years when they get to Vegas. Boy, oh boy. And the Rangers don't have a first baseman to even be competing on that level. Ross, welcome in. Do the Reds actually get a bat? They did add one yesterday. I say a bat. They got more of a glove in Cabrian Hayes. They added Zach Little as well. I wouldn't be surprised if they added another bullpen piece or a starting pitcher. I think as far as a bat, though, outfield has got to be their next look there if they're looking for a hitter. Michael, I'm a fan of both the Yankees and Marlins, but I'm sick and tired of the Bronx holding onto prospects to depreciate their value when they don't have enough room on their roster to play Spencer. Yes, but they also overvalue their prospects too. So there was a time they gave the baby Judge complex to Spencer Jones. He was not ready for it, and he struggled with that. But he's certainly turned it around and certainly rehabbed himself since. John Paul Morosi, a Stephen Kwan trade today is viewed as increasingly likely. Yet don't say. That trade was close last night. I think it's just a matter of time until we get that deal done. With the Dodgers being the team as the likely fit, West Coast city, of course. I think that is the reason why we didn't get a trade early this morning. Ramon Laureano will not be in Philadelphia. You are correct. Matt Olson would be a huge for the Rangers, but probably not a chance. I put the chance of Olson at like 1%. I'm not ruling it out completely. Soderstrom I'd probably put more likely at like a 4% chance. Miller Kelly moves soon. I think that's a legitimate chance. But these pitchers have got to start moving. They're sending outfielder Hendry Mendez in return for Bader. And a righty pitcher. Nice. Twins did really well in both of those deals. Yeah, you're right there, Lucas. Kurtz absolutely torched the Astros in that game. 6 for 6, 6 runs scored, 8 RBIs, 4 home runs. He and Adoli's got to be, public enemy number 1 and 2 in Houston right now. Aaron, who do the Twins get for Bader? They got the 2 prospects there in Mendez and Valoria. Why why not make a couple of moves for some big bats if you're the Rangers? There's not a lot of big bats on the market. That's what I think CY has been trying to do, is try to prize some of these big bats out. These teams are fighting tooth and nail to hold on to these guys right now because none of them are really on the market. You have to do some work to convince Anthopoulos to be willing to move those guys. To convince to convince the Guardians to be willing to move J-Ram and for him to waive his no trade. If you're looking for that big type of a bat, It's going to take some work. And there's not really an impetus to do so for a lot of those teams here, which is why those deals are still seen as unlikely, even though I'm sure a lot of teams have tried to convince teams to give up those big bats. Stephen Kwan, Rafi Devers, probably going to be the biggest bats that we see moved today, or moved at the deadline. Doesn't make sense for the Mariners to go after Stephen Kwan. To a certain extent, yes. Jays go all in for Kwan. I don't think so. I think they would probably go more of the lower cost options here, but it's not out of the realm of possibility. They had discussed the idea of Stephen Kwan as recently as a week ago. You finally woke up with the latest news on the Astros and the Rangers. Astros still looking starting pitching. That's what they're targeting right now. Cease, Alcantara is where we left off last night. Still pretty much in that same ballpark right now. Rangers are still looking bullpen right now. And with the Tigers getting Kyle Finnegan in the last half hour, I think we end up seeing the Rangers end up with Bednar. Jays are in that group as well. Kwan to the Yankees, they already have too many outfielders. That's not going to happen. Send your thoughts and prayers to every Twins fan that's coming from a non-religious person. Hope you guys remain strong mentally. I mean, as a Twins fan, I am a Twins fan. Rangers are my number 1. Twins are my 2. I'm excited for this. I want them to sell. There's nothing wrong with selling. Let them suck. Focus on the prospects. There's always something to cheer for your team. Do you consider Devers a deadline move? Loosely. Normally, I wouldn't consider it a deadline move, though. I think Ramon Laureano will go to the Reds for Chase Penn, another prospect. No, that's way too much. How do you feel about Austin Slater move? Kind of another depth piece to help them against left-handed pitching. I don't think it really moves the needle that much for the Yanks, though. Let's see here. What about the Braves? What would the Braves get from the Brewers for Osuna? A small piece like this. Lord Bednar to Texas. That's what I want. If the Rangers do nothing else but give David Bednar here at the deadline, win. Talking a little bit of Dylan Cease on the trade deadline special on MLB Network right now. Really do appreciate you guys joining us today. Got 140 of you guys with us right now. We're almost up to 140 likes. That we've been live for about 4 hours and 15 minutes. We'll be live for another 5.5 hours, 6 hours left. So make sure you guys stick around as we're going to be live for the majority of the day today. We started at 8. We're going to go till about 6 o'clock tonight, maybe 6:37. And then we'll do another live at about 9:45 this evening, breaking down all the trades that happened today, all the trades at the deadline season here anyway. We'll give rankings as far as where teams stack up after the deadline. We'll give our playoff predictions, what's going to happen, and who ultimately wins the World Series. So all of that coming in tonight's episode. So make sure you guys hit that subscribe button down at the bottom of this video. It goes a long way to helping us. We have a goal of hitting 300 subscribers today during our trade deadline coverage. Last year, we had 275. And, after we get into the final 2 hours of the deadline, you're going to see that viewership jump from about 140 to in the 200 range into the 300 range. So if you want to get your comment read, and we're going to have a lot of people commenting, try to make it as noticeable as you can. Some people do super chats. We really do appreciate if you want to do it that way, but it's going to be a very active deadline in the final couple hours. You're going to see quite a few trades. We're already up to, 5 trades so far today? I believe we're now at 5. Bieber, Seawald, Mason Miller, Bader, and what was the other trade we just saw? Finnegan, that was the other one. So we're up to 5 trades so far today. Full return there. Number 17 prospect in the Phillies system. Clubs that need a controllable shortstop third base might look at Harnize of the A's. Always hit in the minors. A's have a plethora of shortstops, and now with DeVries, they have even more. Bolo, welcome back. Grade Urias trade to the Astros for both teams. For the Astros, I give it an A+. I love the addition of Urias. For the Orioles, I'd give it a B. I think they could have done a little bit better in return, but I do like the return, but I think Urias is just a perfect piece for the Astros, and they don't have to go out there and spend on Carlos Correa, which is an even better proposition for them. Does Miami make sense for Ramon Laureano? No, even though he's got 1 year left on his deal. Yankees act like a rich person, but they trade like a small market franchise. I like. They enjoy trolling their fans. It's like they enjoy trolling their fans to a certain degree, but I don't think that necessarily enters the chat on that one. Giants need to pick up some pace. Sell, 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 sell. I would agree. They only have a few pieces to trade here, and the pieces they have are in the areas that should be getting some movement here in the next few hours. Ryan O'Hearn? I don't think so. Chase Petty's too valuable. But I do like the idea of O'Hearn to the Reds. That actually would be kind of fitting for what they could use. See why you need 3 bullpen arms? Do something? I think they need 1 for sure. 2 would be preferable. 3 I think would be too many. Yankees viewed as the favorites for Bednar? Interesting. Who's telling you that, Ethan? Where are you seeing that one? To me, it's got to be Rangers, Jays, Yanks to some extent. CBL, get off. See why I get off your hands? I like that one. Thank you guys for liking that. Appreciate it. We're over 140 likes now. Really do appreciate you guys interacting with the channel. We've gained, it looks like, about 35 subscribers so far today. Let's see if we can bump that number up. If you haven't hit that subscribe button already, please do so. Anthony, Michael, would you be okay with the Rangers doing this, going back-to-back trades with the Marlins for Cabrera and then getting Stowers? Honestly, if they're going to do that trade, I'd rather them do one trade and do Walcott for Cabrera, Stowers, and a piece. Although the White Sox have spoken with a number of teams about Luis Robert, sources, what are you trying to say, Fine Sand? Sources say he more likely stays with Chicago through the trade deadline. They would pick up his option. What? I think that's just more bull hockey. He will be traded here at the deadline. There's no way I would hold on to him for 1 more year if I'm the White Sox. I don't care how good he's been recently. We clearly need an elite closer, and 3 elite closers win at this deadline. Rangers had the prospects to get one of those guys. Not really, unless you're including a Walcott. To me, there was the injury around Rosario as your top piece to trade. Would have hamstrung that process. I think you could have traded a Drake. I think you could have traded a Dreiling, and I think you probably could have traded a couple other smaller level pieces. But as far as top level talent, you didn't have a top 100 guy to trade for that level of talent besides Sebastian Walcott. Now, if you're trading Sebastian Walcott for Duran, you better get Byron Buxton in that deal as well, and Buxton has no trade. That was never going to happen. So while I think that the Rangers need to add a closer, an elite closer specifically, somebody who can strike out a lot of guys, fireballer, somebody who can hit that 100-mile-an-hour on the radar gun, that's a priority for the Rangers. I just don't think they matched up quite as well as some of these other teams for those top-end closers. But if they wanted to go big game hunting and go for multiple pieces, then Walcott enters the chat. The long-term option for them in right field is still Sebastian Walcott once Adolis Garcia leaves. So we'll see where they go. But I do trust in CY. He always does the right thing at the deadline, and I do expect them to add here at the deadline. We'll see which options they ultimately bring in. But they have been quiet, and I mean very quiet. Nothing has gotten out. You're out on Bednar? I mean, he's been one of the best relief pitchers in the game since, what, May? Got a year left to control. Strikeout rates are good, which is what the Rangers are targeting right now. He's really kind of the fit. Doesn't cost you nearly as much as Duran. I'm not saying he's Duran, but I am saying he'd be a good closer for the Rangers. You're the White Sox front office is run by a bunch of squirrels. Are you AJ Persinski heel? He always likes to dump on the White Sox after they let him go. At least their front office anyway, not the team, but the front office. If the White Sox keep Luis Robert Jr., it's more keep him till the offseason, recoup his value, and fix it, and then trade him during the offseason. Honestly, I don't think they would. I would not do that anyway. Like, trade him now. Why pick up the option anyway? John Gray and Duran for Osuna. Do a mock and see what the money looks like. Honestly, I think that trade would work. But Duran does nothing for the Braves as far as future years. John Gray helps them now. If John Gray was signed to an extension, I think that would be an option. Offload some money. That would be the reason why you do it. But then you're stuck with 2 DHs on your roster, which again is an issue. Jock and Ozuna. Trade deadline 4 hours and 39 minutes away. Last year he was terrible. He was terrible at the beginning of the season. Yes, that's why he went down to the minors. Fixed the issue, and now he's been good. I wouldn't say he's been good. I think he's been very good. Bob Nightingale, Suarez, who was able to get on the Mariners charter flight home to Seattle with the Diamondbacks, landing in Sacramento before the Mariners took off, will be in tonight's starting lineup against the Texas Rangers. Can you do a mock that sends Cabrera and Stowers to the Rangers? Honestly, that I don't think is completely out of the question. Let's go ahead and do it just kind of while we wait for some trade talk here. It seems that other teams like Rivera but don't love him enough to meet the Chicago's asking price. 2 $20 million options for 26-27 complicate things to an extent, with some suitors may look at him as a rental while the White Sox do not. Interesting. If they're willing to spend that kind of money on him, they do have all kinds of payroll flexibility. They don't have a lot of guys making money there. But let's go ahead and do your trade there. Marlins and Rangers. I think bullpen is still their priority rather than starting, but you could trade Cabrera for a closer, I suppose. With Miller off the market now, it doesn't really fit too well, though. So Stowers, Cabrera, in exchange for Walcott. I'm not saying I would do it, but it would be at least the starting point of a nice conversation. I'm still not sure I'd end up doing it in the end anyway, though. Mullins to the Mets. With the Robert news there, possibly. There we get another trade. Trade number 6. Twins again. Strike. Brock Stewart goes to the Los Angeles Dodgers. I love that trade for them, actually. Gives them a really good middle relief guy. They're still missing that elite closer at the back end, but with Duran off the board, Mason Miller now gone, there's not really a guy that fits that description. They're going to have to hope for better performances from Yates. They're getting Gratterall back. A couple other guys that they got to rely on here. They've spent enough. Trinan's coming back at some point. Cabrera obviously is the more valuable commodity than Bednar, but closer is what you need if you're Texas. That stadium is going to go nuts. They love Gino, true. Dodgers are among the teams interested in Quan. Maybe them getting Brock Stewart here will help increase the odds of them getting a Quan deal done. We are now at 6 trades on the day. Minor league trade, Oxbig and Harry Balls. Eh. That's that's got to be a fake one. You got me. Have John Gray and Cabrera coming out of the bullpen. Cabrera's not going to come out of the bullpen. He's a good number 3 starter for somebody. CBL at least a year or more on Rocker to the bullpen. At least this year to move Rocker to the bullpen. I just don't think they're going to move Rocker to the bullpen. They still value him too much as a starter. Huh. So I guess that likely means Mullins to the Mets, honestly. Voucher the trade with Cabrera and Kyle. Welcome in, Austin. Appreciate you joining us. Sean, will the Cubs make more trades? They will. We're still waiting for the starting pitcher market to get going. We got 4.5 hours until the deadline. Dodgers make the first trade for them today, bringing in Brock Stewart. Trying to answer the trade the Padres made, bringing in Mason Miller. Brandon, teams with good, great pieces consistently ask the Yankees about top prospect Spencer Jones. The Yankees are consistent on this too. They will only trade Jones and others in a package for Skeens. Well, if that's the case, you're not getting any of these controllable assets. None. Not one. CBL, if we're not getting an elite closer, pitchers that can pitch multiple innings out of the bullpen would be huge. True, that's kind of why I think John Gray is a valuable piece to the Texas Rangers bullpen. He's seen as kind of an average pitcher, but in a short sample size, that can really play up. It worked well his first 2 outings of the year. Did not work well his last one against the Angels. Where do I think Andrew Heaney gets traded? Pretty much anywhere that needs a back of the rotation starter or maybe a long reliever out of the bullpen. I'm just saying that the Yankees need their sights are set for higher targets. They have caviar taste with, I don't know, beanie weenie budget. I guess is the best way to put it. If you're not willing to include those pieces, you're going to get beanie weenie for dinner. Actually, that's a pretty good analogy. Nothing against beanie weenie, but you ain't getting these top options. Kenneth, Pirates already got their top prospect, Connor Griffin. We don't need Spencer Jones. They need offense, period. Wherever they can get it. Spencer Jones can play all over the place. Outfield, infield. You need offense. You can't be too choosy if you're the Pirates. So, for instance, like Keller, I don't think you're getting Keller without including one of Lombard or Jones. Probably Jones. I think Lombard would have a little too much value. CBL agree on John Gray. It would be nice to give one more like John Gray or better to pitch multiple innings out of the bullpen. But again, you have to worry about the finances here. The reason why they're thinking about moving John Gray is because of the finances involved. Same thing with Jonah Heim. That was the thought process with Adolis Garcia before he's kind of turned things around there. Just cooked a 12-pound brisket. That sounds delicious. You're not trading Skeens for Jones. I don't think you are either. I'm not saying that's his value. I'm just saying if the Yankees are going to do anything of substance, Jones or some of their other top prospects who everybody seems loath to give up, even Cam Schlitter has now entered the chat as someone Yankees fans and front office people are not willing to move on from. And while they need to start growing for the future at some point and go for some homegrown talent, if you're looking to trade for any of these top end pieces, Cabrera, Joe Ryan here at the deadline, you're not going to be able to get those guys for an injured Cunningham and a couple of A-ball prospects. It's just not going to happen. Just as a Marlins fan, I'd be okay with Lombard and Hess in exchange for Cabrera. I actually think Lombard's value is a little too high for Cabrera on that one. I think you'd have to include more. Let's update our page and see if anything else is happening. Walcott way better than Jones, no kidding. Number 4 prospect in the game versus, where does he rank? Understandably, MLB Pipeline isn't everything, but where does Jones rank anyway? I forget. Not even in the top 10, or in the top 100. I find that hard to believe. They got to fix that. Did we just get another trade? Getting a lot of notifications all of a sudden. No, it's just Evan Carter getting some stuff. All you can report is that they are working, but hemmed in by lack of financial flexibility and top-tier farm system. Wouldn't that help you make a trade if you're working with a top-tier farm system, though? Not make it harder? I get you like your own talent, but at a certain point you got a chance to win a series here. Yeah, I don't think it's been updated either. I would agree that he's probably in the top 100. Rolla, you like Harrison Bader? He's a good, solid player and having a good year. Good move for the Phillies. I agree. Christopher, welcome back. Corporal Klinger checking back in. Love MASH. I've watched that show, I don't know, from tip to tail. I've probably watched that show at least 8 times in the middle of watching it again on my break at work. Getting a lot of chats now. This is what I was telling as far as, when we get into a lot of chats here, it gets a little harder to keep up. But after the Bader trade, I still don't think the Phillies are done. They should keep shopping. I don't think they'll stop. I mean, it is Dave Dombrowski after all. MLB Channel says the Dodgers are getting set up, man. Brock Stewart, yes they are. John, I love a crazy trade for you. What if the Orioles get Joe Ryan? That'd be a very good move for the Orioles. I would love that, actually. Could this be enough for the Yankees to get Hess, Flores, and Arias? Not enough for Cabrera. Lack of top-tier farm system? Is that what you're thinking it was supposed to mean? Well, I mean, they've got Walcott, they've got some nice pieces, but most of their top pieces have graduated, so maybe he did mean lack. Astros to watch for Quan? Interesting. What would the return be? Melton and Arrighetti? Mike, Quan to the Reds, Lodolo or Martinez involved? I don't think so on Martinez. Lodolo would be interesting. Four and a half hours from Cubs missing off. Well, let's see. I think they're going to add a starter. We'll see. Nobody wants Luis Robert. He stinks. He's been bad, but, I mean, you got club options coming up on him, so you only have him for a few months, and he's been playing better as of late. I'm a little bit surprised that the White Sox aren't just taking best offer and moving off of the deal. On top of the players I just gave you for Cabrera, what else would the Yankees have to add? I think then you get into the range of Joey Gallo trade at that point, where you're giving up, 4 different pieces for half a season of Joey Gallo. In that trade for Cabrera, obviously it would be much more. But I don't think any of the pieces that you'd be able to throw in at the back end of that would make it worth it or enticing to the Marlins over any other team's offer. Remember, you still have to outbid other teams for players. Sebastian, come on Tigers, take a swing on Nolan. No kidding. Brennan Lee, keep Yusevich, but move them all in others. To the Jays would be interesting. Heel, you think the Cubs are about to piss you off? What do you think about the Rangers fans feel? They haven't done anything yet. White Sox are demanding a top 5 prospect for Robert. Yeah, I heard that as well, but to me, the ask a couple of days ago was a top 10. Now I heard a couple of teams report that it was a top 5. That ain't happening. Top 10, borderline top 10, I think could easily happen. Any new trades? Well, we are up to 6. Bieber goes to the Jays. Sewald goes to the Tigers. Tigers also get Finnegan. We get Brock Stewart to the Dodgers. Mason Miller, J.P. Sears end up going to the Padres. And the last trade was Harrison Bader to the Phillies. Another tweet on the Chicago Cubs from Fine Sand. Let's see what he's got. The Cubs are actively trying to make moves, but sources say Chicago is declining to part with Moises Ballesteros, who is the club's number 2 prospect and has number 47 in the pipeline. Interesting. So if he is unavailable, that probably takes them out of the realm of, say, a Joe Ryan or a Mackenzie Gore. If Owen Casey is also out of the picture, that means the best pieces they could possibly get might be Edward Cabrera. I'm sure they're still trying to get Mackenzie Gore because they've been connected to him for a while. And Dylan Cease is also in the picture there. But those, I think Mackenzie Gore, or the Dylan Cease trade could happen a lot later. But I think the Padres are still looking at it now as we've got an opportunity to hold on and just add Miller and Sears to this group. It's a good team. Last trade with Brock Stewart. Yeah. I was just listing them off. I can't remember them all in order, but you're right there. Stewart was the last one. Six trades so far. Just trying to keep a running tally. Cubs were in the mix for Bieber. No surprise there. Any and all pitching options I think the Cubs should be in on today. How valuable is Christian Javier's trade value? I think it's negative 28 if I remember correctly. It's not high. Bednar being discussed with the Yankees, of course. We've heard nothing from the Braves really today. We've heard nothing from the Diamondbacks as well. We got the trade late last night that sent Eugenio Suarez to the Mariners. Really love that for them. You think the Rangers could get Maton or Hunter Harvey? That was what MLB Trade Rumors was mentioning. Evan Grant mentioning that as well. I still think they're going to end up with a closer type, whether that be Bednar, Iglesias, Halverson, remains to be seen. I understand why these playoff contenders are hesitant to trade top end of their farm system, but like you said, you have to give to get. You can't just give up lower end guys. Exactly. Caviar taste on Beanie Weenie budget. Look at those relievers for the Padres. They got quite the group there. Can their starters get them there is the question. Can they stay healthy enough? You want Carlos Correa back to the Astros again? That's more of an off-season trade. With the trade for Urias, it's unlikely Correa goes there now. Biggest trade is Fetty. They also got Carrasco. They got Dunning. They traded away Montero. They traded De Los Santos as well. If the Rangers go cheap with the rotation, Bochy will miss the playoffs. Cheap with the bullpen, you mean? I think the rotation's good. Just on morals, yeah. Alrighty, appreciate you guys joining us today. Make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe if you haven't done so already. Turn on those notifications. When we do go live, we'll keep you guys updated. We'll be live all day long, keeping you guys updated on the MLB trade deadline. 4 hours and 20 minutes left until everybody turns into a pumpkin. So many teams have so much work to do. Twins are getting their work out of the way. They're kind of making a concerted effort to go through their list of pieces here. And sellers are doing well this year. Texan I hope for a big no on Correa. He's never healthy and way overpriced. I think the only way he would end up in Houston anyway is if Minnesota retains some money. That's not happening until at least the offseason when there's a new ownership group eventually. So don't look for it right now. You like the Phillies trade for Bader, so do I, Austin. Rod, if the Cubs give up Casey Alcantara, Triantos, Jackson Wiggins, and Ballesteros to get Gore and Ryan separately, they have a rotation of Shota, Ryan, Boyd, Gore, and Horton. Would you do it? That's not nearly enough to give up for either one of those starters. You're getting about 10 value for Alcantara, Casey for about 17, Wiggins for 10, Ballesteros for 20. You might get close for one of those guys, but not enough. And you're not giving up both Casey and Alcantara in those trades anyway. But I would say that they do need to add a starting pitcher, and a starting pitcher more than likely. Braves could also find a future shortstop to trade, or could trade for a future shortstop. I think they need to prioritize pitching. Don't worry about the shortstop yet. I mean, Bo Bichette has been rumored there this offseason. We'll see if they save some money. But to me, they have to add pitching here. I'm saying with such a good rotation, if you don't go all in, it's a pathetic joke. I hear you. Michael, is there anybody in the current rotation for the Rangers you feel would be benefit from a move to the bullpen this season if they trade for Cabrera? No. I think they would only hurt themselves in the long run. Rayburn just said on MLB Network that the White Sox asking for Tong Plus for Luis Rivera. What are you smoking, if that's what the ask was? Understandably, I would say heck no if I'm the Mets. Michael, going to say that every deadline and off-season now, caviar taste on Beanie Weenie budget? Yeah, I kind of like it. Correa not worth the reunion? Not yet, not until you save some money. Blue Jays still seek a bullpen upgrade. Many top relief pitchers have moved, but Doval, Jack, Smith, Bednar remain out there. Late game experience, Danny Colomb, Santana as well. Let's update our page here. San Diego Padres are still on the prowl for an outfielder, confident they'll land one. I agree they'll get one. Astros continue to monitor the starting pitching market. Dylan C. Sandy Alcantara included, but sources say Houston is currently more focused on upgrading the back end of the bullpen. So it sounds like they run into some trouble there. Maybe they end up with one of the short-term guys like Merrill Kelly or Zach Gallen. I think those would be nice additions right now to that Astros rotation. Beanie Weenies can be good, not great. True. Astros going to do a Kikuchi trade again. That would be interesting. Yankees and Bednar. All right, let's do some more trades here, shall we? At Upside SN. That's the one for the channel anyway. If you're looking for list though, my personal one is Groton94. Let's clear this trade out. Let's update our page actually with a couple of trades now getting done. San Diego called the Jays and offer Suarez. I'm still not sold that they'll do it. I mean, with Mason Miller, you'd think they have the ability to with the flexibility in that bullpen now. But they might just try to bullpen people from, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th. 6-0. The Yankees currently destroying the Rays. Bottom of the second there as baseball is officially underway today. Ethan, I'm cooking Walcott and Duran and Dreiling for Sandy, Cabrera, and Stowers. Overpay by Texas, but both teams accept it. We don't need starting pitching, but I guess if you're sending it somewhere else, that would make sense. But Stowers would also be a question mark where he would play in the lineup. O'Hearn expected to be dealt, yes. Walcott is almost ready. He's probably about another... he could probably be up in the majors by around the trade deadline next year. Probably in spring training with the big boys. And then wait until June, July for a call-up. What's the Reds' next move? My guess would be for, like an O'Hearn would actually be very nice. Welcome in, Dustin. Appreciate you joining us. A lot of new faces in our chat today. Make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe. We'll be live all the way through the deadline today. Deadline is 4 hours, 14 minutes away. And still so many starters to go. Only had 6 trades so far. We've been live for almost 5 hours. We'll be live for another 5. Saw a flurry of activity late last night with Eugenio Suarez going to the Mariners. Probably the biggest trade of them. And then the big trade so far this morning with Mason Miller, J.P. Sears going to the Padres for the number 5 overall prospect according to Baseball America, Leo DeVries. Raleigh and Suarez is going to be one heck of a power couple in that lineup for Seattle. I agree there. A lot of swing and miss there in that group as well. So you can still pitch to them. But in the postseason, power does play up. Todd Zolecki getting the details on the Bader trade a while ago. Pirates are speaking with a number of teams about David Bednar, including the Yankees. New York is trying to add to the back end of its bullpen with Bednar under control with through 26 as the top option. With so many starters having yet to move, and we're going to see a bunch of them here shortly, I'd imagine, with only 4 hours left, they got to get moving, especially on these controllable guys. But I think Cabrera probably being the most likely of all the controllable ones to be moved. Marlins were less than thrilled with their trade deadline last year with their inability to have anybody to really trade at the deadline due to poor performance or injury. And now are looking to kind of reap the rewards of having, a really good pitcher in Edward Cabrera. Alcantara is healthy and pitching well the last couple of games. They're looking to kind of recoup some value for what they were hoping to do last year and then hit the ground running going into 26, 27, 28. So, starting pitching I think is where we're going to be looking here over the next couple of hours as far as where most of the names are going to come from. And then over the final 2 hours, we'll get a lot of the bench guys to move, a lot of the relievers, those kinds of moves as well. Moakani Yankees will waste Bednar, I can tell you that. We'll see. Looks like the Yankees are going to fight with the Jays for a Penn Arms. They will. Mark, cool. I follow MLB, and you were a related follow. Really? Cool. So I was following you and didn't even know it. I'm an old man, and I'm new to X. Awesome. Let's see here. Brendan Lee, I trust the Jays to step up with prospect capital. I do. I mean, the Jays they've had a nice season. They have a real chance to win this year, so they should be pushing the chips to the middle here. Devin Williams would be one of the best closers now. He's blown multiple saves. O'Neill Cruz, Bednar, and Pham, and Dennis Santana to Texas for Walcott, Duran, and Tellez. Honestly, that's not horrible. I'd still say no if I'm Pittsburgh because I would want multiple pieces back. Duran would be one of them. You could do a Harris. You could do a Cauley. You could do any one of those, 1 to 2 million level pieces from Texas. But the value there isn't bad there, Ethan. I like the idea. Did I have my omelet this morning? I did. Sausage, green pepper, onion, cheese, salt, pepper, cayenne pepper. Pirates say no, probably. Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying. They need more pieces. I think the value is there. I just think that they need more pieces in exchange for that. Honestly, I don't really want O'Neal Cruz anyway if I'm Texas. Kind of rehashing the Mariners trade last night for Eugenio Suarez on the network right now. Brianna, welcome back. Not during these lives, no. I'm used to going all day working without having to do that. So, well practiced. Um, Usually just tea. Sugar-free tea. Barring a last-minute change, Phil Maton is expected to be the final change for the Cardinals. Teams have inquired about Donovan, Burleson, and Nootbaar, but according to a team source, St. Louis has not entertained that up to this point. So unlikely that the Cardinals move on from any of those position players. So kind of the unexciting version of the deadline for the Cardinals there. Dombrowski just said the Phillies are calling up one of their top prospects, Justin Crawford, to play center field. Bader, Crawford, Castellanos with Marsh as utility. Maybe bye-bye Kepler. Interesting. I wasn't sure if they would trust Crawford in a postseason stretch here. I thought he would be the exact type of player that they need here at the deadline, but the inexperience, the rookie and all of that, I thought that would have been the deciding thing for him being on this roster. But ultimately, it looks like they're going to go ahead and give Crawford a chance. Interesting choice. Looks like a lot of teams are finally making their decision as to whether or not they're going to trade or hold on to their long-term assets, which means the rental market is about to get kicked off. You should put these trades in the trade value scene and see what the value is now that they've completed this deadline. They do that already here on the Twitter anyway. Baseball Trade Values actually sends them out. Let's see if I can find one. Oh, there's one. So far, the deadline period, 33 trades, 29 accepted by our model with an average variance of 4.3. Last year, the final tally was 83% with a variance of 3.7. They're not trading Rice now. Well, I mean, he's having a great game. Jones, Lombard, and Schlitter are not available. Again, you're not getting caviar without trading something like that. St. Louis is done. They need to rebuild. They should have been dumping all those dudes. It's just going to get worse for them next year and goes into next year. I don't think so. I think the Cardinals were trying to see who fits long-term on this team. I think Burleson has shown he fits. I think Donovan has shown he fits. Nootbaar, to a lesser extent, I think could be the odd piece out there. But he's still got 2 years left to control. No need to really trade any of those long-term assets. They can trade those guys in the offseason and just get a similar trade value to what they're getting now. There's no impetus for the trade. If they were going to get bowled over for a Donovan, maybe they make the move. But the only reason they would need to make a move right now is to get off of the money for Nolan Arenado to allow them to go out there and add some starting pitching this offseason. That would have been priority number one. If they could offload the money of Michaelis or Gray or some team was stupid enough to make a serious offer for those guys, then you obviously do those moves. But other than that, this was about seeing what pieces are going to be there for their long-term future. It wasn't about them trying to win a wild card spot this year, or trying to bottom out as a franchise. They were trying to see kind of retool this year and compete again next year. It's Bednar or bust for the Blue Jays. They're not getting a bat. We'll see. I don't think the Yankees are getting a significant piece either. What do you think about the Shane Bieber trade? Big risk. One of the riskier trades of the day. The return for the Guardians was really good, and so it's hard to turn down. But if it works out, they're getting a former ace, former Cy Young contender, or Cy Young winner anyway. I think Bieber is a very good arm. The question is, can he stay healthy? He's thrown 6 games in 2 years and still hasn't thrown a pitch this season. So the riskiest trade of the day, probably. You're interested in Brian Reynolds if Pittsburgh pay a fat chunk of the deal for a good switch hitter down here? They're not paying a big chunk of that, no. It's the Pirates. They're not retaining salary at that level. The Rays are not expected to trade Yandy Diaz and Brendan Lau, Eric Nieder said. Just reported on Rays broadcast. That's sad. I didn't expect Brendan Lowe because of the injury. Diaz I was kind of looking forward to with the Red Sox, Rangers being the most logical fits. But that kind of sucks. Drink every time Michael says caviar beanie weenies. I like that one. John Heyman updated Luis Robert. Mets are not close on Robert at this point. Not out of the question. White Sox hold Robert. Center field remains a priority, and Cedric Mullins is still a possibility. Yeah, he was in the asking price for Quan, but obviously he went to the A's in the Miller deal. Thank you guys so much for enjoying the content today. Got a lot of likes on the video. If you guys want to share it with your friends, you can. We're going to get a lot more here over the next 4 hours. We're about 4 hours and 3 minutes away from the deadline as we speak. Let me update notifications. Hall of Fame game tonight for the NFL. I do not remember who's playing, though. Let's go back and actually make a trade here. So, lots of starters are still available. Looks like rentals are going to be the name of the game now. So, for the Cubs, if you're going for rentals, I think you go to the Diamondbacks first. Because you're not getting Mackenzie Gore, it sounds like. And if you're going to get Cabrera, I think you'd still need to go out there and add another really good starting pitcher. So, if I'm looking for a starting pitcher, the two I'm looking for from the Diamondbacks would be Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly. My preference would be Merrill Kelly between the two if I'm the Cubs. So if I bring him in, it's a 4.8 valuation. So if you're looking for around 4.8, they just got Locklear from the Mariners. I doubt they would take Justin Long. I don't think it would be wise to do it straight up for Jackson Wiggins, but that would be an interesting one. Maybe you do it for Tomas and Birdsell goes back the other way. That'd be an interesting trade. Chargers and Lions. Okay, that's the Hall of Fame game. Thank you, Dean. Welcome in, by the way. Appreciate you joining us. Cleveland wants too much for Quan. Understandably so, man. He is their big piece to trade. And again, once he goes, I think there's going to be a lot of activity this offseason around the winter meetings about the availability of J-Ram. Too early to talk about right now, and even if Quan moved here at the deadline, I don't think there's any way J-Ram moves here at the deadline with so few hours left. But that's something the offseason we're going to be discussing quite a bit. So there's your trade for the Cubbies to get them a starting pitcher. You'll be calling the Hall of Fame game tonight? That's cool. Dude, Quan is a stud. I get why his price is high. I feel Cleveland just wants to keep him. I think they would as well, but I think the writing is on the wall that they need to sell. They were going to sell Emmanuel Clase as well. They're hoping to kind of restart some value really and really stock up some nice pieces at this trade deadline. That was the thought process going in, and unfortunately, Clase is hit with a suspension. The only guy left is really Kwan and Cade Smith. They will still sell Stephen Kwan, though. I think the Dodgers are the team that gets him. I think the Dodgers have waited till the last minute for big trades before. It's unlikely. They're the only team that's really done things that way, and they still think they could get something done there. Jays definitely would be in the mix heavily for J-Ram. He's Vladdy's best friend. I think he'd be great for that roster. Put Barger in the outfield. Don't understand why my cards keep Nolan. He won't be worth what he is now than later. Less money to eat on that contract would be the only reason, I suppose. Let's go ahead and make another deal. Waiting for some of these teams to knock the cobwebs off themselves. All right, the Rangers are still a team that hasn't done anything, and I still think they're going to get somebody here. Thinking of expiring deals, thinking of names that are already out there. I'm also thinking of something, the way the Rangers act and the way they go after trades. You don't hear about it until there's actually a deal. The Cardinals, I think, would be one team they've had success doing deals with. Nationals are another one, but I don't really see anybody on the Nationals that works. The Braves, to a lesser extent. Jake Bird to Texas isn't it for me? I don't think so either. Look at Whit Merrifield. Jays always come in with the last 30 minutes for a trade for a piece nobody knew was available. Whit Merrifield, yeah. What did the Reds do to get O'Hennigan? Not sure what you're trying to say there, Dustin. I do think the Reds will add another piece here, though. Tex and Astros would be willing to trade McCullers to the Rangers. No, thank you. I'm good. You can go ahead and eat that money. What would Carlos Santana or Lane Thomas with their expiring deals? That's actually an interesting option. Let me look at those players specifically from the Guardians, since those are expirings. 583 OPS, no thank you. You're not getting much. Lane Thomas, 111, you're not getting anything. Nope. Mark, if the Rangers don't make a move, they're basically waving the white flag. They've stood pat a couple of times anyway over the last 5 years, but the years where they try to make it into the postseason, there's really been one, and that was in 23. They didn't stand by. They made big trades for Scherzer. They made trades for Jordan Montgomery. I think if they don't make a big trade, that tells a lot about the market, but also about their belief in certain factors on this roster, how good they believe they are. Lane Thomas was a Jays target 2 years ago at the Nats. I remember that. A lot of teams are asking for way too much for these guys. That's why the Phillies went back to the well twice with Minnesota, because the Twins were willing to play ball. True, and with only 3 hours and 56 minutes left now, you're going to see some of those prices come down a little bit. Rangers probably have the best pitching in MLB. They don't need a lot. I'd say they probably have the best starting rotation in Major League Baseball. By ERA at least. I think by talent, the Dodgers still have it when they're healthy. But they need offense to me, just a little bit, as they're continuing to improve. My dream target is still Matt Olson. And the way these Rangers move in silence, I wonder if there's something like that brewing. Maybe not specifically for Matt Olson, but for a player like that none of us are talking about. We have yet to really see that trade yet today. We will see it. We see it every year. Orioles asking too much. I think they're just trying to keep their prices high until they actually have to trade these guys at the very end. Twins got the most outrageous package back. In return, of course, they play ball with you. They got their package they were targeting back. They got their they got two top 100 guys they were looking for. They got Abel and Tate out of it. Now, Abel was number 90 before the guys were added in from the draft. None of the players were they didn't add the Fiend guy for the Rangers anyway, so they didn't add all of them anyway. Who did the Guardians get for Bieber? Because, to be honest, I've never heard of him. They got the number 5 prospect from the Blue Jays, Cal Stefan, who was put into a number 5 spot recently by MLB Pipeline. Having a nice year so far. Michael, can Miami get anything significant for Jesus Sanchez? I think you can get a nice couple of pieces there, especially with the dearth of offensive talent. Outrageous Abel is a mid to at best, and catcher is a 17 years old. Wouldn't be in the big leagues for at least 4 years. Your nuts Duran is a dominant closer with 2 years left on his deal. Your assessment isn't completely off there, but I would say that the return was still pretty good for Duran. Santos, Bratt, and Duran for Bednar and Joey Bart. I think that's a deal Pittsburgh says yes to. Brendan Lowe and Quan are still trade targets for the Stros. We'll see. Sounds like the Rays might be cooling on their trade targets or trading ability of Lowe and Diaz, but we'll see. If Houston wants to get a starting pitcher, they don't have the assets to get Quan, in my opinion. They could get a rental option, kind of like what we just did for Merrill Kelly. Jays sold high on Steven, in my opinion. It is at his highest, I will give you that. But he was still an ascending player. I'm not sure that this is the highest Stefan will ever reach, but we'll see. Smash that like button, help out a Rangers fan. He's putting on a good show for us. Thank you, Mark. Appreciate that. Got a lot of people coming into and out of the chat. Not a lot of trade activity over the last hour, but we've got 6 so far today. Network is discussing the Chicago Cubs, third base, starting pitching, and bullpen is their needs right now. Saw a few likes come in. Appreciate those. Let's see if we can get it over 150 in the next couple of minutes. What do you think about the Guardians possibly going after Finnegan now that Clase is suspended? Finnegan has been traded. Finnegan has gone to the Detroit Tigers. If the Orioles don't trade for a AAA catcher or AAA pitcher or a major leaguer, I'm going to be very disappointed. We'll see. I think the Bednar Derby is probably going to be coming down the pike here shortly. Looks like Diaz is being pulled from the game, but they're saying it might be as a result of the hit by pitch from the first inning. But it is trade deadline day. Interesting. We'll see if after the game if he is actually still in a Rays uniform or not. What would a O'Hearn or Andujar trade look like for the Rangers? I don't want any part of Andujar. I know he's having a nice average season, but I'd rather go with the roster that they have. Maybe you use him over Duran. I think if you trade Duran back the other way, that'd probably be enough anyway, but I'd rather go bigger fish than that. O'Hearn, well, that trade would probably be... good question there, Anthony. Benny Boy Rangers... You're my new favorite YouTube. Jim Riley and I are over. Bye, Jim. Appreciate you, Rod. Thank you very much. You saying that there might be Rangers news, or are you saying Rangers for Diaz? He's undergoing X-rays. Not a trade. Undergoing X-rays. An O'Hearn value, though, we can look that up real quick. $4.1, so not very much. You're probably talking Mitch Bratt and another lower level piece, but for Ryan O'Hearn, I wouldn't even be willing to give up that. No, thank you. Rangers for Diaz, I would love that, but he's going for X-rays, though. Rays president of baseball operations said on the Rays broadcast they're unlikely to trade low. Just turned heel? Maybe. We passed 150 likes. Thank you guys. Really do appreciate that. We've gotten a couple of super chats over the last couple of days. If you want to support the channel, I do appreciate it. We've been live now for 5 hours and 11 minutes. And we'll be live for around 4.5 hours more if I had to guess. And then we'll do another live this evening around 9:45, recapping the entire deadline. Appreciate you guys joining us this afternoon, watching a little afternoon baseball, but the more important thing is, of course, the trade deadline today. And then in the evening, we got the Hall of Fame game as well. It should be interesting with football coming back. Theo, which teams do you think are most desperate in the reliever market right now? To me, that leaves you with probably the Yankees, Rangers, Cubs, and Blue Jays probably being the most desperate. Rank them however you think, but those would be the four to me. Whatever they gave up for Bader is not worth it. I'm telling you, Bader's pretty good. You'll change your mind on that once you see him this year. He's been doing very well. A couple of walk-off hits, a lot of great defensive plays, good offensive player this year. He's grown out in Minnesota this year. Do you think Cody Bellinger could be a guy that gets sneaky traded? No, I don't. I do understand that the Yankees have a little bit of a glut of outfielders at the moment, but Bellinger to me is not a guy that they would be moving. Receiving interest in multiple hitters. Josh Bell, I'd imagine, is going to be one of those guys that will be moved. That's a long article there. I was looking for the article, but I guess we'll just click on it. All right, Nationals are receiving calls on numerous hitters. Red Sox have been in contact about Josh Bell and Nathaniel Lowe, while the Nationals have received calls from other clubs inquiring about Luis Garcia and outfielder Alex Call. Phillies have shown interest in Call services, but it probably was before Bader. Red Sox obviously need a replacement for Casas. Bell, I think, would be the one that is the one would interest the Red Sox the most. He's performing really well. Lowe, meanwhile, not so much. Call, not a huge impact. I don't think he'd be a big option to move at the deadline this year. Bader to Texas. Bader is going to Philadelphia. Mets, Sox talk on Robert had cooled by last night. Obviously, still time to reignite, but far as I can tell, that happened to this point. Mullins is a maybe. Really? That's an interesting decision. We're at 6 trades so far today. I'm expecting we'll get probably in the neighborhood of another 20 or so in the final 2 hours. Maybe 30. And we're talking small trades. Probably talking a couple of the Rockies relievers. Probably talking 3 more from the Twins. Probably talking at least 2 more from the Diamondbacks. Braves probably have 2 more trades in them. Orioles probably have 4 trades in them. Rays probably have 1 trade in them, maybe. Garcia from Texas and 2 prospects for Quan. No, they don't want Adolis Garcia. Maybe we could get some trade news if CY stopped playing around at Chuck E. Cheese. What, is there video of him at Chuck E. Cheese right now or something? Let's see if there's an update here. I see a notification. What is deadline day like for an MLB beat reporter? Stressful, obviously. Let us know in the chat, which place do you think is the next one to go? That was including Finnegan. You had Bieber. You had Seawald. You had the Mason Miller deal. You had Finnegan. Bader and Stewart. That's the 6 so far. What about Herman Marquez for worst case scenario for Cubs rotation? Yikes. I hope not. Worst case scenario, I hope doesn't happen, obviously. It's 1:18 right now. We've got 3 hours and 41 minutes now until the deadline. So around 2 o'clock is when teams start to really get their deals done. The last chance for big deals is going to happen within the next hour. So let's have some fun with it. What trades could we see here? Do you think the Guardians have a shot at the playoffs if they get hot here and rattle off like 5 series wins in a row? I think they do. Even if they trade Stephen Kwan, I think they still have the same chance. But of course, those chances were hurt by the Class A suspension, would be further impeded by a trade of Kwan. Same thing for Cade Smith. But it's not out of reach, no. Sounds like everything on the starting pitching market is revolving back to the rental market here. Looks like most of the controllable guys are not moving. The good news is teams are learning who's available and who's not. True. That means hopefully we see a more active winter meetings. Almost anything is possible. There's still 2 months to play. True. Let's do some interesting trades, though. I want to have some fun. We'll start with the Yankees. Let's say they're looking hard at Bednar. Let's see what a trade would look like with the Pirates between the two clubs. They don't really need an outfielder at all. But Bednar would obviously be a big improvement for their bullpen. His value up to 7.4 now. So Bednar goes to the Yanks. On the position player side, I think you're probably looking, Flores is kind of your peak. More likely, a Perez, a Hall, and an Arias get this deal done. IKF, maybe. I think they'd rather stick with what they've got already. Unless you're putting Peralta in there, whatever. Or, what is his name? Am I thinking of Cabrera? Anyway. IKF would be a bench piece for them. Help them out defensively at short with Volpe's issues at times. I saw they had his name as Wyatt Sanford. There we go. Trade. Tigers. Cody Hewer acquired from the Rangers. Interesting. Rangers trading away a piece. Is this part of a bigger deal? Trade number 7. For cash considerations, it does save them a little bit of roster flexibility as well. But that trade is all about money there. Hewer's been decent at times. Let me look up his numbers, though. Is he still in the prospect list? I'm not sure if he is or not. No, let's go back over to stats, players. Let me just pull up JRAM and then we'll search. Okay. Search. Cody Hewer. Literally played in 1 game with Texas this year. Let's look at his minor league numbers, though. So they're getting mainly a minor league reliever. Let's see. Let me try MILB Cody Hewer. I'm telling you, the C does not work on my stuff here. Go away. 3.4 ERA, 35 games, 4 saves, 39 innings, 53 strikeouts. That's nice. But again, it's for cash considerations. He's a 29-year-old AAA player. Not exactly a big future. But the Rangers they do make a move. Wonder how much cash they're getting, though. Where is Luis Robert going? It sounds like he's going to be staying with the White Sox at this point. See why I traded him? He traded for cash. Relax. Johnny, welcome back. Been a minute since I've seen you. Houston is trying to acquire Stephen Kwan. I hope they can pull it off. We'll see. But we are now up to 7 trades today, Detroit being involved in 3 of them. I think Cody Hewer probably goes on the active roster for the Tigers ahead of Paul Sewald. And then when Sewald gets healthy, you put him in that bullpen, and Hewer goes back down to the minors. I feel like the Astros pivot to one of the Arizona starting pitchers. That's kind of my thoughts there as well, with them missing on Cease and unlikely for Alcantara. Got to roll my R's. Do an Astros and Twins trade where Jax and Cody Clemens to the Astros give up Melton and 1 or 2 prospects. I could do that one. I think the Twins would love getting their hands on Melton. It doesn't provide salary relief since he's making just the minimum. Roster flexibility, I guess. Ramon Laureano, any word on him, Edward? The Padres are one of the teams that have been rumored. Astros, Mets, Phillies now got Bednar, so they're no longer in on him. But those would be the 3 teams for Laureano. Appreciate you joining us, though. But let's do that trade for you, Mark. Astros and Twins. So you're getting Griffin Jax. To the Stros, along with Clemens. His value's gone up quite a bit too. For Melton and 1 or 2 prospects. I don't think you'd be able to get Alvarez as well. You might be able to get Yannick as kind of the top secondary piece. But you'd need another one in that same range to make this deal work. But if you did the starter, maybe a Colton Gordon? Nah, you need a little bit more value. Gusto, perhaps? I could see that. There's your trade. Jax Clemens for Melton, Yannick for Cucci, and Gusto. If you take out Clemens and Gusto, I think that's probably a deal that gets done. So now, who are the favorites for Quan? To me, it's always been the Dodgers. How does trading a AAA quad player free up money? It doesn't, except for the cash considerations that they're getting, depending on how the money works there. Rangers have done a lot of cash consideration deals, so I'm curious to see what they're doing with that money. Maybe they're trying to convince Ray Davis to go into the tax for a little bit by convincing him with the extra cash considerations that they'll pay for the tax out of that. Perhaps. That they wouldn't go blowing into the tax, but that they would go $1 million or $2 million over and then pay that with the cash considerations that they're getting. Just spitballing there, though. Edric from Houston, most likely done for the season with right leg injury at Ohio State. That sucks. Hey, just got here. Any Giants news today? Welcome in, Vida for Life. Appreciate you joining us once again. Still pretty much where we were last night. Giants looking to sell a couple of pieces here. Prices are sky high across the board. But they should still be able to find a home for Doval if they're really that interested in trading him. Robbie Ray, Justin Verlander, other names that could be moved there as well. So now, who are the favorites for Quan? Again, still the Dodgers. Padres already added Mason Miller. Unlikely that they get both of those guys, although the Padres are determined to add a controllable left fielder. Kind of surprised they haven't found a taker for John Gray if that was the way they were trying to save money. Blue Jay, I'd really like to see Fairbanks to the Rangers. We'll see. The Rangers had him years ago. Gusto is a nice piece. Astros want to keep. That's why I removed him. You want to see the Blue Jays get Kwan? I think he would be a great get for them. 3 hours, 30 minutes until the deadline. Really hoping we get another big one here in a minute. It's been a while since we had a big one. This trade was a very small deal for me. Cody Hewer. Hopefully you get some run out there in Detroit, who also have Luke Jackson in their bullpen now. Trade is accepted by our model, no kidding. You want to see Padres get Robert or Kwan? I think Kwan would probably be the more, well, Robert the easier to attain of the two. Kwan the higher value piece and the one I think they'd prefer and will likely try to pursue more fervently. You'd really like Kwan and the Jays make trades with the Guardians often. Just worried me that that we'd have to give up a top 3 prospect. Absolutely you would. Probably 2 of them. I heard that guy cash considerations can rake. He can rake in that dough, that's for sure. Let's do another deal, shall we? Let's see what a deal for a Kwan to the Blue Jays would look like. We'll start with Namala, right? 25 to 52. You're going to have to include at least 2 other premium assets here. Luke's value is going up anyway. 30-year-old outfielder with 4 years of control left. That's a cheap contract for the Guardians to be able to hold. And he wouldn't ask for much in free agency after that. It's not a bad option, but I think they're looking for younger, multiple years of control guys left. Like Schneider would be an interesting piece for them. Kasevich, Tiedemann. Schneider immediately goes into the outfield, takes over for Kwan. Roden. Let's do Roden to the Guardians as well to help out offensively. So now you've added 3 position players. You're still about 6 away, which means you're really about 10 away. Looper Fido, he just feels like a Guardian type of a player. I'll round out the deal with Joey Looper Fido. So you're really getting 1 prospect in Namala. The rest of them are young major leaguers that could help you have a better offensive floor for your roster. Not a bad trade. Would you do this over what the Dodgers would give you? Hell no. But this is still a pretty good starting point. This would at least get you to the table if you're the Guardians. Or to the table if you're the Blue Jays. Here's the thing. If you're okay with it going, if you're a Blue Jays fan, you're probably not okay with the deal if you're the Guardians. Kind of a redundancy here. Davis and Roden. A utility player who's not a high-value piece in Looper Fido, but you literally can play all over the diamond. Namala is the real get here. And I like one of those 2 outfielders to be a nice piece for them long-term. But to me, you need another real chance at a star player coming back to the Guardians in exchange for Kwan. Yasevich would be that guy, but I doubt they would include both of those guys in the trade for Quan. I'll post it for now because there's a lot of Blue Jays fans asking for it. Let's see if there's any more headlines here. Absolutely nothing. His minor league deal carried enough money that the Rangers were hesitant to call him up because it would put a dent in the small cushion they have before hitting the luxury tax. So basically, they weren't going to call him up. So they got what they could for him instead of calling him up. Interesting. Yeah, Schneider, Roden, Luperfido, all expendable, which means they'd probably be expendable for other clubs as well. Got 101 people watching right now. Appreciate you guys joining us. Kind of in the quieter time right now at the trade deadline. Hopefully we get some bigger trades here shortly. We've seen a lot of talk around starting pitching, but no real starting pitchers move as of yet. They have 5 legit outfielders. Well, we're trading 3 of them in that deal. Another injury for the Rays. Aranda's left wrist. Yikes. Broken wrist for Aranda. If the x-rays came back clean on Diaz, and the x-rays show that the break for Aranda, do they trade Diaz now? Because they don't think they have a chance to win? They were already trying to sell. Or do they hold on to Diaz because of the need at the position? Not bad. Enjoy this. Thank you for allowing me to be a part. Absolutely, Edward. Caleb just saw that Battlefield 6 early gameplay and it looks amazing. Not a Battlefield person. I've played a lot of other ones, but just don't have time, honestly, for that kind of stuff anymore. Too many demands on life nowadays. Who is next for the Tigers now? They've added a lot of bullpen pieces. I'd say they're probably out on Bednar. I'd say probably third base is what they're focusing on as they get close to the deadline. Is Chris Young drunk? Why isn't he making moves? He was the last GM to make a move. What are you talking about? No, I get your point though. They do need to make an upgrade though. The rotation has earned it. Bruce Bochy has earned it. The offense has turned it around, and they've earned it. Now, who will they ultimately add? How will they restructure this roster? I think all of that will be revealed in the next probably 20 minutes or so. I think we'll get some clarification as far as who ultimately is a trade target and who the Rangers could be pursuing. All eyes on Jonathan Aranda right now for the Rays. How much money did Texas get? Like $300K? Probably, something like that. You could see the Jays going for an everyday second baseman. You can't see them adding a bat with Varsho and potential Santander return. Maybe. Is he taking notes from Jerry? I hope he's taking notes from Jim Nill, the 2 best GMs in the Metroplex. Chris Young and, well, he's not a GM anymore. He's president of baseball ops. Fenstermaker's the GM. But Jim Nill's the GM in Dallas. Those 2 kind of set the stage. Three hours, 21 minutes now to the deadline. Pirates and Rangers have spoken about David Bednar, as reported earlier. Texas is also a potential landing spot for outfielder Tommy Pham, who would likely be moved for a 3rd deadline in a row. It'd be nice for him to actually do some damage for Texas instead of doing damage to the Rangers. I swear every time he plays the Rangers, he hits like 3 home runs in 4 games. Dustin, I would say no, Benny, because CY knows how to get a championship. Ouch. That's a burn. I still think Bednar's going to be the next big piece to move here. Big. Padres are close with a Robert deal. All over fam to Texas. As a fifth outfielder, I wouldn't mind it. Does Miami need outfield? Sandy for 3 outfielders makes some more sense. I think they just need offense. I don't really care. I don't think they really care where the positions are. Stowers, of course, is in their outfield right now, but he's got 3 years left until free agency. What players could the Braves get for Osuna, Iglesias, and Bummer? I'd say like A-ball prospects, something along those lines. But you're saying the Padres are close on Robert. Great stream. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate that. If you guys are new here, make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe. We're only a few likes away from 160. If you guys wouldn't mind doing that, it'd be go a long way to helping us out. Really do appreciate it. We've gained about 40 new subscribers so far today. See if we can bump that number up a little bit here today. It said Tommy Pham is likely to be traded after cussing out Giants fans. Remember, the Rangers have been after Bednar for about 2+ years. So I'm still curious what the ultimate deal would look like. I still think there's some money-saving moves the Rangers could make. For instance, right now the Cubs still haven't added a starter. I mean, if they don't add a starter, even if they added a guy like John Gray, that would still be better than what they got in Mike Soroka. Take that money off the Rangers' hands. Allow the Rangers to make their moves. I mean, if you're settling for John Gray after being involved with Joe Ryan, Dylan Cease, Edward Cabrera, Mitch Keller, Joe Ryan, several other starters that I'm not thinking of at the moment, but if you end up with John Gray as your number 3 starter in a postseason series, like, what are you doing, Chicago? Get out of your own way and make a starting pitcher trade. Rangers cleared a roster spot, yes. Is there any way the Mets trade Acuna? There's a lot of ways they could do something like that. For Luis Angel Acuna, they could trade him away, yes. As far as adding Ronald Acuna, no. Do a deal where Pham and Bednar go to Texas. Laureano deal probably come within the last hour, possibly. Oh, got a new notification. What is it? This should open up a couple $100,000 more in payroll flexibility. Pennies in baseball, but important pennies to try to get another arm for a big league club. Okay. But you said do a Pham and Bednar deal. We can do that one. If you guys want us to do a trade for your favorite team, tell us in the chat which one you'd like to do. We are, 3 hours and 15 minutes away from the deadline here? Love the network, but they ain't going all, 11 hours today, solo? They get their breaks, walk off camera, go to have lunch. Not me. I'll be here all day long with you guys. You think Bednar's going to be a Ranger by the end of the day? I think there's a good chance of it. I think the Yankees and Blue Jays are teams to watch there as well. Tigers were one of those teams, but I think Finnegan takes them out of the market there. I'm still curious where Iglesias goes. Halverson as well. I think the Rangers got a couple of deals in them. I think it's just trying to clear some money out as well is an important part of what they're doing right now. You think the Rangers are about to get Bednar? I'm hoping for it. He's been the guy I wanted basically this entire process as the most gettable piece. Duran was kind of the pie in the sky for the bullpen, but Bednar was the more realistic, hey, this guy has a real opportunity, let's get it done kind of a guy. Something tells me Ray ends up with the Cubs, probably Doval too. Can you do a trade? I can do a Robbie Ray Doval trade to the Cubs. Let me do the one for the Rangers first that we had requested. And then I can do that one. Pirates, they trade Bednar. And Pham. Negative 0.6. Salary's a bit of a concern, of course. So to Pittsburgh, you trade Osuna. You trade Fitzgerald. No, that's a little too much. I think you trade Duran to save money. And then you turn around and trade Cawley as well. And there's your deal. Bednar and Pham to the Rangers. Oh, never mind. Yankees are getting David Bednar. Trade number 8. New York Yankees are getting David Bednar. Jeff Passan just announced it. Let's see what the return is going to be. Rangers were right there for his services. I wonder if this means Halverson goes to Texas. Good job by the Yankees getting David Bednar. Really like him as a closer. Not sure he will close there. Can we get the spammer out of the chat, please? One of my moderators, anyway. I don't really have to use my moderators too often, but every time we get a spammer, but Bednar goes to the Yankees. That's a good get for them. With the relief pitching being so high. She's getting him. There we go. She got a couple of them now. There's still one more in there. Somebody having fun with our chat here. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, my wonderful moderator. But no, I don't think it's going to be Spencer Jones. Yanks have gotten Weaver fever. They have. Kind of what happened last year towards the end of the season. They kind of got Weaver fever. And then they're like, hey, we still need bullpen. And so they made the trade for Devin Williams. Now you get David Bednar. You got 3 really good arms. This is kind of what we talked about in the offseason for the Yankees, that they needed another reliever. This is kind of that trade for them. We talked about them being a nice fit for David Bednar. We talked about them being a nice fit for a lot of different guys. But I like this for them. Heyman said the Rangers finished second for Bednar. Not a surprise. I do think that this means Halverson now goes to Texas. The rest of the dominoes will now fall rather quickly in the bullpen, I'd imagine. Jason Dominguez, I don't think so. I am curious what the return is going to be, though. What was the price that the Rangers couldn't beat? Or at least that convinced the Pirates to do the deal. Maybe the Rangers were wanting them to take back money in the deal. If that's the case, obviously the Yankees probably win that deal. We're still waiting. Thank you, moderator. Bender will waste his career. Or Bednar? I don't know about that. Who goes to Texas? I believe Halverson's going to be going to Texas here shortly. Kenneth, welcome in. If the Pirates got Spencer Jones or any top 50 prospect, Paul Skeens is going to be like you do. We'll see. Sounds like Bednar to New York. Yes, it does. Let's update our page and see what the return is. There's those two guys at the All-Star game. Now in the same dugout again. Suarez and Raleigh. The Braves have a little more than 3 hours to find suitors for Ozuna and Iglesias. Ozuna's past legal issues in 10-5 might affect his market, but greater obstacle is that he's a true DH, which he has limited fits. Bob Nightingale, Yankees win the Bednar sweepstakes, a huge get, absolutely. Phillies designated Brett DeHuse. I think we're at, 8 trades now, I think I said. I'm curious where the Rangers go if Halverson is the guy. To me, I think he's going to be the guy. He's the type of player the Rangers are targeting right now. High velocity, strikeout rate. His peripheral numbers are terrible because, again, it's Colorado. Do you trust him as a closer, or do you keep Garcia in that role? I'm thinking LaGrange is probably the most likely candidate to go in this deal. But they've been talking about trades for a while now. Maybe they go and go back for Dennis Santana or Joey Bart. With the way things ended for Dennis Santana in Texas, I doubt that would happen. Joey Bart as a third catcher, maybe. Deal is pending medicals, of course. But the Yankees get their guy and add David Bednar to a much beleaguered bullpen over the past 3 or 4 months. Hopefully this gets some better consistency for that group. They've got a nice group now, a good mix. Jake Bird from Colorado. I'm not high on him. He's a decent reliever, but I'm not shelling out for the farm to bring him in. He doesn't really bring anything different to what the Rangers already have in their bullpen. Somebody making the bold statement they have the best bullpen in the game, or in the American League. I will say Williams, when he's right, is very good. Weaver is very good. I love Bednar. Are they the best in the American League? Rangers bullpen has been the best since June in all of baseball. I think if they had gotten Bednar, they would be the best. But I'd say the Yankees might have passed him by with that move. With that bullpen move. Now your strength is solely in that rotation if you're the Rangers in a postseason series. You still need to add to the bullpen to make that a better spot. And the lineup could use one more bat. Ramon Urias still hasn't left the team. Interesting. That's weird. He was traded last night. He should have already been on a plane to go meet with Houston. Elias is getting upset as the trade can't go through if Urias doesn't leave by 6 p.m. tonight. Urias reportedly wants to veto the trade and sign an extension. Really? Bullpen arms remaining. Doval, Fairbanks, Jax. No certainty if any of them get moved. Top catching prospect Rafael Flores and 2 others go to Pittsburgh in the deal. Flores I thought would have been the headliner. LaGrange I'm wondering if that's the pitcher. But Flores had a little bit around that same value as Bednar before the deal. Another trade. San Diego is acquiring Freddie Furman from the Kansas City Royals. Trade number 9. Padres add another catcher. Ryan Bergert goes to the Royals in that deal. We looked at his value earlier, so a good get here for the Padres on a very inexpensive prospect in their system. Flores, and who are the other 2 pieces here? Are they A-ball pieces, or are they a little bit higher than that? 9 trades so far today. I told you guys they'd pick up here. Not Freddie Freeman, Freddie Furman, the catcher. Daniel, welcome in. Keller is not a part of the deal, no. Devin Williams is terrible. Best bullpen in the AL. He's had his moments. I'll put it that way. There's the Freddie Furman one. 2 trades in the last 5 minutes. Picking up. Let's keep it going now. Yankees get their closer in David Bednar, although I'm not sure he would function as their closer on that roster. Let us know in the chat if you guys like that one. Not Freddie Freeman, no. He's not going from the Dodgers to the Padres. He's going from the Royals, Freddie Furman. Catcher, Freddie Furman. He can get into trouble for that, yes. Failure to report, all those kinds of things. He can void his contract, suffer fines and penalties. Max, welcome in. With the way the Marlins have been playing, why don't you hold on to Alcantara? Because he's not going to be around for the next competitive team. Marlins have done really well this year, playing well above their heads, but that's going to fall off here soon. They're probably a year or 2 away from being a legitimate team. Who is Tigers for next before 6 p.m.? I'm still guessing third base now that they've addressed multiple areas in the bullpen. Not bad, 255 batting average, better than Diaz, true. When you order a Freddie Freeman from Temu, I like that one. Red Horse Adventures, welcome back. Still waiting for the full return for the Pirates. Flores is kind of on that Osuna level for the Rangers. So you got to wonder what the other 2 pieces are in this deal that beat out the Rangers offer. Flores a little bit higher value than Osuna and a catcher. If they're trading Bart, then it kind of makes sense for Flores to be part of the return coming back. Hardwick, if Ray Davis wants to save money, just tell CY to trade DeGrom, Seager, Evaldi, problem solved. That's not going to happen. Don't overreact. It's the trade deadline. Keep your head. If you're the GM of the Texas Rangers and react like that to losing on a trade target, you're not going to stay the GM for long. Keep your head. Deadline's still 3 hours away. There is still time. I do like Flores going to Pittsburgh, though. Am I disappointed that the Rangers didn't get him? Absolutely. They've really liked him for about 2 years, but they haven't ponied up for him for 2 years. There was opportunities. Buy him when he was down, even at the start of the season. Stephen Kolek also goes to the Royals in that deal. That's a very interesting deal between the two teams. I love that for the Royals. This smacks a lot of the Aroldis Chapman trade to me. You trade a player who has value right now, Freddie Fermin, to a team that needs help at that specific spot, like Chapman did for the Rangers in the bullpen. And you get a pitcher to hope on for the Royals, and you get Kolek there to help you out right now. Not a bad deal overall. But what are the other two pieces in that Pittsburgh deal? And what's the next trade we see? They ain't going anywhere? Absolutely. Furman to San Diego was pretty solid, yes. Still lots of good relievers out there, absolutely. To me, that was probably the last really good closer that's on the market. Halverson has ability, but hasn't shown it translated into games yet. Still very young. Being sarcastic, mad at Ray Davis. I get you. But keep your head. Keep it in the game. You think Robert of San Diego now? I think that's coming next. I don't think they're going to get Duran. I don't think they're going to get Quan. Bart and Pham to Texas, that's like 2.3. That's going to cost something very little. That's like Cam Cauley and Duran, and that's it. Maybe Dustin Harris. Or Blaine Crim to clear out roster space. So there's your trade. Joey Bart, Pham for Duran. Foscue you can throw in there. Cam Cauley. Blaine Crim, throw all of them in there, honestly. Clear out some roster space for you. Minor overpay for the Padres. Yeah. Makes sense. I do like the addition, though, for the Padres. It's starting to make sense what they're doing. Now, they should probably hold on to Suarez. Keep that bullpen strength. Tough to deal Dylan Cease in this market. Unlikely that they do so. But until the deadline passes, I'm not going to be taking my eye off that one. Adrian Hauser's still out there as a starter. Maybe he goes across the town, or across the city anyway, to the Cubs. AJ Preller about to get really aggressive here. I think he's already been aggressive. The question is, do they finish it off by bringing in Robert? I think the Mets are in on a big move. They've been very quiet. They've made their big moves already. I think they could do one more move for center field and maybe a minor move for an outfielder. I would love an ace for them, but it sounds like they're not looking at an ace. Would this work? Pete Fairbanks and Yandy Diaz for Cole Drake, Foscue, and Duran? It would be close. I think they would want a little bit more than just Cole Drake. Now, if you did Cole Drake, say a $2 or $3 million prospect, and one of those two, Foscue or Duran, I think that would work. That would be the right value, but again, it sounds like the Rays are unwilling to move Diaz or Fairbanks at this point. Just a left fielder now, who do you think the Padres get? I'll go with a more inexpensive option like Robert. I think the most likely guy would probably be like a Ramon Laureano, a O'Hearn, somebody along those lines. Merrill Kelly fits every competitive team right now. Yeah. But again, nobody's really dealing starting pitching yet. Who's the first team that cracks? Because Foscue could play first and third and to second base, his natural position. Welcome in, John. Just joining. Have the Rangers done anything? Anything in the works? Well, they traded away Cody Hewer. They finished second in the bidding for David Bednar, and it looks like they're still looking for a closer type, some bullpen help, period. So we'll see what happens there. Kenny, welcome back. Thanks for the good content as always. Appreciate you. Can we still do the Ray and Doval trade? Yes. Let's go ahead and do that one while we wait for this move, the next move to happen. Still waiting for the full return. Ooh, another catcher. Edgelin Perez. So I guess they're trying to solidify their catcher rotation. That's a pretty good return. And you're still getting one more piece. Flores was, I believe, a 7.3 valuation. Perez was a 3 or a 4 valuation. That's 10 plus one more. And all you're getting is Bednar out of it. That's why they won the deal. Bart hit 270 with 13 homers last year, 2.2 WAR. This year he's hitting 250 with only 28 years old. Former first-round pick and could start for Texas next season and let Heim go. I think the Rangers are looking for an upgrade, yes. Jack, has Jax been traded yet? No. But Vita, let's go ahead and do that trade for you. Let me clear out this trade. We'll go to the Cubbies. Let's go to the Giants. Giants for Ray. Minus 14, a lot of money on that deal. 1 year left on it as well. Doval. $3.5. Okay. 2 years left on his. So, what could you get? Well, Tyone, no. You just brought in Kittredge, got Presley, Brazier, Pearson. Flexen just got DFA'd. Maybe you claim Flexen in this deal. Let's say the Giants throw in, I don't know, 20 million, 15 million to make it worth it. Now you go back over to the Cubbies. What would be around that 3 million valuation that would be worth it for this return? Long, I think, would be a nice piece, but the Giants already have a first base prospect. Birdsell would be a nice depth piece for them, kind of in that same vein that they gave away Harrison and Hicks in that deal. Don't like WAR as a stat. It barely shows anything. To a certain degree, I'll agree with you there. It does show a measure of how good a player is overall, but you do need to dig in deeper to the numbers. Do a trade with the Tigers next. We could do something like that. What does Philly have to give up to convince the A's to part with Rooker? Nothing. I don't think they're going to be trading Rooker right now at all. Let's say the first piece is Birdsell. And then your second piece is Howard, maybe? Something like that. Or if you want to do something a little different, you could do Hodge, maybe. Miller, maybe. I like Nazir Mule, though. Get another starter in there. There's your trade for Robbie Ray and Doval. You think the Jays are going to get Jax or Bender? We'll see. By reportedly asking for Jonah Tong and a potential Luis Robert trade, it's good the White Sox think Jeff Wilpon is still the Mets GM. That would make a lot more sense, yeah. My bad, Joey Bart was a second overall pick in 2018. I'm guessing they'd take on another big money player to get a better return, possibly. And center field, Brian Sanchez was the full return. Very interesting. Let's clear this out. I'm curious to see what the trade actually does. So the Yankees, Pirates, Bednar, Yankees end up trading Flores, Perez, and who was the third piece? Brian Sanchez. Let's see if he's in their system here. 1.1. So they almost doubled up the value of Bednar here. That's why the Rangers didn't get this deal done. I don't blame them. Pirates rebuild their catching tandem. I'm sure Malcolm Moore probably would have been the headliner that the Rangers probably would have had to give up based off of this package that the Pirates are getting. What additional right bat could Philly still do? I'm not sure they do another one. I think they're pretty much set with what they're going with right now. I think Philadelphia is pretty much done. Camino, do you think the Yanks can get Kelly from Arizona? I do. I think he's a low enough cost to really be a nice enough upgrade into that rotation to be worth the deal. But prices are high. We really haven't seen any of the starting pitchers move at all, which tells me prices are still sky high for even the rentals. Jays didn't have a catcher for them. Makes sense. Padres leaning towards holding on to Robert Suarez. No surprise there. Two hours, 48 minutes until the deadline. Tinkers, welcome in. Jays, Namala, Martinez, and a mid-tier prospect for Guardians Quan. Namala is 25 prospect value. Martinez is around 6 and a mid-tier prospect. I guess that would be more valuable than Martinez, I guess is what you're saying. You still don't get there, even with your Savage. Quan, Laureano, Castro is the three names. The Twins will be active. They've already gotten a lot of their shopping done, or trading away, selling at the deadline done here. Rangers finished second in that sweepstakes. I'm wondering which reliever they ultimately try to target now. Cubs really need to make a move for that rotation. Okay, so at this hour, we are, 2:13 right now, Central Time? 2 hours, 46 minutes until the deadline. If I had to rank the teams that need to make a move most before the deadline here, Cubs got to be number one. They're number one for me. Number two is probably going to be the Dodgers. Stephen Kwan will be their move. I think they will get it done. Cubs need starting pitching, period. Whatever they do, they got to get starting pitching. 3 has got to be a selling team to me, the Miami Marlins. They really haven't sold much yet. They're supposed to be sellers. What are you doing? Part of the reason why they haven't sold anybody yet is because the starting pitching market is held up. I get it, but at a certain point, let's go, chop, chop. Time to make a move. Those are my top 3. Rangers will be my number 4 because they need a closer. They need a bat. They need to do something to justify how good this rotation has been, how good the offense is starting to churn. Bruce Bochy as your manager. They need to make a move. That's my number 4 team. Phillies are done. I don't think they need to do any more. Blue Jays have done a nice job. Tigers have done a really nice job as well. I still think they need to add a third baseman, but they're not going to be my number 5 team. My number 5 has got to be the Arizona Diamondbacks. You already traded Naylor and Suarez. You're not bringing back both Gallen and Kelly. You need to trade at least one of those guys. I would trade both, but we'll see. So those are the 5 teams I'm really looking at here at the deadline to really make some moves. Rob, could the Cubs have gotten Gore but not announcing it until 5 to keep the Brewers from answering? No. Brewers aren't going to try to answer that level of move anyway. And if you're worried about the Brewers, as good as they are, your eyes are on the division, not on the bigger prize in the World Series. So, again, win the World Series. Stop worrying about the rest. You're trying to go all in this year. All in not to win the division, all in to win the series. So, get a starting pitcher. Get 2. Where will Quan end up at the deadline? Dodgers. Not being mad or mean if the price for starting pitchers is so high. Why didn't see why put DeGrom out there and see if you can get for him. If it's not insane, pull it back. You're not going to get anything of real value. I mean, he's got so much money on that contract, and he basically is one of the few reasons you're in this thing on the American League side. Pitching has been your calling card this year, and if you're trading away arguably your first or second best pitcher, you're not staying in that spot. So, the Rangers are in a good spot as they are right now with DeGrom. They are right underneath the tax. They don't need to cut salary. No impetus to do that type of a move. Just to see what you could get back. I mean, that's what you're doing all year long anyway. You're taking phone calls. Hey, would you do this or this? What's the value you see for this player? Yada, yada, yada. None of those talks ever really get anywhere. We get an idea where they're going. Ramon Urias stuff was fake. Okay. I didn't think it was overly legitimate either. Andrew, are the Phillies done? I'm assuming Robert's going to the Mets. Sounds like he might be staying in Chicago more than anything else. They did give up a lot. Yankees bullpen ERA since July 1, 6.29. Bednar should help. Agree there. Kurt, welcome back. Klinger, what you got for me, Corporal? Surprised the Mets didn't make a move yet. I thought they were going to be in an arms race 5 minutes after the Phillies traded for Duran. The Mets got Helsley, another Bednar, although Bader probably doesn't move the needle. True, I think that's more of the factor there. I don't think they're necessarily worried about what the Phillies are doing at this point, rather than what the Mets have on their roster. There are still some ways the Mets could improve. Do I think that they're done here at the deadline? No. Whereas the Phillies, I think they've done pretty much everything that they're going to do. Would you trade Adolis for Pham and Santana? No. Preller is not done, as they're looking for a left fielder, according to Ken Rosenthal. We've been live for 6 hours and 20 minutes now. Really do appreciate you guys spending some time with us today. Had a pretty good chat all day long, so I really do appreciate you guys joining us. We've got several likes on the video. What are we up to now? Let me close this out and see where we're at. There we go. We've gained about 60 new subscribers so far today, and I remember in the final hours when we gained our most subscribers of the day. So we're actually on track here. Got 125 watching right now. If you guys are new here, hit that like and subscribe. We'll be live through the trade deadline, and then after the deadline tonight, around 9:45, we'll have our recap show of the deadline, breaking down all the deals as well. Bednar going to the Yankees is a little bit surprising. I thought they'd be in there for some bigger fish, but ultimately they settle on Bednar as their top guy and get it done. You want to keep Corporal Klinger in the chat? Well, if I were the Phillies, the only way they'd make another addition here is if they weren't calling up Crawford here. That would tell me they might still be looking for center field help. But with Crawford coming up, I don't think they're going to do that. I thought Miller might have been a good addition for them. That didn't happen. But other than that, I don't see a piece out there that the Phillies would have interest in doing. I know there has been some Phillies fans talking about Rooker. That isn't happening. Andrew, Phillies still need a power righty bat. I can't see Dave Dombrowski being done yet. I mean, he'll try. I'm sure he's going to try to improve the roster. Maybe get another bench bat. That'd probably be the only thing. Fourth, fifth type of outfielder. Still no starters have really moved at all today, though. That's kind of the surprising thing right now. Got 163 likes. Let's see if we can bump that up to 165 here in the next couple of minutes. If you guys wouldn't mind tapping that like and subscribe down at the bottom of your video. Turn on those alerts when we do go live. That way you can join us for our recap show this evening. Padres and Astros in Quan bidding war. I wouldn't be surprised if the Dodgers have been leading this thing throughout. They made one trade bringing in Brock Stewart. Helps their bullpen. But to me, they're just they're Godzilla waiting in the corner for everybody else to, all right, I got this. Knock everybody else out of the way. Make a Godfather offer to the Guardians and get it done. Dennis Santana. Are we saying Dennis Santana got traded? I don't see that. We'll see. But my expectation this entire time is Quan to the Dodgers. Haven't heard many things about the Braves, but they move in silence as well. They do. And I think with the Rangers missing on Bednar, CY is going to get real antsy to make something big happen. We'll see. Maybe those two GMs could get together, or heads of president of baseball option could get together and come together on a deal. Reunion with Hoskins back in Philly. I know he's currently IL, but still, no. I wouldn't want that one if I'm Philly. Interesting thing about Ozuna, since he's has this thing where he can decline a trade with 10-5 rights. Yes, but he also has a hip injury that he's working through, off-field issues as well. From an article in 22, Bednar said, on feeling at home, I'm from here. I want to do everything for this fan base. They're fair to me. I don't know if I could play in a place like New York. He's in New York now. I don't think it's Ray Davis is in the way. Iglesias to Texas. Finances don't work in that deal. Prospects are cool. Parades are cooler. True. San Diego drawing trade inquiries on Ryan Bergert and Stephen Kolek, as well as AA prospects Henry Baez and Braden Nett. All could contribute in next year's rotation, provided they're all still with the team. Oops, they're all gone. I like that one from Ken Rosenthal. A little snarky. Bader, a righty, kidding, not wrong about being a... Huh? I don't get that one. Or Aaron Bummer to Texas. I don't like that one either. Bummer doesn't really fit what the Rangers are looking for right now. Preller ain't done yet. No, you're still looking for a left fielder. Do the Phillies release Kepler? Maybe that's the trade that the Padres could do for a left fielder. Take him off the Phillies' hands. And a Yankee guy was on Sportsnet in Canada today. It said Bednar has had confidence issues. I don't know if New York fits him. We'll see. Yankees sending 3 top 30 guys to the Pirates for Bednar. Cedric Mullins remains a possibility for the Mets, who are looking for a center field upgrade. There's been no progress on Luis Robert, and it's even possible White Sox keep Robert. John Heyman finally chiming in. I guess he's back from his lunch. talking on the network about the top 3 destinations right now for Dylan Cease. I think it's unlikely that they move him at this point. It's 2:24. We got 2 hours, 35 minutes until the deadline. Inching ever closer. I think the Phillies may bring up Justin Crawford. There was talk of that as well. We'll see. I think they will do that. Maybe Texas is pivoting here. Ryan O'Hearn to Texas. It's still under discussion. The worst production in the DH spot of any MLB team. Graduated from Frisco, Wakeland High School. I don't know. I mean, if you're bringing in O'Hearn, what are you doing with Berger and Peterson? Happy birthday to the late Jose Fernandez. May he rest in peace. Should the Phillies trade Ranger Suarez? No. Absolutely not. Appreciate you guys joining us anyway. I'm not a big Ryan O'Hearn guy. I'm not a big Marcell Ozuna guy here at the deadline. The only way those options make sense is if you're finding a way to move off of Jock Peterson. That's it. I'm not having 2 spots taken up by primary DHs. You've been wanting O'Hearn to Texas? I'm not saying O'Hearn wouldn't be bad as a DH. I'm just saying if you're making those moves and it upgrades your DH, great. But what are you doing from a roster construction standpoint? I know you need to upgrade from Duran. You have Smith, absolutely, sure. But you get a little thin positionally there. This is where you try to bulk up your team, not to bring it back down. Rod, I think I'd rather have Hauser now with that hard sinker. Great ERA for being in a hitter's park, guaranteed rate field. True. I think Hauser's going to be a great starting pitcher that's available here at the deadline. I think the Cubs are going to be in there. I think the Mets would kick the tires on him at one point. We'll see where he goes. Berger is returning in a week or two. True. Texan. It's probably O'Hearn's dream to wear a Rangers uniform, but I don't think it's happening until winter. I think he'd be a good option as a Ranger if you find a way to move off of Peterson. But until then, it doesn't really fit. Maybe they find a taker to take on Jock Peterson's money next year. It sounds more and more like Castro plus Jax makes a ton of sense for the Jays. It's always made sense. The question is, will the trade line up there? What relievers are still available? Halverson, Vodnik, Bird, Iglesias, Bummer, Johnson, a few others as well. I'm sure I'm missing a bunch of them. With the moves the Phillies have made, are they better than the Mets? Honestly, with the addition of Duran, and the Mets, to me, still their biggest hole is in their rotation. I know they're not talking about it at all, but to me, you go up in a series against the Dodgers, every single game you're at a deficit. You go up against the Cubs, you're at an advantage. You go up against the Phillies, you're at a deficit. Ryan O'Hearn mocked to Texas, that would be something like Osuna, or it would probably be something like Cole Drake and another small piece. While everyone is wondering where Dodger starter Dylan Cease is going, it certainly appears that he's going nowhere and staying in San Diego. Same with Robert Suarez. So it looks like the rest of the San Diego conversation around their pitchers is dead. So if you're looking Ryan O'Hearn, let me update this site really quick. Orioles. I'd rather have Laureano, honestly, than O'Hearn. O'Hearn is where? Is he even lower than I thought? 4. So a little bit better value than Berger. Doval to Texas for a union with Bochy? Maybe. I'm not sure Bochy was a huge fan of him when he was there. I can't remember. You would take Jock? Shock Bender hasn't been moved yet. What are the Marlins doing is true. Ozuna to the Padres falling through. Everybody wants Drake. That's why CY needs to say no. Ozuna to the Padres was false. True. True that those rumors were false. But O'Hearn to the Rangers would look something like probably a Brat as the headliner. Maybe a Church or a Curtis. Or a Skylar Hales to round out the deal. You're down with Doval going to the Rangers? I'd rather have Halverson. You'll help him onto the plane. Don't let the door hit him in the back on the way out. That's an expensive trade for a DH. What would a trade for Maton or Santana look like for the Jays? Small potatoes. Less than a king, I'll put it that way. Two hours, 28 minutes till the deadline. Like I said, around the 2-hour mark is where you finally start to see deals come to fruition. Some of the bigger deals. So expect starting pitching here to start to pick up. Would Bloss get it done? Yeah. Looking at this, I'm trying to look for an elite bullpen arm if you're the Rangers after you miss out on Bednar. Anybody who might be available. I mean, anybody. Stewart would have been a nice piece as kind of a setup guy. Here you got Matt's down, or Phil Maton down here. Really good numbers. Whiff percentage is really good. His fastball velocity is really low, so he fits really well with what the Rangers already offer, but with more of a strikeout slant, I guess, than some of the arms they have there. What does the trade look like for 2 Rockies bullpen arms? Yankees want Alcantara plus Bender for Spencer Jones? Honestly, I say yes to that. If I'm the Marlins, you're giving me 6 years of Spencer Jones for Alcantara and Bender? I probably would say yes to that, honestly. Bender's a nice piece in the bullpen, but Alcantara is the better piece out of the two. Spencer Jones is the best piece out of that deal. Not bad. He did throw an immaculate inning, yeah. Okay, let's do that Rockies trade real quick. Tyler Anderson. Notable role players traded before the deadline. Marco Scudero, I remember that. Astros send McCullers for bad contract for Peterson, another bad contract. I mean, honestly, that's not a horrible idea. I wouldn't do it, but it's not a horrible idea. Looks like the Astros are getting Correa. What? Welcome in, Mark. Appreciate you joining us. Where are you seeing that, Matt? I don't see that anywhere. Just hopped on quite a day, yes. Michael, what did I miss? I had to go eat lunch with some lasagna. Well, I didn't have lunch, but you didn't miss too much anyway. Bednar goes to the Yankees. We saw Furman go to the Padres. We've got about 9 trades so far. Almost no starting pitchers have moved. And you're going to get a flurry of activity here in the next 2.5 hours. 2 hours and 20 minutes now. O'Hearn to Texas is a possibility, yeah. Do I love the idea if I'm Texas? No. You want Vodnik and Halverson. Those were the 2 names I was kind of thinking of. Where's the Rockies? Two hard throwers. Halverson, good chase and whiff rates. Extension is elite for Halverson as well. At 90 percentile. And I think they're controllable for a good period of time as well. Let's see, what would a trade look like? Okay. So Vodnik is at 9. Halverson at 7.9. 5 years left for Halverson. 4 years left for Vodnik. So you'd have a bullpen of Vodnik, Garcia, and Halverson for at least 4 more years. Not horrible. But you're taking some risk here because it's Colorado. What are they going to look like when you get them out of Colorado? I have a way to figure that out. Let's do that real quick. What do their numbers look like away from Colorado? The Rockies select a split away games. Let's do games. That'll be a good way to find the bullpen guys. Kinley, Bird, Herget, Vodnik. Hey, look at those ERAs away from Coors Field, though. 5 and 6. That's scary. I would have thought it'd been better. That's really scary. Bird is at 7. Kinley, the only other one that was even mentioned as a trade possibility, at 4.2. Mullins goes to the Mets. Did we just get that deal, Mark? We did. There's trade number 10. The Mets get their trade for a center fielder, and they might be done now. Asking price for Ryan O'Hearn is said to be very high. But the Mets get Cedric Mullins. It's not going to cost a whole lot. Should be a nice get for them. Gives them another speed guy out there. Defensively, Taylor obviously the better option for them, but Mullins, I got another spammer. We'll get it taken care of, though. My moderator is on top of it. Best in the business. Thank you, moderator. Yeah, I think that means he's probably not going to be moved. Likely to the Padres if he's moved at all now. Otherwise, he's staying in Chicago. You're hoping he'd go to the Astros. I think Laureano would probably be a good option for you. Even better than Mullen, honestly. But the Mets look like they're getting Cedric Mullins here. Be sure to hit that like and subscribe. We're about 2 hours and 20 minutes away now from the deadline. 2:19. We are up to 10 trades on the day. O'Hearn or Pham to Texas. Which would I prefer? Pham. He's an easier bat to come off the bench, and I trust his bat in a pinch hitting situation more than I would O'Hearn. O'Hearn is harder to horseshoe onto this roster. Yankees, trade again. Jake Bird from the Rockies, trade number 11 of the day. We were just looking at those stats away from Coors Field. Jake Bird, a 7.4 ERA in 21 games away from Coors Field. 20 earned runs in 24 innings. Strikeout rate about 9 per 9 innings. A whip of 1.97. Let's see what he's done. Let's see, is there a way to trim this down by year to date? No, they don't let me trim it even further. I was trying to see if it was more recent that he's been better away from New York. But Jake Bird goes to New York. So both New York teams make a trade within a minute of each other. And we are up to 11 trades now. Orioles get Gomez, Nunez, and Marsh in exchange for Mullins. Let's look at the entire season for Jake Bird, in case you're wondering. 4.73 ERA, which means his home numbers have got to be good. Yeah, 2.48 ERA in 24 games. Only 8 runs allowed, 1 home run in Coors. That's good. A 1 whip at home. So maybe home cooking is really what he needs. Maybe home cooking with the Yankees will be what he needs. Adversarial park versus non-adversarial park, I guess, would be the hope there. Vo, welcome in. Appreciate you joining us. Still nothing from the Braves. True. Michael, is it a bad move because Jake Bird struggles in Chicago and New York as a hitter-friendly ballpark like Colorado? It's just interesting that away from Colorado, you'd think numbers would go down, and it's not the case for those players. 7.4 was everywhere else. Red Horse, that was away from Coors. That's his numbers away from Colorado, not in Colorado. You got it backwards, Red Horse. As a Philly fan, I'm appreciating you not getting excited for a Mets trade. I'm not excited about Mullins. I've told you guys this. I don't really like his defense. His arm is a wet noodle. It's literally a pool noodle. He can't throw the ball in. He doesn't hit the cutoff guy. Or hit the cutoff man. He cannot throw anybody out at home. So if you're relying on him defensively, it's a miss. Now offensively, he still provides you a nice batting average, speed, stolen bases, is valuable in those ways. But he's not a complete player. We talk about teams for Osuna and Rysel. Just the thing, Osuna has a date where he can get traded, and Rysel is making too much. True. My next question is for those relievers for Colorado. Do you think the reason why they struggle on the road is because they had to adjust to how they're pitching? Yes, because in Colorado, your ball doesn't move right or left. It might move up or down, but it doesn't move right or left. That's why Greg Maddux always struggled in cold temperatures and in elevation, because he can't get that ball to spot right or left. Oh, we got a trade. I see James Outman. Oh, that was the return for Brock Stewart. Really? I guess they're clearing roster space in the outfield there. He was part of the return for Brock Stewart. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. I'm telling you, I think Kwan's going to go to the Dodgers. I don't think they're going to find a way to offload Conforto's money, so they're just going to stick with it. They clear the roster space there. I apologize if I missed your comments. We're going to start getting some trades here now that we're getting close to that 2-hour mark. We're at 11 trades so far. Yankees, Mets getting a trade done in the last 5 minutes. Rock Reggio and Ben Shields go in the deal to the Rockies. Ryan O'Hearn to the Tigers wouldn't be bad. To the Cubs wouldn't be bad. According to Threads, the Astros have acquired Carlos Correa. Really? Nothing here yet from any of the main people. I'm going to hold my thoughts on that one until we see some real headlines about it. But 11 trades so far today. I would expect from now until the deadline probably in the neighborhood of about 20 deals. Francie Romero. Wasn't he traded by the Red Sox at one point? Merrill Kelly to the Red Sox would be interesting. The Yankees have asked for the Marlins for a package that would include Alcantara and Bender. Well, now that they got Bird, where do they go? Mullins robbed 2 homers from the Blue Jays hitters the other day. I'm not saying he doesn't have a glove. I'm not saying he doesn't have speed. I'm just saying that he doesn't have an arm. You saw a picture that confirms it? I don't know about that. Outman can go replace Bader in the outfield, I suppose. According to some reports, possible return for Cabrera and Bender in Miami as if that happens to be Flores. Cunningham, you heard? Well, Flores already is traded. That's not happening. Flores got dealt in the Bednar deal. Astros still have only made 1 move so far. They're still going to add a starting pitcher, I'd imagine, and still going to add an outfielder. Look for Laureano, look for Gallen, look for Kelly, look for any names along those lines. Was that a good trade for Mullins? Neither here nor there to me. I think it's kind of split in the middle. Probably Photoshop, I agree. Let's go ahead and update real quick. Joel Sherman. Yankees wanted to add strikeout ability to their late bullpen. Bednar and Bird addressed that if it works in New York. They'd still like to add a starting pitcher, maybe an infielder with shortstop ability with options to stash in AAA, and wouldn't be surprised if they're still in the pen market for a left-hander. Watch Braves get Morton. They're not going to get Morton here. What was that tweet? Unless Rangers traded another left-handed bat, and Orioles took back all the money in the deal. Unlikely for O'Hearn. Rangers need right-handed bat, not lefties, and that's before we even get to the money. He speaks words of truth. Ninja edits, can the Rangers trade for O'Hearn? They could. I'm just not sure how it would really fit. Ramon Laureano overpay. Let's get him 290, 15 homers. Like I said, I would like Laureano. A little bit of a hothead between the ears, but Rangers could use a little bit of that in the clubhouse with Adolis Garcia still there. Give somebody else with that similar kind of vigor. Got another spammer. We'll get it taken care of, though. You're the best moderator. Appreciate you very much. Jays are going to respond to these Yankees moves soon. Watch it. We'll see. I still don't think the Jays are done. Astros are not getting Correa. That's a trade that will likely happen in the offseason if it does happen at all. Remember, Twins can't retain money because of their ownership situation. And that's what the Astros would require in order to get that deal done right now. Appreciate you guys joining us. Thank you for hitting that like button. Helps us out quite a bit. We've been live for 6 hours and 50 minutes. Still going strong. 2 hours, 9 minutes left until the deadline. So moved on trade talks with the Astros, yes. James Outman went for Brock Stewart, yes. No sense for Correa, yes. Padres, Robert, I doubt at this point. I think the Padres, if you're looking for a left fielder, a controllable left fielder, I think you're going to go bargain basement hunting for now. Brady's out torn hamstring, so that's the reason why all the rumors are coming out about Correa to the Astros. Yes, but again, the money just doesn't work. That's why they made the trade for Ramon Urias to solve that issue. They don't need Correa right now. You getting hungry? I'm starving. I forget what we're having for dinner, though. Been thinking baseball too much today. I've forgotten what we're doing for dinner. I know we got a steak left. Maybe have steak and something else. I can't remember what it was, though. Mets got an excellent center fielder. They got an excellent speed player. I'm not buying an excellent center fielder. A bench bat, a center fielder who can cover some ground, sure. But again, that wet noodle for an arm. I'll put it this way. I hit it on the ground, into center. There's a chance any of those balls could be a double. In the air, maybe he chases it down by that same token. Did Jax get traded? Not yet. Astros signed or traded for Urias for third base. More home runs, more RBIs than Correa, and his salary is stupid high. Yeah. D-backs are in talks with the Red Sox about Kelly and Osuna, probably not getting traded. He's in the lineup tonight. We'll see. The team has money. The team has operated under a stance that it doesn't want to go over the 241 collective CBT tax. They have about 239, 240 committed with bonuses. They have money. They just don't intend to break the budget. In order for the Astros to get Cabrera from Miami, are they going to have to do a 3-team trade? Possibly. But I think if you center that deal up around Milton and a couple of lower prospects, I think you could get that deal done. If you do Yannick, Alvarez, or not Alvarez, but Alvarez and a couple more prospects, I think that deal could get there. O'Hearn to the Astros, I think, or to the Tigers anyway. I think that would be a nice trade for them still, but no, it hasn't happened yet. He has a club option for next year. He does have a nice surplus. Apparently, the Twins really like James Outman because he got him straight up for Brock Stewart. Steak, broccoli, baked potato sounds good. Trying to remember what we had planned. Oh, yeah, now I remember. Got company coming in from out of town, so I think we're doing something with them. If Mullins hits one in the year, he owes me 20 push-ups. Yeah, that's kind of my thoughts as well. He's a speed guy. He doesn't need to worry about pop. Although he does have some. A little bit. Do you think the Phillies would like to trade Kepler, Marsh, or Rojas? I think they would like to and upgrade their bench if they could. Do I think they will? Highly unlikely. Sinking feeling. I know you don't think it happens, but I think knowing the tracker of Miami, they are probably going to trade Stowers. We'll see. Ironically, I'm still not scared of the Yankees as a Jays fan. I mean, I do like Bednar going to the Yankees. Bird is a little bit of a question mark for me. They still haven't added a starter. They will. But until they do, I am going to reserve judgment on their entire trade deadline. If you're wondering where these teams are going to finish for me, go ahead and tune in to our live tonight around 9:45. Hit that subscribe button at the bottom of the video. It goes a long way to helping us out here at the Upside. Turn on that bell as well to be notified when we go live. And hit that like as well. Really do appreciate you guys joining us today. Adolis to the Mets? What? You saying it happened, or that's something that's being rumored? Mike Rodriguez? I'm not familiar with Mike Rodriguez. Let's see. Astros still on Correa. There's money to be worked out. I mean, that's a hard deal to work out because the Twins are in a change of ownership situation. That's a hard one. Heard that Fraley is on the market. Astros were interested in O'Hearn. What was the rest of that tweet I just saw? But according to a source, Jesus Sanchez of the Marlins is now high on Houston's radar. There you go, Anthony. Jesus Sanchez of the Marlins on Houston's radar. I'm unfamiliar with Mike Rodriguez, though, Theo. Garcia is gone? Well, if they're finding a way to trim some money, the only way I would have traded Garcia to the Mets, maybe Marte would be a piece that would come back. You're saying Adolis is a Met? Still waiting for any of these guys to mention it. Sure. 94 is my personal. Go ahead and tag it on there. We'll take a look. Still waiting to see it, though. If you trade Adolis, that just opens up another hole, though. I'm not saying Adolis is a perfect player. I thought Adolis was probably going to be gone at the end of the year anyway. If the Mets get Doley, that certainly would be a huge upgrade for them. Huh? I don't know. Let me go back over to our list here and see if it's actually coming out, though. I'm still hearing nothing from any of the major people yet. Every now and again, you get a good report from some of those reporters. I'm not overly fluent in Spanish, so I'll put it this way. There are still reporters out there that would. Rangers Insider is saying, thank you for everything, Adolis Garcia. You're a Rangers legend. Really? What would the return possibly be? Get their prospect back, Luis Angel Acuna? It doesn't exactly help you right now. Are they trying to chase down the story? Is why we haven't seen an update recently? Nothing on the network yet. Nothing from any of the reporters I trust yet. I'm going to reserve judgment for now. It just doesn't make sense. If they did trade him, what would the return be? Osuna in the lineup tonight, maybe no Osuna trade. I mean, he's probably going to be in the lineup either way. With or without a trade being made for him. Now, if they make a trade, obviously you remove him and you go on about your business. MLB said Astros still top for Kwan. Maybe. I wonder if Jesus Sanchez is the guy that or where he goes there. That's more in their price range. Too big of a trade to not get mentioned yet? No kidding. What was he? ALCS MVP, something like that? But everybody's gone really quiet. Whoa! Carlos Correa is coming from the Twins. Brian McTaggart, Houston beat reporter. They have agreed to acquire Carlos Correa. Wow. Are they taking the money? That's the only way that deal works. Because the ownership, I know they're not going to pay for a player to play for another team. You're trying to trim payroll. Maybe the thought process is just by getting off of Correa's contract, maybe it would help you, but wow. That's 12. We are now inside of 2 hours until the deadline. Wow. Correa traded from the Twins. Let's see if anybody else has it yet. Mark Feinsand retweeting the message from Brian McTaggart. And there's Jeff Passan. There we go. They get their guy back. Are all fences mended between Carlos Correa and Jim Crane, their owner, though? Matt, you're right. Wow. Starting to finally see some surprises here. Finally. Correa goes to Houston. Texas can't possibly let this deadline go by and not do anything. Seattle's done Suarez, Naylor, and Ferguson. Houston's done Urias, Correa, likely to do another player. What do you do with Jeremy Pena? You keep him right where he is. Correa, you probably try to figure out something over there at second base. I'm curious what the return is here. How much money are the Twins eating? Adolis Garcia to the Mets. We haven't seen any verification yet. Mike Martinez was the report we were all looking at about 5-10 minutes ago. We have nothing to verify it yet. Couple other people are picking up on the report, but nothing out there. I wonder if people were chasing down this Correa story and are waiting on Adolis. If that's real, which I still don't think it is yet. It is a very weird deadline. Yeah, Mike Rodriguez, we talked about that already. Could the Rangers trade for Jax? Possibly. Carlos Correa to the Astros. What a move that would be. The network finally talking about it, yeah. John Heyman up there now. Wow. So is this the deadline where we talk about Correa going back to his former team? Is that the trade? McCullers back to him? Possibly. Eat the bad money on McCullers' deal. And like I said, Correa's deal after 28 is all vesting options, and they're all team friendly. So if Correa makes it to those vesting options and is worth it, that's a hell of a bargain. But you got to get there first. Ninja Edits, trade Jock Bro, no kidding. Still nothing on Adolis, so it looks like that's unrealistic right now. Mets are done, according to Andy Martino, mostly done. Yankees are looking for a left-handed reliever and a starter. Bob Nightingale, the Correa deal was on life support this morning when the Twins balked at eating a significant part of his salary. Now it reunites him with his original team. He has waived his no-trade clause. Michael, why do you think it's taking so long for Miami to trade both Correa and Sandy? And Sandy is the starter from the Padres holding the starting pitching mark and get up. No, he's not. Correa plays third. Maybe they use Urias as second. Maybe in the outfield. Is Joe Ryan 100% being traded? No. Yeah, we talked about that, heel. That's Mike Rodriguez. Nobody else is saying it but him. So maybe he knows somebody that knows somebody and found out before everybody else, but I'm still reserving judgment on that. Fake news, yeah. It's fake news. A few of the people that I follow for the Rangers are saying it's fake news as well. You think Robert is going to go to San Diego? We'll see. Replacing Paredes at third. I still think Pena is going to be the shortstop there no matter what. They do have Urias, but he's only there for another year. I like the addition there anyway if Correa does go down. Some people still saying it's in the works. We'll see. I'm reserving judgment. I am Switzerland. So interesting that the full deal is once 12 million more than a year, 12 million after. Curious what the finances are going to be on that deal. And then where are all these starting pitchers? It's an hour 49 until the deadline. Where are the freaking starting pitcher trades? We've got nothing. Yanks bullpen looking better now. I'll agree with you there. I do like Bednar. Bird I have my questions about. These last 2 hours have me on my toes, Michael. I mean, everybody should be. It's the trade deadline. Final 2 hours are where crazy things happen, like Carlos Correa going back to Houston. Welcome in, Sub-Zero. Appreciate you joining us once again. Are the Jays going for more starting pitchers to move Lauer back to the pen as a long arm? He's been good, though. We'll see. Adolis to the Mets. We'll see. Still nobody that I trust is saying it yet. Looks like the Red Sox are really going after Merrill Kelly and others, according to John Heyman. Houston is now trying hard for one of the big starters, Kelly, Alcantara, Cease. They're in on Quan talks as well. I doubt they get Quan. Jesus Sanchez seems more likely. I mean, the AL West has passed the Rangers by if they don't make a move here. Halverson, even if you make a trade there, I'm not buying this deadline for the Rangers right now. It's about gone as bad as you could have thought for the Rangers right now. Mariners getting better in front of you. Astros getting better in front of you. Yankees stealing one of your top targets away. Red Sox have made small moves to improve, but they're kind of a streaky team anyway. And then the Rays aren't giving you Diaz. It's gone about as bad as you can go. Correa is a third baseman, yes. Kelly, Gallen, any of the Fish starting pitchers, Hauser, Morton, Ryan, Gore. Looks like the Astros were targeting $50 million for the Twins to eat, but still a significant amount with other major leaguers involved in a mega deal. Really? What are they doing here? Jays is still going to make a move or two. We shall see. So what for being big buyers, Rangers? Yeah. I'm more than a little miffed right now if I'm a Rangers fan. I understand we got an hour 45 left. Best rotation in the game so far this year by ERA. Best bullpen in baseball since the beginning of June. And you don't make an addition? You don't address the offense? This could be the first deadline where Rangers fans look at Chris Young and go, what are you doing? I'll reserve judgment for another hour 45, but I'm starting to wonder. D-Rod, welcome back. What's up, buddy? Looks like the Astros saved money by trading for Correa rather than re-signing Bregman. Looks like it, but I'm curious to see what the deal looks like. Sounds like it's going to be a mega deal. Pena's staying at short, yes. Other major leaguers involved in this deal, that's what I'm wondering about. DeGrom's been healthy all year and you don't add to this roster? Evaldi a full half run better than anybody in the American League by ERA? And yet you don't add? I can already tell you what my take is going to be for biggest loser here at the deadline. We'll see. Joe, is Mackenzie Gore to the Cubs dead? I believe so. I am interested in this mega deal, though, for Houston. Cubs need to add some starting pitching. There are so many starters that still need to move. Hardly any of them have been traded yet, and we're an hour and a half away from the deadline. Dustin, yes, it looks like those reports were false. Got another spammer. We'll get it taken care of for you in just a second. I think Roberts' trade to the Padres is dead. Yes. Thank you, moderator. Appreciate you. Thank you very, 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 very much. The Astros are getting Jesus Sanchez from the Marlins. So there you go, Anthony. Is that trade number 12 today? 13? Mega deal like 6 teams? What? Oh, you're asking what is a mega deal? We're talking probably 3 or more teams. We're talking multiple players. And there's Evan Grant. This is not accurate. Rangers are not moving Garcia. Thank you. Is Quan gone? Not yet. Jesus Sanchez goes to the Astros as well. Ryan Gusto goes to the Marlins. That certainly can't be it, you'd think. What is his value anyway? I'm kind of curious. $12.6. So it's got to be for another couple pieces. Rangers do make a trade. They add Danny Colomb to their bullpen. Okay. We're getting there. He ain't a closer. What are his StatCast numbers look like real quick? He kind of fits more in line with what they already have. Kind of a Jacob Webb replacement to me, it looks like. Not high hopes, but still a good option. So that's 14. Curious to see what else these trades are going to include. Astros are still looking at Dylan Cease as well. I doubt that. I'm sure they would love to get Dylan Cease, but I just doubt he's going to go. Got 150 of you guys with us right now. Be sure to hit that like and subscribe if you haven't already. Rangers finally make their first addition at the trade deadline, bringing in Danny Colomb from the Minnesota Twins. Another spammer, we'll get that taken care of shortly. Thank you, moderator. You are on it. Really appreciate you. Jax is still sitting out there. Multiple Rockies relievers are still there. Pretty much all of the starting pitchers are still on the market. We are an hour 39 away from the deadline. I agree with you there, Big Bink. Braves got to wake up and get some pitching help. No kidding. Blocked a spammer, that's good. Curious to see what these returns are going to be from the Houston Astros. Feels like a Twins fire sale, yeah. But it looks like they might hold on to Joe Ryan, though. Rangers desperate for relief help. Land Danny Colomb, according to Bob Nightingale. Yes. You'll get him, Gwen. .16 ERA. Jose and Correa reunited. True. Where does Sandy land? I'm wondering if they end up falling back to the Marlins, or the Marlins go back to the Astros and get that deal done. What are his numbers anyway, specifically? .16 in 40 games, 31 innings, so a short reliever. .97 whip. He is very good this year. Strikeout rate is decent. Walk rate is okay. Run prevention is the thing. And he saved a couple of games. Not bad. O'Hearn and Adley are rumored to the Rangers. Interesting. Michael, is it possible for Dylan, Edward, Sandy trades are not going to be announced till after the deadline? Possible. That's why we do stay live for about 45 minutes after the deadline, just to see if any of those trades trickle in after the actual deadline passes. Because as long as you got the call in before the deadline, you're good. If you call after, no. Yandy Diaz trade? We'll see. Cease to Strohs. Did they get that one done too? Did they get 3 trades done in 10 minutes? Wow. He has got 2 years left on his deal. Robert Jr. is not going to go anywhere. It looks like he's staying in Chicago. Cease, Kelly, and Alcantara closest to Cease. I mean, they've been talking about it all day. They were talking about it late last night as well. I wish Buxton was available. They have a real shot at Cease. I'll believe that. What a crazy last, 15 minutes there? That was, 4 trades, 5 trades, rapid fire? Half-hour pass for Manny, yeah. Usually you get most of those bigger trades, if they do happen, after, like if the trade call happens within seconds of the deadline, that those calls take a little bit of time to process, so usually you don't get those news. The final last couple of roster decisions, small, middle relief trades, those kinds of things done, within the first 30 minutes of the trade deadline being done. 45 minutes is about the longest. Very rarely do you see anything go beyond that. Yeah, I mean, they're working hard on it, but they've been working hard on it since last night. They're also getting Chase Jaworski, the number 13 prospect in the system for the Stros. Not bad. They're also getting Esmil Valencia from the Stros. Fish do well there. Jaworski, Valencia, and Gusto for Sanchez, it looks like. 3 for 1. With Gusto going, do they actually get the starting, Dylan Cease? I would agree, Carlos Correa probably the biggest trade so far. Most surprising move for sure. You want to clone him in the offseason to come to Texas? I'm not saying I don't like it. I just think I would rather have a closer. Somebody with really good fastball velocity, strikeout rate is really what I was looking for at the deadline for the Rangers. Instead, they're going for somebody who they kind of have really fits in this group of bullpen arms that they already have. Really good results, run prevention guys, avoids the walk. They already have lots of those guys. I was looking for a different look in the bullpen. Mike, can you look up those two prospects for me and see where they're both worth, or just good, or what we got at least? I could look it up for you here in a second. Padres, there we go, number 5. There we go. 15 trades so far. Padres get Ryan O'Hearn from the Baltimore Orioles. That would mean Robert is definitely staying in Chicago. And I find it unlikely that they move Dylan Cease now. Padres are pretty well stacked. There's no need to move Dylan Cease here. I like that for San Diego. Gives them a first base outfield option. Padres have done really well today. And Ramon Laureano goes to the Padres. Dang. So I guess O'Hearn plays primarily at first. Laureano plays in left. Wow. Padres and Astros, probably the two most aggressive teams of the day by a mile. Major underpay by Houston, really. Huh. Are prices coming down? With the deadline coming upon us, we are, an hour and a half away right now? What an unreal deadline for the Padres. Marcel to Texas, probably. That's probably where it's headed, honestly. Still waiting for the return from the Rangers on Danny Colomb. You think Osuna to the Reds? I'm still of the belief the Brewers do something there, and I think Osuna is it. The Jays can push all their chips in for Ryan and Jax now. Ooh, that'd be good. Trade Namala, Yasevich. Couple other pieces, Tiedemann. Good job. You're awesome, my moderator. You're the best. That's a great deadline for the Padres. A little late there, John Heyman. Thank you. Moderator Rocks, great job. Yes, she does. She does a great job. Taylor Ward, he's staying. Meanwhile, the Cubs still need to go after pitching here. Hour and a half to go. We're going to see pitchers move. I'm telling you, there will be a starting pitcher that's traded. The Rangers do have to answer a bat, in my opinion. Who's the next, oh my God, trade of the deadline? Roberto San Diego, I don't think it's happening now that they got O'Turn and Laureano. How do you become a moderator for this channel? Honestly, I've forgotten how to even make moderators. I only have one. That's Gwen. I'll have to look into it before I even think about doing it. I have forgotten how to do it. Cubs also losing the deadline so far. Rangers need another arm. I don't think there's another arm out there for the Rangers, though. I think that market is gone and dried up. Halverson, maybe. Baseball gods certainly have a sense of humor. Carlos Correa's first game back with the Astros will be at Fenway Park playing third base against, former Astros teammate Alex Bregman. That's funny. Oh, man. Good job, Bob Nightingale. Hats off to you, sir. That's a good one. Jason, welcome in. Alfonso, welcome back. Sub-Zero. Yankees need a lefty bullpen arm. They are looking for one. Supposedly Bender from Miami is one of the guys they're thinking about. Boston Bateman to the Orioles for Ramon and O'Hearn. I think the Cubs get Ryan last second. You think so? Well, the Twins are certainly in fire sale mode. What would Diaz and Fairbanks to the Rangers look like? Probably Colt Drake. Probably Cameron Cooley. Dustin Harris. Something like that. CY made something happen? Yes, he did. Michael, would this be too much for Cabrera? Yankees, Jones, Cunningham, and Pereira? Honestly, I think that's about right. It's close. Knowing Jed Hoyer, they'll get Miles Michaelis. That's funny. All right, let's try to update our page here. Mets transfer Jesse Winker to make room. Yankees still looking to address their rotation. Still haven't heard anything as far as the return from Texas, though. Stephen Kwan to the Jays, and oh my God, that nobody will think of, and it makes sense to energize a city like they did in 15. That was a hell of a time for Blue Jays fans, that's for sure. I remember being on the receiving end of it as a Rangers fan right here. The bat flip from hell from Jose Bautista. Severino on the move. I think the A's could do any number of things after trading Sears and Miller earlier today. And nobody's trading pitching. Somebody's going to have to jump here. Hour 24 left until the deadline. That stadium was insane. It was vibrating my TV. Can you find out anything on the Yankees? They're looking left-handed reliever. They're looking starting pitcher. They've done a nice job already at the deadline. They've improved that bullpen with Bird and Bednar, but they're not done. There is still time. But if I had to say the best deadline so far probably goes to the Padres. What a nice deadline they've had. Hoyer slower than Steve Traxel. I remember him. Lack of reported return means they barely gave up anything. I'm not expecting it to, but I'm hoping it's not like a Mitch Pratt or a Jose Corniel. I can't believe it's been 10 years since the Jays acquired David Price. It's been a long time. Walcott for Byron Buxton. Buxton said he's not moving, and he's on the injured list right now. Cease to the Stros wouldn't be bad. Yes, for the Stros. Bad for the Padres. Yeah, I don't think he'll ever be the most hated GM in town, even though he's the president of baseball ops anyway. Nico and Jerry got that on lock. Nico by a mile. Yankees still are having a little brother deadline to the Mets, to be honest. I mean, they got a little brothered when they lost out to Juan Soto, that kind of doing it again a little bit. I'd still say the Yankees have done a nice job here at the deadline, though, especially in wake of the injury to Aaron Judge. Braves haven't cleared anyone. Figured they'd be getting out of contracts. That'd be nice. So the Padres and Astros are talking again about Dylan Cease here. Multiple reports saying fresh rumors of them actually talking about it. Deadlines make deals. It's what they say, right? There's one prospect going back to the Minnesota Twins in the Carlos Correa deal. The Twins are eating some of the money. Deal is pending a medical review. What's the major leaguers in the deal? Supposedly there were multiple major leaguers in there. Willie Castro, perhaps? Hmm. What does this mean for Bryce Matthews? That's a good question. Not sure he has a bright future there in Houston, or at least a position or a unblocked future there in Houston now. He's going to have to earn his spot, that's for sure. Earn that playing time. Red Sox fading and fading fast. Well, they've been kind of a streaky team all year. I don't necessarily, believe they've been a streaky or a fading team so much as a streaky team this year. Thank you, Gwen. Arenado to Detroit. I still would like to see that one. Nationals are invisible. I don't think the Blue Jays are trading George Springer to the Astros. No, I don't think so. Matthews probably goes back to AAA. I think that was going to happen anyway. I know there's so many of them, aren't there? Don't worry about it. It's what happens when you have so many people watching. That's a credit to you guys joining us. So thank you guys for joining us this afternoon. Got about 150 people watching the entire stream long. It's been a lot of fun. Do I think the Mets are done? I do. I think they could use one more bullpen piece, but I don't think they're going to quibble about anything here at the deadline. Phil Maton is the guy I think that might be a nice fit, but we'll see. White Sox to trade Hagen Smith, Drew Thorpe, and other top pitching prospects. I mean, really? Now no one wants to stay if they're selling like this? Cease to Houston is progressing. Astros might get a reliever too. Uh-oh. A Minnesota Twins player? Current player or former? Former, I'd say Trevor May, because he's got a platform. Current player? No idea. So Houston would have added Correa, Urias, Cease, Sanchez, and possibly a reliever here at the deadline. Texas has done Danny Colomb. Mariners have added Suarez, Naylor, Ferguson. He is a free agent at the end of the year, I do believe. Cubs trading for Willie Castro. That's the kind of perfect utility piece that they need. I like that one. I don't see the headline yet, but looking for it. Texan, thank you for that. That's very generous of you. You did a great job. Thanks for being impartial. I try, my guy. Really like what the Astros have done here. I mean, if you're the Rangers and you're trying to recover from this, a big trade for Matt Olson would go a long way to solving the problems right now. Even if you don't add an elite closer, I think your bullpen still is pretty good. You still need an elite closer, though, in this game, especially in the postseason. But if they got a Matt Olson, that lineup would look a lot better. If they found a way to offload the contract of Jock Peterson, another big important piece there. Twins Insider said something, it may not be done yet. Okay. Been a great stream. Thank you, Big Bink. Appreciate you. Thank you for supporting the channel, though. Those of you who have sent super chats, I want to say thank you one more time. Really do appreciate all you guys. Reverse splits guy at free agent after the end of the season. Free agent at the end of the season, unlikely to require a high-level prospect return. Still don't see it yet for Castro. I'm not doubting it, but just waiting for it. I don't think he's getting moved, but I'm just saying that's the type of piece that would change the narrative. There's a small chance he gets booed at the game. I do still think they'll try to do one more thing. I find it hard to believe that they're not trying to do bigger acquisitions here. Just look how one bad acquisition, Jock Peterson, can derail your pursuit of any top option due to finances. Showing off Merrill Kelly right now on the network. But it does look like Dylan Cease is likely headed to Houston here. With Dylan almost being confirmed to the Astros open market up for Sandy and Edward, yes. Probably to the Cubs. Mark Bowman's tweet is interesting. Pre-game clubhouse session just ended. Osuna is dressing at his locker and Iglesias is casually walking around. Deadline expires in 80 minutes. Dressing to play or dressing to move? Yeah, that is a great deadline. I agree there, Brandon. Or Braden, anyway. Call the Jays about Cabrera. I would like that for the Jays as well. Jays are not done yet. I agree. Dang, eBay going off with those notifications right now. What the heck? I haven't used eBay in a long time. All right, I doubt Matthews goes back down. He and Cam Smith will still have plenty of playing time to go around with Jordan DH spot still vacant. Well, they've been using Caratini quite a bit in that spot, and he's been good for them. I think your Sanchez probably goes in left. Urias is going to need time somewhere. I think he's probably going to play part-time out of all those players the most. Maybe they utilize one of those guys that's short until Pena gets back. We'll see. Yeah, I agree with you there, Heel. All right, let's see. We are an hour 11 until the deadline. We have been live for a little over 7.5 hours. The Yankees are still talking to teams about adding a starting pitcher. Nothing close. All right, so the market might be settling down after the Astros stuff. Active player, welcome in. Any Tigers news? They made 3 trades, I believe, today. Almost everything from the bullpen. Cody Hewer from the Rangers in a minor league trade. If Buxton was available, though, that would be a very, very good piece. If he's the player that said, no one wants to be here, I'd make a call. See if they could take back Jock, Walcott, Buxton to Texas. Unlikely, but that would be interesting. Thank you, moderator. Buxton to Rangers, that's something I would love to see, but I just don't think it's going to happen. But if he's the player that said, hey, nobody wants to be here after you're making all these decisions. Remember, he was the player at the All-Star game that was talking up the Astros, or excuse me, talking up the Twins and how good he wanted it, or how much he liked playing there, how much he wanted to stay. Maybe he was selling a little too hard. Maybe. Hour 9 until the deadline. Dang, you heard the Orioles were receiving 6 players back for O'Hearn and Laureano? I know there was one. I didn't hear about 6, that's for sure. Berger and Peterson. True. For Yandy? In our dreams, maybe. That's not going to happen, though. Buxton surplus, I believe, is in the 30s. 35, 37, somewhere in there. Mets still have a glut of infielders. I think one of those guys goes to the Mets, or goes from the Mets to address pitching. It sounds like they're going to hold on to him at least for now, at least until after the deadline and into the offseason. We shall see. Trade deadline is about upon us. There's your series against the Mariners. Going to be a huge series out there. Rocker versus Kirby, Game 1. Leiter versus Gilbert, Game 2. DeGrom versus Castillo, Game 3. Corbin versus Evans, Game 4. I'm guessing this series is probably a split. We'll see. Why is Quan not moved? Not yet, but I do think he will be moved. Oh, let me go ahead and click here first. Let's go back to our lists. Go back to our baseball. More on Carlos Correa coming back, etc. 107. Time is ticking down. He is pretty much retired, done, yes. Astros still not done. Trying to get Cease done, yes. In an interview with MLB.com, Correa said he's happy to come home to a team where he started his career. Said it was clear Minnesota wasn't going the direction he wanted and agreed to a trade. I let them know there was only one team I would allow that to happen. Interesting. Deadline is at 5 o'clock Central. .106 and 44 seconds away. Now remember, all you have to do is get your call in before then. You cannot call after. But as long as you're in the queue, you're fine. Alright, with that in mind, we got about an hour to go until the deadline. What's a difference-making trade for the Cubs? They're the one team, to me, that hasn't done enough. They're supposed to be all in. They get the extension done with Jed Hoyer a few days ago. And now all the urgency seems gone for them to try to acquire a starting pitcher. Where did that urgency go? Mackenzie Gore, they settle for Mike Soroka. I like Soroka, but he's a 3-7 pitcher with a 4.87 ERA. He's not a difference maker. Where do you go? Cease looks like he's heading to Houston. You think the Tigers win it all this year? They've done a nice job here at the deadline. They did a nice job in the first half, but they've struggled recently. Thank you, moderator. Appreciate you. You're the best. Can't thank you enough. 105. So your starters, if you're keeping score, Marlins have a couple that are left there. Diamondbacks have a couple that are left there. Twins have a couple that are left. Quan and Jax for the Cubs. I don't like that at all. Mainly because you don't address your biggest need, your rotation. And you trade away all of your pieces that would help your rotation. That's my issue. You're right there, Brandon. Joe Ryan would be the piece I would be trying to target right now from the Twins, as they're all in to sell right now. To me, Joe Ryan has to be the call you make right now if you're the Cubs. They're literally trading away everything. So get your trade in there. Get Horton as your starting pitcher. If you're not willing to trade Ballesteros, see if they'll do a Rojas deal. They're needing shortstop help. If you're not willing to include Casey, include Alcantara. Wiggins, I think, would have to be in this deal. Your trade value right now, you're close. If you included a really nice piece here, which I don't think you really have, so you have to go a little bit bigger in one of these trade spots. So if you did, instead of Alcantara, you included Casey, that'd be kind of your preference. You get to keep one of the two, Ballesteros or Casey. Their choice being Ballesteros. And now the Twins give you Willie Castro. There is the rumors out there that he's going to the Cubs. Maybe a Justin Long over there at first and Tomas. Is that too many pieces? 6 for 2. I think you're going to have to include one of those, Casey or Ballesteros. If you don't include Casey, Ballesteros would have to be in there. Take out probably 2 of those pieces. And Alcantara would go in that deal as well. That would be a deal that gets the Twins talking. Will Wagner for Brandon Valenzuela? We have acquired infielder Will Wagner from the Toronto Blue Jays in exchange for catcher Brandon Valenzuela. Let's see, was that another small trade we just saw go through? Add it to the list. Trade 16. Padres just wheeling and dealing right now. Tommy Pham hitting .388 in June. What about July? Maybe Joe can bring Uncle Nolan with him. Correa told me several of his teammates in Houston have texted him and called him and tell him how excited they are. He said he expects to be on a flight to Boston tomorrow morning. Apparently, there is quite a prospect call going to the Orioles from the Padres. Vita, if the Giants stand Pat Posey as a bum, I don't know about that. I think they still have more to trade. Not a lot, but some. They're not going to be in my losers column at the deadline, that's for sure. According to JP Morosi, Astros are paying the majority of Carlos Correa's contract. Yes. Pham may go to Rangers. I'm really doubting that. But if he does, it's a small acquisition, small potatoes. A lot of people are still believing that Adolis Garcia stuff. 1 hour until the deadline. There's another trade coming. Padres wheeling and dealing today. I think they're probably going to be right up there in the winners list. A's did a great job today with their one deal. Pham, Bart for Duran, Harris, and Foscue. I don't know where you're getting the roster numbers from, though. Bart's another catcher. Pham, another outfielder. What are you going to do? DFA Sam Haggerty? No. Michael, if Miami can't trade either Sandy or Edward by the deadline, do you think this is a failure for us? If they don't trade either one of those guys, it's not just a failure. It's a complete organizational, top to bottom screw-up of the last 2 years. I don't care how good they played recently. You cannot go through this deadline and not trade those two. Certainly Cabrera. Sounds a little weird, but hear me out. Kyle Tucker and Kevin Alcantara of the Dodgers for Pages, May, Hurt, and Wagner. I mean, they're all in right now. They're not looking to divest themselves of Kyle Tucker. I would say the Dodgers get the better end of both sides of that deal. Now and in the future. I'm surprised Gore hasn't been traded yet. Well, I mean, there was serious talk about him going to the Cubs, and then the Cubs stalled and went with Mike Soroka. I think you can directly point to Jed Hoyer's extension as the cause. Jed Hoyer doesn't get that extension. I think he puts the pedal down and gets Mackenzie Gore. Tellez, Bosley, and Webb. Webb's on the IL. Bosley's been good in the bullpen. I'd rather have him in the bullpen rather than Bart on the roster. Tellez is an easy one, but that's where Berger's spot is. Gotta love the shot in the arm that this move is going to have for the Astros. Correa is going to be just what that Astros team needed. He's going to go right back to being the insufferable guy that he was when the Astros were climbing back then. Just when I was starting to really like the Astros. You know, what's the phrase? You can't stand him when he's against you, but you love him when he's on your team. He's that kind of a player in Major League Baseball, that's for sure. I do think the Jays are up to something, that's true. What do you think the Tigers should do? I still think they need to go after a third baseman. We have now crossed 8 hours of our live. We have 55 minutes until the deadline. I still think we're going to see at least 5 to 8 trades for starting pitchers. Would you rather have Stud Cantrell or Roy Hobbs? Heal, but I think the trade that I propose helps the Dodgers and the Cubs on. You get a pitcher and a controllable outfielder plus prospects, and the Dodgers you get a player you can extend and a prospect. Yeah, but I think you're getting. Yeah, I mean, you're getting a better player in Tucker. Pages is less than. Alcantara, to me, is a better long-term piece than Dustin May. And while you're getting a starter, yes, I still would rather go with the Cubs side of the deal of what they're giving up. Do you think there's a reason why Miami can't trade Sandy Edward is because they're asking way too much for them and until they lower their price? I think the prices for starting pitchers are. Dodgers got Alex Call. Is that who they get? Rangers are looking at starters. That's interesting. We'll knock that one on the board anyway. Alex Call from the Nationals goes to the Dodgers. I'm not sure that rules them out on Quan yet, but we shall see. John Heyman, Rangers, who front their rotation with two dynamic pitchers, DeGrom and Eovaldi, are looking for another top starter. Who could that top starter be? Why is Quan not a Dodger? Not sure yet. Are we going to see Ozuna to Texas? I doubt it. If they're looking for another starter, I don't know. There's a couple of names bouncing in my head. Edward Cabrera is one. Joe Ryan is another because of the connection to Jacob deGrom. And with the sell-off going in Minnesota, if you could get Buxton as as another piece out of it, that'd be another good offensive piece for you. I know that the Twins aren't going to eat a lot of money, obviously, but if they took back Peterson in that deal, that'd be interesting. Merrill Kelly to the Rangers. I know the Rangers had interest in him years ago. Like, even before the World Series years ago. Cost for him would be negligible, obviously, compared to, Joe Ryan or any of the others. Getting interesting here at the deadline. Maybe they trade John Gray to offload some salary instead as well. Maybe. Cabrera and Stowers? Maybe. They're good on starters, though, is kind of my thoughts, though. The offense has been the issue. They got rookies back there, so if you want to get, put one of those rookies in the AAA rotation, limit their innings, go to a six-man rotation, all those are possibilities, I suppose. But the only reason I would do that is if I'm getting a true, ace top-of-the-rotation starter that fits with DeGrom, Eovaldi, and blank. Joe Ryan fits that. Cabrera loosely fits that. Kelly, to me, very loosely fits that definition. Buxton is possibly moving after all. Well, I mean, they're literally selling everything, and apparently some Twins player is saying, hey, if everybody's going to go, why not me? Maybe that was Carlos Correa. 2 pitching prospects to the Dodgers for Alex Call. You think Molly injury is real? I mean, his injury is real, but he's expected to come back in the middle of August. But I'm surprised they aren't talking bats. Jay's still talking to the Guardians about Quan. I'm beginning to think that the Blue Jays might be able to get that deal. Can you work a trade where Sandy coming to the Rangers? Phillies they've already made their move for Bader. They're not going to do that one, unfortunately, Andrew. I think Sandy would be a nice option, but the Rangers have never really considered Sandy Alcantara. But as the former Marlins manager, maybe he, as Skip Schumacher, as you mentioned there, maybe that would be the reason why you go for one of the Fish starting pitchers. I'm curious. Let me refresh this page. Mike Rodriguez post about Adolis Garcia to the Mets has been deleted. Yeah. Kumar has an ERA over 5. Yes, but he's been better as of late. Over his last, 7 starts, he's been pretty good in 5 of them. And confidence is a big factor for him as well. He's the number 5 starter for the Rangers right now anyway. Phillies and Quan could happen. I doubt it. They already filled up their spots in the outfield in my mind, unless they trade a Kepler type of player. I don't see that happening. Can someone explain to me the O'Hearn deal? That one has me perplexed. I'm still waiting for all the details on it. I mean, if I'm looking to catch up to the Astros and Mariners with all the trades that have happened, the only way I could see it happening, say you go for a Joe Ryan. Oh, what was that? I just saw a tweet. Is that finally the Cologne return? Garrett Horn. Interesting. Honestly, that's a pretty good deal then. They're talking Merrill Kelly. Pittsburgh should be trading players. They should. The cost for Kelly is a lot less, obviously. I think for a Kelly, you're probably looking... What? He's got, 4 million? 4.8? So maybe you do a Brat. He has an expiring deal, too, which is worrisome. Surplus. You do Brat as your headliner. And your second piece is Segura, maybe? Pollard? Mark Church in the bullpen? That might work. They've been looking for bullpen arms, so maybe you get Skylar Hayes, Mark Church. Sean Paul Linian goes to the Nationals along with Eric Swan for Alex Call. Time is running out for Dylan Cease. It is. Why aren't the Nationals and Reds trading players? Nationals just traded Alex Call. 45 minutes to go. I'm sure they had interest. I'm just surprised that's where they ended up here. I mean, you look at this deadline, even if you get Kelly, what are his numbers right now anyway? Haven't looked at him in a couple weeks. I know he was pitching better. 36 years old, Houston, Texas native. .322 ERA. Innings are nice. Strikeouts are good. 2.81 in the last 7. He's been consistent. .235 in the month of July. Multiple starts of 6 innings or more. No game with more than 3 runs. 98 pitches roughly. 178 average this month. 21 strikeouts in 30 innings, so strikeouts are down a little bit. Walks at 12. Almost a 2-to-1 ratio there. That's kind of my thought there, India. Why aren't the Rangers talking bats? I do like Kelly as an option, but again, where's the bat? Where's the hit? Horn is the return for Colomb, yes. So it looks like another race for another pitcher for the Rangers. Another AL East foe. Merrill Kelly this time with Boston, who ultimately gets him. Remember, they just lost a race with the Yankees for Bednar. Now they're in there for Kelly. I'd say Kelly is probably your number 3 starter in that rotation. Jack Leiter is your 4. What would Merrill Kelly cost as an extension? If you wanted to keep him after this year, maybe what you gave Mahle. $17 million this year. Who do I think had the best performance at the deadline? Padres. Mets had a really nice deadline. Phillies had a nice one. Jays have done decent. Cubs still need a starting pitcher, period. Mariners are absolute winners right now. Another piece going from San Diego to Baltimore in that O'Hearn-Laureano deal. So if the Astros end up with Dylan Cease, Correa, Urias, Sanchez, at the deadline, you got the Rangers with the top 3 of DeGrom, Eovaldi, Kelly, Leiter, Rocker, Corbin in the rotation, Mahle to come back as well. I don't know. I'm still surprised we're not talking about any bats right now for Texas. In your opinion, what do you think is the issue? Teams like Miami can't trade their starters right now. Is it way too much asking? I don't think it's the ask. I think it's that they're just waiting for these deals. One is waiting for another. Another is waiting for another. They're still actively talking to Minnesota and Guardians? Yeah. Miles Straw just tweeted fingers crossed emoji. That tells me maybe it's Quan. But I doubt Miles Straw knows what's going on in the front office for the Blue Jays right now anyway. Just give me Quan so we can get J-Ram in the winter. I think J-Ram rumors will certainly heat up once Quan is off the roster. Correa says it's the right time to move in third base. Blah, blah, blah. To move there with the Astros, etc. Is Quan getting moved? It looks like it. In the next 10 days, Astros should get back 2 pitchers, Arrighetti and Javier as well. They would have a really good rotation then. And the lineup, they would have plugged a lot of holes there with the moves that they made, bringing in Correa, Gurias, Sanchez as well. We are 39 minutes away from the deadline. How many prospects do you think get pulled up for my Orioles? I think they're getting a lot of them. They're getting a lot of prospects in these trades. I think the question is, what are they going to do long term with that rotation? Big things are happening now. I hope so. Only really big deal that we've seen has got to be Mason Miller and now Carlos Correa. Dylan Cease looks like it's getting there. Quan looks like it's getting there. It appears the Rangers are pulling ahead and about to agree to a deal for Kelly. Really? I wonder how close my offer is. Diamondbacks are closing on a deal with the Texas Rangers for Merrill Kelly. There we go. That helps. That helps if I'm a Rangers fan. I still need to address the offense. I'll go ahead and mark that one down. I think that one gets done. You don't want to say who, but it's something really big. I'm going to guess Blue Jays. William, welcome in. Mariners not doing anything more. Doubtful. Maybe small pieces, but that's about it. They got most of their shopping done before the deadline day. Good on Jerry DiPoto, not waiting. That's kind of the way he acts in the offseason as well with the winter meetings. He doesn't wait till he gets to the winter meetings to make his moves. Starter check, setup guy check. Rangers still need a bat and a closer. I don't think they're getting a closer. A bat, absolutely they do need still. And we got 40 minutes left, 38 minutes now, 37. Getting close. Morton will be traded. Are Rangers still going to get a bat? I hope so. They need one. Finances are an issue. Look at that prospect haul. Bateman, Hightower, Figueroa, Neighbors, Butterworth, Smith. All for 2 players. Laureano and O'Hearn. If you saw what I said earlier, our game doesn't start till 7:15 for the Braves, so... Really? It's really big, huh? Do prices drop in the final hour or go up? Depends really on the target. I'd say in general they usually level off, maybe even drop just a little bit here. Usually don't see prices go up in those final minutes unless it's for a real premium asset that multiple teams are targeting. We don't really have that right now, but we'll see. Nightingale, the Rangers now the favorites to land Merrill Kelly as the 2 sides move close to a deal that will give the Rangers a powerful starting rotation. One bat CY and it'd be a solid deadline. I'll agree with you there. Jeff Passan, Rangers get Merrill Kelly. Got us. Thank you. That was fast. Good job, Gwen. Very good job taking care of that. Boom. 14 seconds ago, 10 seconds ago, done. Now, what do you do with the rotation? Merrill Kelly's an older starter. We've talked about the Atlanta Braves and their need for starting pitching. Is this Kumar Rocker? goes to AAA, or do you put Kumar Rocker in the pen? Dang, all these spammers in there. Thank you, Gwen. Good job again. Watch the Padres get Kwan. They don't have enough for him. Unless they're doing Solace Plus. I want to see what the return is here. First. Oh. Thank you for reposting that, Mark. Appreciate you. Ozuna to Rangers and Rocker to Atlanta in return? No. Think bigger if you're giving up Rocker. Kelly to the Rangers confirmed, yeah. They want close to the big league starting pitching. They don't really have any besides Cole Drake. Jack Leiter, Kumar Rocker. A lot of speculation on what the return could be for Kelly. I think this is going to kind of set the price for Gallen. I haven't heard anything about Zach Gallen all day. Are the Yankees the team that gets Gallen late? The deal will push them over the CBT? Huh. If they're willing to go over the CBT by a little, Merrill Kelly's best season even before the World Series year as well. It is one heck of a get, I will give you that. Andrew, Matt Olson to the Rangers, that's what I'm kind of privately hoping for. They have a really strong 1 through 4 in their rotation. 5 and 6 are good options as well. Does a team in need of starting pitching take on Tyler Mahle just to save the Rangers some money? Give the Rangers a bag of chips as a thank you for a pitcher? If Mahle's not seriously hurt, he was pitching like a number 2 when he went down due to injury. Could get Miguel from the Athletics, possibly. No way it's Jack Leiter, no. Yankees trade Peraza to the Angels. We'll mark that one down. Castro to the Cubs for prospects. Mark that one down. John Gray hopefully included. Honestly, if they include John Gray, maybe Bratt and Gray and you stay underneath the CBT. Three prospects from the Rangers. Interesting. What do the Rangers give up? I'm guessing a couple of guys from this range here. We are under a half hour now until the deadline. 30 minutes. I'll agree with you there. CY does appreciate the need for starting pitching. Castro can't pitch. No kidding, Rod. Where is the trade coming for the Cubs to add a starting pitcher? Kelly has been a stud this year, I agree. Gray getting dealt, that's what I'm wondering. Welcome in, Rafe. Twins continue their fire sale, yes. Where is the bat? Still waiting for the bat. Don't forget Buxton, Royce Lewis, Brooks Lee, Wallner. Those are the pieces the Twins really have left. Griffin Jacks is still sitting there. Gallen to the Cubs. Kyrene, welcome in. First time I think I've seen you in our chat anyway. If you guys are new here, be sure to hit that like and subscribe down at the bottom of the video. We just passed 8.5 hours live here on YouTube. We'll be live again tonight around 9:45, bringing you the latest reaction to the trade deadline, grades, how people stack up in the postseason. Gallen to the Cubs would be helpful, yes. Kelly is the best starter traded so far. Red Sox made a late effort to acquire Joe Ryan. $30 minutes left. Gray and a prospect for a bat, possibly. If the Twins are selling, why isn't Jax, and why would Buxton want to stay there? Central time zone. Got to keep refreshing this page literally every few seconds. They nicknamed him batting practice. That's a little rough, even for a former, what would we call that, Gallen? World Series ace, I guess you could call him. He had a no-hitter on the Rangers through, what, 5 or 6 in the World Series? Still ultimately lost the game, but that's a little rough to be called batting practice. Cubs really do need a pitcher, though. Where are they going to get one? He can just like playing in Minnesota, my guy. It's a nice area. Okay, so they end up giving Cole Drake, David Hageman. Ouch. And what's the third piece? Drake was around 7.8. Hageman, I believe, was around 2. And with the addition of Kelly, they're likely going to have to shed one of their starters in the rotation. Cole Drake is a really good starter at the AAA level for the Rangers right now. I think that's a good get for the Diamondbacks. Joe Ryan to the Red Sox. I know they made a push for it. Buxton to San Diego. $30. We are down to 24 minutes now until the deadline. Was it Peraza and Cabrera to the Angels in that same deal? Interesting. Rangers still trying to get Phil Maton from the Cardinals. Interesting. Oh, okay, so Cabrera, no. The wrong tweet by Joel Sherman. Ignore that one. Maton, Colomb, Kelly. You probably put Rocker to limit his innings in the bullpen. What's the third piece that they're giving up for Merrill Kelly is going to be telling for me to how valuable that trade is. It's a bit of an overpay. How much an overpay depends on what that third piece is. But for Merrill Kelly, a chance to win a series, worth it as long as they add a bat. And if they get Maton, they were, remember at the end of the deadline in 23, it was the Cardinals, the team that they were negotiating with to get a late piece from as well. That piece, Jordan Montgomery. Earl, yes, they were discussing a deal with the Twins. We'll see if that one comes to fruition here with 22 minutes to go until the deadline. He's got a 3.22 ERA. First base DH, I mean, they've tried several guys there. It just hasn't worked. But what do you give up? Prices are high right now. But what do you give up? If they get Maton, I think that bullpen would be... I'd be happy with it. I'd still prefer Bednar. But if you end with Maton, I wouldn't hate it. A lot of postseason experience, throwing the ball really well. In fact, what are his numbers this year? I'm kind of curious. I know his peripherals look really good. "32 years old, 2.35 ERA, 38 innings, 40 games, 48 strikeouts." So he would be a little bit more of a strikeout artist out of the bullpen for them, to a certain degree. 5 ERA in his last 7 games, though, is worrisome. What are his game logs? Was it just one game? Hasn't pitched since the 25th. Gave up 3 runs in one game on a home run, it looks like, against Atlanta. In a save opportunity. Two hits and a walk, one of those hits being a home run. Okay. I'm buying into it. Kind of. Getting there. Let's see, is there anything else going on? There's the Peraza return. Wilberson, DePena, and international money for it. Molly is out until the middle of August, from what I heard. So I wonder if there's a deal coming at some point for Gray or Molly to save themselves some money to keep underneath the CBT. Miller to San Diego. That was one of the biggest deals of the day. Joe Ryan to the Red Sox is confirmed. What? Where are you hearing this, Caleb? Wow. John Palmarosi, Red Sox made a late effort to acquire Joe Ryan. You've got 18 minutes until the deadline here. Yahoo Sports. Mitch Bratt goes in the deal too. The Arizona Diamondbacks made out like a bandit. Nice return on Kelly. Wow. If Joe Ryan goes to the Red Sox, that puts what? Crochet as the 1, Ryan as the 2? Five, 9, and 13 for Merrill Kelly, a rental. He was arguably the best available, but Joe Ryan to me is the better long-term piece. Obviously would cost you a lot more than Drake and so forth, but I say it's probably more of a number 2 in this rotation, or a number 2 in anybody's rotation. A 3 in the Rangers rotation means you got another, a group there. Yahoo Sports deleted it. Okay. Who got Quan? Well, I'm still predicting the Dodgers get it done. Jays, I think, are going to be close there as well. Astros looking at Pete Fairbanks as well. Royals acquiring Bailey Falter from the Pirates. Make it another trade. I like that deal for the Royals. A's are trading Andujar to the Reds. Another trade. Mark it down. Up to 22 so far. Blockbuster buzzer beater trade. That trickles in after the deadline? Possibly. There's the Bailey Falter stuff. I don't see Ryan. I just cleared the notifications. There we go. So Joe Ryan possibly to Boston late here. We got 15 minutes to go till the deadline. Texas did give up Drake. They gave up Bratt and Hageman as well. A hefty price to pay for Merrill Kelly. And they still haven't addressed their biggest need is offense. Looks like the Pirates are going to hang on to Mitch Keller, it sounds like. Wow. It's official. The Marlins will not be trading Sandy Alcantara today. He'll once again be the ace down the stretch for the Marlins. Keep pushing for pushing this season and developing for the future. Yuck. Yeah, Red Horse, you're kind of right on that one. This is disappointing, and maybe the trades for Sandy Edward haven't been finalized. They're waiting to announce until after the deadline. Alcantara is staying. Cabrera, though, we haven't heard anything in a while as far as any teams even talking about him. So we'll see. Cubs are sending Double-A pitchers Gallagher and Armstrong for Castro. Knicks extend Mikal Bridges just a minute ago, 4 years, $150 million. For those of you who are basketball fans. Reds did get Andujar. Did they just get the text message that Dylan Cease is going to Houston? Not now, baseball. I like that one. Right there with you, India Jones. I mean, where's the offense for the Rangers? Where's the starter for the Cubs? Where's the starter for the Yankees? Where's the trades from Miami? Pittsburgh. Where's the Quan deal? It would be a decent trade if you re-sign Kelly, absolutely. And they are looking to go after a starting pitcher this offseason. If Kelly works out, he's the right age group for the for the pitcher they were hoping to sign anyway. So I suppose if you extend Kelly right now, you say get him to a 2 or a 3 year deal after this, say at $20 million per, that would work. Padres are getting Nestor Cortez, add it to the list. Dustin May in talks with the Red Sox. 23 trades and counting. Not paying attention to that clock. It already says 5:02 on that one. That's wrong. It is 4:58. We've got roughly 11 minutes. They're assuming that the D-backs are picking up part of Kelly's salary with the return being so high, with Bratt and Drake and Hageman being in that deal to stay underneath the CBT. If that's the case, then it's a little bit more understandable. Dustin made him to Boston possibly, though. There was rumors that the Brewers could trade from their depth in starting pitching in Cortez, and they do here. Dustin May is done. He goes to the Boston Red Sox. Add that one to the list. Up to 24. How about this? Yankees have acquired Jose Caballero from the Rays for Everson Pereira and a player to be named later. Caballero was pulled from the Yankees-Rays game. He'll only have to walk from the third base side to the first base side to his new team. He's tied with the MLB lead with 34 stolen bases. Add that one to the list. 25 trades. That's a very unique trade for Caballero, though. We are counting up to 25 so far today. We are under 10 minutes. We just crossed the 10-minute threshold. Sound the alarms. Red Sox were looking for a starter and get one in Dustin May. Let's see if the Rangers add a bat here. Let's see if the Cubs add a starter. I think they're getting some money. They're getting some salary relief from the Diamondbacks. But I agree. I think they need to re-sign him, or at least sign a pitcher of his caliber in the offseason. But they certainly did pay through the nose for him. Rangers get Pham or Ozuna real fast and hurry. Looking like Kwan stays? Possibly. Dodgers have been eerily quiet all day aside from the trade for Brock Stewart. Now they trade away Dustin May. Lockridge goes from the Padres to the Brewers for Cortez. 456, possibly. Maton might be that deal, though. I do think they'll get a reliever here in the next couple of minutes. Michael, do you agree with people in the chat saying that the MLB should be forcing the owner of Miami to sell the team to move it to Nashville? No. Braves always do something late. I'm kind of hoping for that right now. And I'm hoping it's not just Raisel Iglesias or Marcell Ozuna. We'll see. This is where the overpays really start. Not really. You would think so, deadlines and so forth. Ken Rosenthal, Rangers close to acquiring reliever Phil Maton. There we go. 7 minutes left. You were close there. Rafe, you were close on that one. Zach Gallen getting some traction. We'll add Phil Maton to the list. Cubs are acquiring Tyler Rogers. I just saw something flash up there. This was the strongest package that the Rangers could put together for anybody since Walcott was all but off the table. Kinda. Rogers, so that's going to be 27 trades there. But again, where's the starter for the Cubs? Starter! Rogers, who was acquired by the Pirates in the Cabrian Hayes deal yesterday, is being shipped to the Cubs. Keep Maton and Young away from each other? I'd imagine so. I like this message. Also of note, Rangers drafted two guys coming back from Tommy John in mid-rehab in 24, Hageman and Horn. Both helped them land a pair of big league arms in a pennant race. Now what's the return going to be for Maton? Rays get Hauser. That's a peculiar move. Five minutes to go till the deadline. 5 minutes away. That's 28. Adrian Hauser, trade number 28 of the day. I'm surprised Hauser goes to the Rays, though. Maybe they really see something in what he's done so far this year. What a journey he's had over the last 4 months. Think the Rangers are done? I kind of think so too, but I'm waiting to see if they get a bat. 5 minutes to go, and there's really nothing rumored. Michael, if Miami can't trade either Edward, do you think it was Bendix over bothering him, or teams who are too stingy. Um, Neither. I think it's a missed opportunity for the Marlins to really gain on his value last year, culminating this year, trying to get the value that you were hoping to get last year. Did we get Cease and Astro? Kind of leaning towards that's going to be the deal here. Although I still like the what the Padres have done. Can't be mad at the Rangers deadline, but think trading for a bat would have been nice. Agree. We got 3 minutes to go now till the deadline. Remember the hip issue, like you said there, Bink. I think that did scare some teams away. The 10-5 rights, the off-the-field issues, the down offensive production recently. More follow-up on Maton there. Robert will be staying. I wonder what the return for Maton was. Welcome in, Chicago. Appreciate you joining us. We are 2 minutes away from the deadline. 2 minutes to go. I'm not sure how true that was either. I do remember that, though. Cubs need a starter. Will we get a Zach Gallen trade last minute? I'd say the Rangers kind of improved their pitching staff quite well today. Pitching wasn't their issue. They're kind of increasing their strength, really. You got to hope the offense does finish turning the corner. Higashioka's been great recently, and I mean great. But to me, there was an opportunity to improve at first base, DH. And they didn't do it yet. We'll see. Looks like the Pirates are not trading Heaney or Dennis Santana. That's a surprise. Damn eyes. Got sweat in my eyes now. Been working too hard. With a minute or so to go. Yankees get Doval. They add to their bullpen again. 29. Thank you. Ouch. Damn. Okay. Doval. That's an interesting one. And the deadline is over. We are past the deadline. We will have some trades that come out here in the next half hour or so stick around. Let's see what the return is going to be for the Giants. Players not traded at the deadline, according to Jim Bowden. Joe Ryan, Mackenzie Gore, Sandy Alcantara, Edward Cabrera, Zach Gallen. Maybe they expect to try to extend him after his rough season, we'll call it. Luis Robert, Andrew Heaney, and Dennis Santana. Tigers were working for a starting pitcher late. Correa, Bregman, Altuve will be all in the same field tomorrow. Where's Yuli? I like that one. Does not include Quan. You're right there, Brandon. If the Rangers offense keeps it up with the pitching additions, they should be a tough out in the postseason. I would agree, but can they get there is the question. Can their offense do enough? Pirates should have at least traded Heaney in that deal along with Rogers to the Cubs to give him another starter. Cease and Suarez stay. That's interesting. Got another Tampa Bay is acquiring Griffin Jax. Is that what I just saw? Charlie Morton is going to the Tigers. Cabrera stays. Wow. What a pivot by the Rays. Blue Jays get Louis Varland from the Twins. They basically traded their entire bullpen. Guardians are not trading Stephen Kwan. Jason Stark reposting Zach Meisel's tweet. Griffin Jax to the Rays. That's surprising. Let's see. A lot of moves coming in here in the last couple of seconds. Rangers are likely done, probably. Twins fire sale is still burning. Griffin Jax headed to Tampa. Will the last player in Minnesota please turn out the lights? I like that. Morton and Hinch reunited. That does give them a back-of-the-rotation starter in that same vein that Chris Paddock was acquired in. Varland, it looks like. That's a good arm, though. It's certainly not Quan. It's certainly not Joe Ryan, but it's something. Earl, it's over. My Orioles are over. Our rotation is done. We have no relievers. Yeah, they kind of need to go after some starting pitching that's going to be around for more than a year. That's what we've been talking about for the last 2 years. Flaherty, Burns, those trades didn't work out for you. Eflin headed towards the IL. Morton sent out of town. Sugano not exactly turning out the way you hoped. Pretty much all of your pitching prospects not working in Baltimore. But wow, what a bullpen sell-off by the Twins. Their entire bullpen gone. Stewart to the Dodgers. Varland to the Jays. Coulombe to Texas. Duran to the Phillies. Jax to the Rays. What was the two? Dobnak and Paddock to the Tigers. Their entire bullpen gone. What a sell-off by the Twins. That's how you sell at the deadline. Now, could they have done more? Sure. But you could argue that you could still do the same thing with Ryan in the offseason, same thing with Buxton in the offseason. They traded literally everybody they could. The only one they didn't trade yet was Ty France. And I don't think you're getting anything for him anyway. But what a deadline by the Twins here. Oh, never mind. They traded Ty France. I literally mentioned Ty France, and there he goes in that deal for Louis Varland. With Louis Varland, anyway, to the Blue Jays. Dodgers are acquiring prospect James Tibbs III from the Red Sox. Add that one to the list. Cease is not an Astro, not yet. I haven't seen anything yet. Astros are done. Talks with Dylan Cease were legitimate and at times picking up steam, but ultimately never got over the finish line. Wow. So they don't get their starter. Arrighetti probably will be their 3 going into the postseason. I still like what they did overall. Pivoting from the injury from Paredes, adding an outfielder. Quan officially stays in Cleveland according to John Heyman. Dodgers ultimately don't shell out to help and increase their odds of World Series victory. Maybe they think they did enough this offseason, which they certainly did a lot. Best staff in baseball just got better. Yes, they did. The return, Rojas and Rodon to Minnesota for Varland and France. That's a good return. Wow, the Twins get a controllable starter. Taj Bradley goes for Griffin Jax. Is it a 1-for-1 deal, I wonder? Remember, Taj Bradley was just sent down, option to AAA by the Rays recently. Very, very interesting. Wow. They got a starter for a reliever, though. That's a smart decision. The question is Taj Bradley going to be able to live up to that? The Rays must have seen something as to why they put him in the minors for a minute anyway. And now they get a nice relief pitcher, Griffin Jax. I wonder if he becomes their closer soon. Thomas, welcome in. I'm wondering what the Giants got myself. They send... Oh, there's some return information here. The Rangers sent Mason Molina, Skylar Hales, and $250,000 international bonus pool money for Maton. Hales was in the late 20s, I believe, as far as prospects. It's 27 and 28. 23-year-old guy at AAA, 22-year-old guy at High A. Good numbers, though, for Mason Molina. Cardinals did well in that deal, and the bonus pool money. Javier to be followed there soon. They're getting better. No other trades look like they're coming out yet. Taj Bradley, the last name we've seen, but we still haven't seen the return for Doval. Oh, there it is. Jesus Rodriguez, Parks, Harbor, Tristan Vierling, and one other player. This sounds a lot like Joey Gallo trade. Let me give you a quantity of players. We'll get Doval. Varland, fastball velocity, chase rate was good. Walks are okay. Strikeouts are decent. Other than that, the rest of his numbers are kind of middling. He's an elite extension guy. Still kind of puzzled as far as how the Rangers did not add a bat at this deadline. The Twins, for about $440 million in debt, erased a huge chunk of it by trading away virtually their roster in a matter of 12 hours. No wonder Correa wanted out. Wow. We got Josh Smith in that Gallo trade. Exactly, that's my worry there if they're the Yankees. They added a lot to that bullpen. Not all of those pieces are going to be good. We still have not heard the return yet for Correa. We've seen a little bit of the return. Yeah. Nothing yet on IKF or Tommy Pham, but they haven't said anything yet as far as they're staying or not. Yep, as far as Sandy, they're going to try to improve his value a little bit more. We'll see. It's Jax for Taj Bradley straight up. That's going to be a very interesting gamble for the Rays. Tommy Pham is not traded, according to John Morosi and Mark Feinsand, so he's not going anywhere. Wow. Heaney, Keller, IKF, and Pham don't move. Yeah, they really should have traded all those players. Even if it was just for a bag of potato chips. Can you explain not trading Cabrera? Same kind of thing, I guess. That the market that you get right now is still going to be a very similar market to you get to in the offseason. You're hoping to take advantage of the desperation of some teams, and I guess a lot of teams ultimately weren't willing to capitulate. Braves didn't do anything meaningful, true. I mean, the offseason is going to be fascinating for the Braves, because in my live tonight, let's just say there's a few teams that I'm going to set a fire underneath and figure out what their long-term plan is going to be. Braves, on the pitching side, are definitely one of those clubs. That's me putting it mildly. Tune in tonight at around 9:45, as we'll give you the grades for all these teams, grade each trade deadline transaction. Hopefully we'll have more fallout here. We'll be live for a little bit longer here as we try to see if anything else happens here in the final 15 minutes after the deadline. Usually between the final 15 to 30, we get one or two more deals that comes down the pike. But I like what the Minnesota Twins did there, flipping Jax for a starter. That's a good bet. I would have liked to get two pieces for Jax, not one, but if you really believe in the player, you got to hope there. Rays hold on to Fairbanks, Lowe, Diaz, while adding Jax, Hauser. No, they traded Caballero. He goes to the Yankees. You expect Simeon, Young, Adolis to hit a lot better in the next few months? You hope. Mark was hoping for a big Jays move, but yes, our bullpen is good. I mean, where's the starter for the Cubs, though? Royals have acquired Mike Yastrzemski. There's another trade. Giants selling another piece there. We are still getting a couple of deals here and there. I think the AL West might come down to Seattle and Texas. I think if they had added Cease, I think the Astros, to me, would probably be the far and away winner in the AL West. Because they didn't, I still have my questions about health and the rest of that with the roster. Their lineup should be better, absolutely. They didn't add the reliever they said they were going to add as well, but we're still waiting to see if anything else happens, so kind of take all this with a grain of salt. I love the addition of Jesus Sanchez, Urias as well, and of course bringing back Correa is going to bring a whole new swagger to that team like you haven't seen in a few years. Fernando, welcome in. Can they still make trades? No, the trades are done, but might be those trades announced a little bit late here. So kind of keep your eyes peeled. The Braves did not trade Marcelo Zuna or Raisel Iglesias. The Guardians did claim Carlos Hernandez off waivers, though, from the Tigers. Seattle goes all offense and then one pitcher. Texas goes all pitching. I don't hate the deadline for the Rangers, but I'm not sold on it being successful yet. I want to see how the offense really continues here. This offseason, though, will be really interesting to see what they do with Kumar Rocker. Do they continue to believe in him? I think they will. But he certainly would be a very fascinating piece for a lot of teams that are looking for a young, controllable starter with really high upside. Rangers will be looking for offense in return, I'd imagine. And if they sign Merrill Kelly to an extension, you have a 1, DeGrom, 2, Eovaldi, 3, Kelly, 4, Leiter going into the offseason. And then your 5 could be any number of players. Maybe bring back Gray, Molly, Bradford's going to be in the mix, of course. We'll see. But yeah, Hoyer really missed the boat here. Or should I say the owners of the Chicago Cubs missed the boat. They should have kept that pressure on the Chicago Cubs by not giving Hoyer the extension. That completely changed the deadline in my mind for the Cubs. Michael, hope this doesn't sound like fanboy of the Marlins defending they didn't do anything to hear me out. I think the reason they didn't trade Edward Sandy, we'll see. Maybe because they know they have a ton of challenging or college bats. They're hoping to move quickly through the system. But even by the time they get there, they're not going to be around. Sandy Alcantara's got a year left, 2 years left on his deal. Cabrera's got 3. So you might have 1 year of those guys on the roster. And Miami's not re-signing them. They don't have the money to. They never do. Don't count out the Astros. They're 5 games ahead of the Rangers and Mariners. I'm not counting them out. I'm just saying I would have really liked them if they had kept or if they had brought in Dylan Cease. But since they didn't, I still have my questions. They didn't add a reliever they said they were going to add either at the end. Cubs are absolutely should be getting flamed right now. Man, the A's are making a comeback. Let's see. I haven't even looked at the scores today. Been watching the trade deadline coverage almost exclusively. There's only 3 games today? Interesting. Rays and Yankees, Reds and Braves, Mariners and Rangers. Fascinating. Traded for 7 players, none of the big impact outside of Bednar. I do like Bednar quite a bit, don't get me wrong. Doval, though, goes there. From their top 30, Rangers traded five, 9, 13, 27, 28, but did not touch Caden Scarborough or DeVio, who I believe are the 2 best healthy prospects in the system. Okay. Remember, Rosario is not healthy. That he doesn't count, obviously. So it looks like Passan believes the deadline is over. Alrighty, we'll be live again tonight at 9:45, bringing you all the latest reaction, fallout from the deadline, and predictions for where the playoffs will go, and rankings for where teams stand after the deadline. Appreciate you guys joining us. It's been a lot of fun, a lot of likes on the video, a lot of new subscribers. Want to thank you guys for making this trade deadline so much fun to cover. And again, we'll be live at 9:45. We'll see you guys then. Stay safe out there, everybody. Thank you guys for making this so much fun.